Meng Shiwang replies, "Yes, and we will also gather supplies along the way." The targets are the jewelry store and the pharmacy. Precious metals are small but valuable for points. Medicines are even more precious in the end times. The truck has limited space, so they only pick the most important items. Her camper won't stockpile supplies unless absolutely necessary. She plans to save crystal cores to expand the space and keep medical equipment and medicines for the hospital. The group sits in the air-conditioned cabin, moving slowly forward. The heavy, clumsy clearance vehicle crushes zombies as they rush over. The tracked rollers flatten them into patties. Tao Yalong drives the truck over the patties again, turning them into mud. Zombies are very aggressive and contagious, but they are not enough to challenge heavily reinforced heavy machinery. In this industrial area, the road is quite empty. At the intersection, there are some blocked vehicles, but for two tow trucks, it's not a big problem. They move forward smoothly. When they enter a slightly busier part of the city, progress slows down a lot. The zombie outbreak happened at noon, right after work hours. People who finished work early are already on the road. Because the population is large, there are many vehicles, and sometimes a whole street can be blocked. The two tow trucks work diligently. Their large metal claws grab a car, slowly turn, and throw it to the roadside or into the opposite lane. The machines are fast, but they can't go any faster. Tao Yering and Meng Shiwang are driving behind, making slow progress, which is quite frustrating. Meng Shiwang is holding Tieshue and sitting quietly, feeling a bit bored. She opens the map and sees a commercial center a couple of streets away, where many jewelry stores are located. Since she has nothing else to do, she decides to gather supplies. She calls out in the group chat. The two guys keep clearing the road. Tao Yering, park the truck where it is. I'll come pick you up later. You can ride in my car and we'll go nearby to collect supplies. Meng Shiwang opens the crystal core collection box, counts the crystals, adding the ones collected last night. There are 63 in total. She summons the RV's view map, and all 63 crystals are used to upgrade the medicine cabinet. Then she drives the RV to the truck. Tao Yering, very naturally, climbs onto the roof of the RV through the truck window. Meng Shiwang reverses the RV, turns around, and heads toward the commercial street. Turning a corner, many vehicles block the road. Tao Yering witnesses Meng Shiwang's boldness as she just crashes through the traffic with full power. Since the RV is a modified light truck, it has good power. Tao Yering quietly ties herself to a small pole with a rope to prevent being thrown out. The road is filled with cars parked haphazardly. When the RV pushes and squeezes through enough vehicles, the road becomes completely blocked. Just as Tao Yering is about to peek out and ask whether they should get out and fight their way through, she suddenly sees that the dry, leafless plants in the green belts on both sides of the road start sprouting new shoots and grow rapidly. In just a moment, these plants had grown several meters tall. Their thin branches twisted and lifted cars, tossing them onto the opposite road. The blocked road ahead suddenly cleared, becoming smooth and open. Meng Shiwang continued driving the RV forward. Tao Yering, sitting on the roof, looked dazed. This was her wood-based supernatural power. Her wood power could only move a few plant branches to kill a few zombies. The damage from low-level powers was not very strong. Its main use was better for growing vegetables. But in Meng Shiwang's hands, her wood power was surprisingly powerful. She could produce many branches instantly, easily moving dozens of cars. If used to fight zombies, she could probably kill hundreds in an instant. Is this the strength of a level 5 supernatural being? Tao Yering was stunned. It wasn't until Meng Shiwang turned a corner and forcefully hit the cars ahead that she snapped back to reality. 4 element powers, metal, space, ice, and wood. Not 3, but 4 elements. Tao Yering felt completely confused. How could there be a 4-element supernatural being? This was too powerful. Where did this incredible person come from? While they were still struggling with low-level powers, worried about dying among the zombies, someone had already become a powerful level 5, 4-element supernatural being. Tao Yering felt like the exciting world belonged to others. She had just calmed herself down, trying to stay cool, when the plants on both sides grew wildly again. Tao Yering stared, Unable to stay calm, Meng Sherwan drove the RV forward, squeezing through the traffic. When she couldn't move anymore, she used her power to clear the blocked cars and kept going. She repeated this 3 times before reaching the shopping center. Seeing the shiny jewelry stores on both sides, her only desire was for supplies. She didn't notice Tao Yering, who was tied to the roof, staring in shock. Meng Sherwan parked the RV at the biggest gold building. She looked inside, gold still on the counters, and the door was locked from the inside. There must be survivors inside. She gently placed the sleeping Snowball on her lap aside. Be good, I'll be back soon. Snowball sat on the central armrest, watching her leave. Since the last time she was outside in the heat, panting heavily, Snowball, who was very clingy, no longer followed her everywhere. There are many zombies outside, and hearing the roar of the RV, they are gathering toward it. Meng Sherwan's body is surrounded by floating ice spikes, dozens of thick ice spears shooting out and knocking down a group of zombies. You're amazing, boss. Tao Yering gets off the roof and follows Meng Sherwan toward the jewelry store. She takes a small seed from her pocket, and under the influence of her special power, she grows 3 branches. Tao Yering skillfully controls the branches, wrapping them around the necks of the approaching zombies. When she tightens them slightly, she forcefully breaks the zombies' heads, which fall to the ground and roll away. She stands behind Meng Sherwan, thinking about how she just saw Meng control plants, with countless branches tearing apart a car. If she could reach level 5 in her powers, she could kill hundreds of zombies with 1 set of branches. Just thinking about that makes Tao Yering smile happily, and she becomes more determined to control the branches to fight the zombies. Meng Sherwan knocks loudly on the glass door and shouts, "Is the jewelry store owner here?" She has no morals, but she has principles. If the owner isn't here, she will just force her way in. If the owner is inside, she will need to change her approach. She looks expressionless, speaks loudly, and behind her, a wood element power user is busy fighting zombies. Someone inside peeks out from behind the counter, but quickly pulls back when they see her. The store manager is a middle-aged woman, wearing a wrinkled suit, hiding nervously in the corner of the counter, asking the people nearby, that person outside is so aggressive, and she's an ability user. Why is she looking for a boss? A man in a burger shop uniform speaks, I heard your boss used to flirt with young women often. Those 2 girls look good. Maybe they came to confront your boss after awakening their powers. That's very possible. She came straight for the boss, with a clear goal. If she was here to rob, she would have just barged in and attacked. The store manager is still scared. What should we tell her? They can't leave here, but they can see many things happening outside through the internet. Especially in a jewelry store like this, they are the most likely targets. Some villains go in and kill people right away, which is very terrifying. The man thinks for a moment, tell her the boss isn't here, and ask her to leave quickly. The store manager finally nervously raised her head and shouted outside, the boss isn't here. You should look somewhere else. As soon as she finished speaking, there was a loud bang, and the heavy glass door shattered. Everyone was startled, and quickly stood up to look. They saw 2 girls stepping over the broken glass and walking inside. The manager finally realized, they're not here to find the boss. They're here to rob us. Her voice was very quiet, and her face still showed fear. Just now, she saw clearly that the girl leading the group smashed the glass with her fist. It was very frightening. Tao Yering followed Meng Sherwan into the store. She kept her eyes on the crowd of zombies outside, trying to block them from coming in. Suddenly, the floor outside started to ripple like waves, lifting the zombies away. The waves formed a wall of dirt, blocking the broken glass door tightly. Tao Yering's eyes widened like bells. She stared at the dirt and cement wall, feeling a shiver down her spine, as if countless ants were crawling on her head. There are 5 types of supernatural powers. No wonder the boss is so impressive. What other surprises might she have? Maybe there are more than 5 types of abilities. Could there be others? Thinking of this, Tao Yering felt her legs weaken and had the urge to kneel and worship the boss. Meng Sherwan spoke, "Go collect things." "Got it, sis." Tao Yering grabbed a fire extinguisher from the corner and slammed it onto the counter with a loud bang. The nearby glass display shattered instantly. She tore at her clothes and grabbed jewelry from the display, stuffing it into her arms. Meng Shiwan was not idle either. Her metallic fists smashed the glass, causing shards to fly everywhere. She ran her finger across the jewelry inside the display, and all the items disappeared, temporarily stored in her space. She frowned slightly, noticing that most of the jewelry in the display was small, like earrings and rings. She didn't see any bracelets or necklaces. Her gaze shifted to the people standing inside the display case. There were 4 women in suits and 2 men in burger shop uniforms, all watching her carefully. Meng Shiwan looked toward the other side of the jewelry store, where there was a burger shop. The wall in the middle had been broken through, and these people had probably survived until now by relying on the food from the burger shop. Unexpectedly, Meng Shiwan had not spoken yet when one man weakly said, "These things are ours." "You can't take them." He knew he shouldn't have said that, so his voice was very quiet, like a mosquito. How could these 2 men be so kind as to share their food? They had agreed that the food could be given to the jewelry store employees, but they also wanted to keep the gold. The valuable gold had already been hidden away. There were only some rings and earrings left on the counter to prevent theft. Thieves would only steal from inside the display, and the hidden gold might still be safe. Now, they were saying this to hint to Meng Shiwan and the others to quickly take what they could and leave. Meng Shiwan saw through their little tricks. She was just too lazy to bother with them. These gold pieces meant life to them, but for Meng Shiwan, they weren't that important. She asked Tao Yering, "Are you done?" Tao Yering swept the remaining counters, gathered a small bag of items in her clothes, and handed it to Meng Shiwan. "Sister, it's all here." Meng Shiwan reached into her space and said, "Let's go. We'll move to the next door." They exited through another door that led into the mall. The survivors watched as they pushed open the door and left, and they all sighed in relief. Luckily, the gold they had hidden was still safe. They had seen many online reports saying that life inside the base was very hard for survivors. Valuable metals could be exchanged for many points, which were future security. With the hidden gold, life at the base would be a little easier. The store manager sighed. "It seems we met some pretty clever thieves. She saw we had gold but didn't make us give it up. Yeah, I was so scared just now. I read online that many robbers kill people but they just left like that. We're really lucky." After saying this, they hurriedly ran to block the door where the 2 women had gone out. Meng Shiwan and Tao Yering stood inside the mall, sensing the zombies' focus on living humans, and they rushed toward them. The leading male zombie dragged out intestines and internal organs, his limbs stiff as he hurried toward them. Behind him, a female zombie twitched her nose, eager to taste fresh flesh, and her legs moved faster than the male zombies. She accidentally stepped on the zombie's intestines, along with the decayed internal organs, which made a loud splat as they all fell to the ground, leaving only an empty, gaping belly cavity. Fortunately, the zombie didn't notice and continued to lunge at the 2 of them with claws bared. Meng Shiwan was fine, but Tao Yering felt dizzy and overwhelmed when she saw such a scene. It was really disgusting. She activated the 3 branches in her hand and directly stabbed the disgusting zombie's head. The branches pierced through the skull and into the back of the female zombie's head, killing both of them. Tao Yering glanced around. The zombies were getting closer, and she was starting to struggle with her few vines. The mall was crowded, with hundreds of zombies on the first floor alone. If she had to fight them all alone, she definitely couldn't handle it. But with Meng Shiwan, a level 5 psychic, present, things became much easier. Meng Shiwan's palm produced a vine seed. Under her psychic power, the seed rapidly grew. She pulled out hundreds of vines, like thin, flexible snakes, and attacked the zombies' heads around them. For Tao Yering, it was easy to deal with such a dangerous zombie crowd. She even saw the tips of the vines stirring inside the zombies' brains. When she lifted them, a few vines carried small crystal cores and delivered them to Meng Shiwan. Meng Shiwan controlled the vines, took a small basket from the nearby store, and placed the bloodied crystal cores into it, about 5 in total. Tao Yering watched with her mouth wide open. She could fit an egg inside. Even though she had seen this happen before, she was still shocked. It was so cool, so powerful. She looked at her own pitiful 3 vines and couldn't help but marvel. Sis, you're amazing. When do I get to be this strong? With Meng Sherwan here, the hundreds of zombies in the mall were no longer a problem. She called out to the still stunned Tao Yering. Let's go. Tao Yering hurriedly followed behind Meng Sherwan, eager to help. They entered a nearby jewelry store, the door wide open, probably already looted by the staff. There was no gold hidden in the store, but there were large gold bracelets, chains, and big diamond rings inside. Tao Yering first went to the nearby snack shop to get a shopping basket. She then entered the jewelry store and loudly knocked on the counter, grabbing all the gold and silver jewelry inside and throwing it into the basket. When she saw a diamond ring the size of a pigeon's egg, she couldn't resist. She picked it up and put it on her. She also held out her hand to admire it for a moment before continuing her work. Probably no girl can resist such shiny things. Before the apocalypse, Tao Yering was an ordinary person, working diligently after graduation. Now, she's wearing a diamond ring worth over 100,000, something she never would have dreamed of before. Meng Sherwan then went to another locked jewelry store, knocking heavily on the door and asking, "Is the owner here?" She had just been fighting fiercely outside, and everyone inside saw it clearly. A woman in her 40s came out, confirming that all the zombies outside were dead. She quickly opened the door with a smile. "I'm the owner's wife," she said. Though she smiled, she felt worried inside. Seeing the girl next door quickly smashing the display case, it was obvious she was robbing the place. The owner's wife thought, these two are supernatural abilities users. If they really want to steal, let them do it. Losing the gold is better than losing their lives. But then she heard the girl say, "How can I prove you're the owner's wife?" She hurriedly took some documents from the counter. "This store is under my name. The business license has my name on it." Meng Sherwan glanced at them, found no problem, and then took out her phone to take a picture of her ID. She then said, "Find a box, put everything inside, seal it, and write your name on it." The owner's wife was confused. "Isn't this robbery? Do robbers even check business licenses now? What kind of move is this?" She was puzzled but didn't dare delay. She called another employee who was still alive and quickly followed the instructions. The two of them efficiently opened the cabinets and poured all the jewelry into a metal storage box. Meng Sherwan sat nearby, watching. Although they moved quickly, their hands trembled, and their faces looked pale. Surviving for more than half a month must be very difficult. In the corner of the counter, she saw a box of instant noodles almost empty, and in the corner, a bucket of unopened bottled water. These two probably survived on this box of instant noodles until now. It has been about 20 days since the zombie outbreak. Some places have no food. Survivors who are too scared to go out and fight zombies for food will starve to death. This reason will cause many survivors to die. She calmly said, "Keep your ID safe. If you survive and reach the base, find me. I will give you half of the points earned from these golds. The other half is my fee for helping you. My name is Meng Sherwan." The shop owner was surprised, not expecting Meng Sherwan to say this suddenly. She had already comforted herself mentally, preparing for the possibility that the gold might be lost. She quickly expressed her gratitude. Thank you. I will remember." Now, her actions of packing the gold into the metal box were sincere. She also took out some other items hidden in the cabinet and put them into the box. Although the other person had the strength to forcibly take the gold, she couldn't stop him. If he truly wanted to return half, it was probably not just to trick her. This was a great opportunity for the shop owner. She had thought for days that even if she reached the base, she might not be able to keep the gold. The gold was heavy, and she couldn't take all of it when she left. Even if she took some, she might attract attention. If they encountered real bandits, she and the other woman might not only lose the gold, but also risk their lives. Now, this psychic said she would return half if she reached the base. The shop owner naturally was willing, as she wouldn't have to take any risks. The only risk now was whether the psychic would actually return the gold. The shop owner still believed that although the other could have taken everything, her claim to return half didn't seem like just playing around. Moreover, she had no other choice now but to trust this psychic to lead her forward. All the jewelry and gold were packed into the box. Following Meng Shiwan's instructions, the shop owner closed the lid, locked it, and wrote her name on it with a marker. Worried it might smudge, she wrapped several layers of tape around it. Finally, she handed the key to Meng Shiwan, saying, "It's all packed. Can you please write your name? I'm afraid I'll forget." She then quickly handed over paper and a marker. Meng Shiwan took the key, picked up the pen, and signed her name on the paper. Then she stood up, stored the iron box in her space, and left quickly for the next shop. The shop owner carefully folded the papers, placed them together with her ID card, and put them into a small leather bag, hanging it on her shoulder. The nearby employee looked worried and asked, "Will she really return it?" The shop owner sighed and said, "We have no choice but to trust her." She glanced outside again to make sure there were no zombies, then said, let's go. We need to find some food at other stores. I'm starving." Meng Shiwan stood outside, looking around to see if there were any other jewelry stores nearby. Tao Yerong ran over with a basket of jewelry and placed it in front of Meng Shiwan. Sister, here. Meng Shiwan stored the items in her space and noticed the shiny diamond on Tao Yerong's. Tao Yerong looked a bit embarrassed. "Sister, we agreed that all the supplies we find this time are yours. Can I have this diamond ring?" Meng Shiwan smiled slightly. "Keep it. Thank you, sister," Tao Yerong said shyly again. "Sister, I have a small favor to ask," Meng Shiwan responded simply. "What is it?" Tao Yerong looked hopeful. "Can you help us get some food?" She and Leisha and Joan didn't have much space. They just needed to eat. Since they left the base, they only brought water and compressed biscuits. They also wanted to enjoy some good food. Meng Shiwan headed toward a nearby snack shop. Tao Yerong happily followed, praising her. "Sister, you're not only strong and good-looking but also kind-hearted." When they entered the shop, they saw someone inside, the shop owner and her employee from the jewelry store earlier. The shop owner and her employee looked at them with surprise, then with suspicion. They acknowledged that Meng Shiwan was strong and good-looking, but they weren't sure about her kind heart. After all, Meng Shiwan had just robbed their jewelry store, and they didn't know if she would return the items later. For now, her behavior seemed suspicious. The jewelry store owner was still thinking about whether to say hello to the two robbers. But Meng Shiwan ignored them completely and started collecting supplies. She quickly packed the shelves into her space, then took the shelves out again, leaving them empty. All the snacks remained inside her space. In no time, a corner of the snack shop was emptied. The shop owner and her employee saw this and thought, "This can't go on. If we hesitate any longer, everything in the snack shop will be gone." The two of them looked like they were guarding a treasure, with the shop owner holding several boxes of instant noodles and cookies, while the employee crouched over a few boxes of drinks, protecting them closely. Meng Shiwan looked at the nervous pair and left a small portion of food for them. She asked, "Is there a pharmacy nearby?" The shop owner looked up and said, "Yes, outside the mall on the shopping street. Exit through the side door and walk left a bit, and you'll see it." Meng Shiwan turned and left the snack shop, picking up the vine plant she had placed outside earlier. The limp vine on the ground, after Meng Shiwan infused her power into it, suddenly came alive, swaying in the air like countless lively snakes. Tao Yerong followed out, her eyes shining with excitement. Feeling the power of a strong leader is really satisfying. This mall is so secure that she wouldn't dare come in alone. With a strong leader here, everything feels much easier. They then raided a jewelry store and a silverware counter. Following the shop owner's directions, they went outside to find the pharmacy. As soon as they stepped out of the mall, the wandering zombies gathered around again. Before the zombies could get close, hundreds of vines controlled by Meng Shiwan shot out, piercing their heads and even pulling out the glowing cores inside their brains. Meng Shiwan carried a shopping basket, and whenever a vine found a core, it would return and place the core into the basket. Tao Yerong watched her do this, and suddenly thought of a phrase. A girl picking mushrooms. Meng Shiwan didn't seem like someone killing zombies. She looked more like she was picking mushrooms in a zombie swarm. No, she should say she was collecting cores.
It was a very relaxed way of life.
She looked at her own 3 short, thin vines in her hand, feeling useless. She only needed to follow Meng Sherwang. The pharmacy door was open, but there were about a dozen zombies wandering inside. Meng Sherwang controlled her vines to reach in, grabbing the zombies by their necks and dragging them outside. Then she tightened her grip, and with a snap, the zombie's head was severed from its body. They entered the store, and Meng Sherwang manipulated the ground outside to form a solid earth wall, blocking the entrance tightly. This pharmacy is so big, but unfortunately, it's contaminated with zombie blood, Tao Yering said, carefully inspecting the place. Inside, there were not only various Western medicines but also many traditional Chinese herbs like deer antler, ginseng, and dendrobium. Just now, many zombies were wandering inside, and the shelves and medicines were stained with zombie blood. If not cleaned carefully, these could pose a big hidden danger. Bringing items into the base could lead to infection, and maybe the whole base would fall. That's why the base checks and disinfects all entering people and vehicles very strictly. Meng Sherwan found the warehouse behind the pharmacy and dragged out a stack of cardboard boxes. Let's get to work. After returning, these supplies need to be loaded onto the truck. They must organize and seal the boxes and disinfect and wipe off the zombie blood on them. Meng Sherwan's space is kept empty, waiting to store more valuable supplies from the hospital later. Tao Yering has already put on gloves and taken disinfectant to start working. She disinfects and wipes the medicines stained with blood, then neatly packs them into boxes. Some overly packaged items, like large boxes with only a small bottle inside, are simply opened, and only the medicines are kept. The huge ginseng boxes are discarded, and the ginseng is taken out and put into plastic bags, then packed into boxes. The two work hard for 2 hours straight, finally finishing organizing the pharmacy. They packed 12 large boxes in total. Meng Sherwan stores everything into her space, pushes open the earth wall, and heads toward the RV. The jewelry store and pharmacy here have already been looted. They need to go back and check on the progress of those two clearing the road. But just as they turn the corner, they see a group of people frantically prying at her RV. There are about 7 or 8 people, all men. 4 of them are holding hammers, crowbars, and similar tools, wildly hitting the windows and doors of the RV. They curse loudly as they work. What is this RV made of? It's been hammered for a long time and still not broken. This thing is super sturdy, we need to act fast. When those 2 mutants come back, we're done for. Only a strong vehicle can keep zombies out. This is our only chance to leave. Let's give it all we've got. The other 4 hold axes, guarding 4 directions. If zombies come, they slash at their heads wildly. The group works together quite smoothly. When Meng Sherwan arrived, she had already killed some zombies. Inside the mall, she killed more. Earlier, at the pharmacy, she attracted another group. The RV was parked nearby, and the number of zombies had sharply decreased, giving them an opportunity. The man responsible for defending the back of the vehicle saw the 2 people standing at the corner and shouted in fear. Especially the hundreds of thin vines controlled by Meng Sherwang, slowly moving in the air, looked like countless small snakes at first glance. Old Lee, what are you shouting about? The person nearby heard the noise and looked over, startled. Their faces instantly turned pale. They wanted to steal the RV and escape to the base. But they knew they weren't a match for the supernatural powers. Now caught by the vehicle owner, they all stopped what they were doing and gathered together, watching the 2 cautiously. Tao Yering scolded impatiently. What are you looking at? Get lost. Hearing this, the group didn't hesitate and turned to run toward the mall entrance. But within a few steps, the snake-like vines pierced into their chests. When pulled out, they sprayed out bright red blood. The people stared wide-eyed at their bleeding chests, then collapsed to the ground, motionless. Tao Yering saw this scene, her eyes nearly bulging out in shock. She looked at Meng Sherwang with disbelief. She never expected Meng Sherwang to suddenly kill someone. These people wanted to steal the RV, but didn't succeed. Letting them go would be enough. There was no need to kill them. Since joining the rescue team, Tao Yering had learned one thing. Never give up on any survivor and try to save as many people as possible. Now, she couldn't take the survivors away from here during the mission. Sending these greedy people away seemed like the best solution. But unexpectedly, Meng Shirwang just killed them. They were supernatural beings used to killing zombies easily. But these were humans, their own kind. Tao Yering asked carefully, "Sister, they shouldn't be killed, right?" Meng Shirwang shrugged nonchalantly, as if she had just stepped on a few ants. She walked toward the RV. Tao Yering stood there, her throat feeling tight, her mood complicated. She stared at the fresh corpses on the ground, took a moment to react, then followed and climbed onto the roof via the ladder. She used to think Meng Shirwang was always cold and distant. That was the aloofness of a leader. Meng Shirwang could help them with missions, even asking if the boss was around when robbing a jewelry store. She thought Meng Shirwang was just cold on the outside, but warm inside. Actually, my sister is kind-hearted inside. Now, Tao Yering realizes her understanding was wrong. This isn't being aloof, it's being truly ruthless. Killing zombies is satisfying, and killing people is just as straightforward. Just as Tao Yering was settling on the roof, Meng Shirwang's voice came from the driver's cabin. If my RV were just an ordinary one, they might have already broken the glass and driven off.
What would happen to my cat then?
When they have bad intentions, it's a challenge. They are stronger than us, and they might take the RV. Neither of us would end up well. Now, we are stronger than them, so they have to accept a bad outcome. Moreover, these kinds of people, after going to the base, are also cowardly and aggressive, causing trouble for honest folks. Killing them would be like removing pests. Meng Shirwang started the vehicle and turned back. The snowcat meowed as it jumped onto Meng Shirwang's lap, enjoying her petting. Meng Shirwang didn't want to explain much. She isn't a good person. Since she was challenged, she was prepared to face the consequences. But they still had several days of team activities ahead, so it was better to explain. To prevent others from thinking she was a terrible villain. Tao Yering held her small stick, pondering Meng Shirwang's words. She found them somewhat reasonable. These people dare to attack the RV now, and after reaching the base, they would do the same to others. They failed to take her group's RV, but would these men succeed in stealing from others? If they steal food and medicine from others, those people might go hungry or even die from starvation or illness. Killing these people might actually be a good thing, reducing harm to others. There are other survivors here. Why don't others come to attack the RV? Only they do. Sis, what you said sounds kind of right, Tao Yering said. Meng Shirwang smiled but said nothing. She has principles and a bottom line, but her principles are a bit harsh and extreme. When they came, they cleared the roadblocks. When they leave, everything goes more smoothly. When the RV stopped beside the truck, the two rescue machines were already gone. The road ahead was mostly clear, except for some wandering zombies. Vehicles that were blocking the road had been pushed to the opposite lane. Tao Yering carried 2 packs of compressed biscuits and water, then jumped back into the driver's seat. Meng Shirwang reached out and pressed her hand against the truck wall, placing the supplies collected earlier into the cargo area. Before returning to her cheerful smile, Tao Yering said, "Sister, let's go find Leisha and Injoan." "Okay, you drive first." The RV was parked in place. Meng Shirwang checked the time. It was already 2 p.m. Meow meow meow. Since she got in the car, Ta Shui had snuggled into her arms, meowing loudly all the way. It kept complaining that she didn't give it food. Missing a meal was okay, but Ta Shui acting like it was being mistreated was not. Meng Shirwang gently pinched Ta Shui's mouth. All right, I get it. I'll go make you some food now." They had agreed she would be back soon, but it was taking so long. Did she forget about the cat? Not only did it not calm down, but it meowed even more fiercely. Feeling helpless, Meng Shirwang hugged the fierce-looking Ta Shui and went back inside the RV. First, she opened a can of soup to quiet Ta Shui. Seeing her happily munching, Meng Shirwang finally relaxed. She petted its tail and took a mango popsicle from the fridge, stuffing it into her mouth. Then she took some cat food, poured it into the bowl, and added milk. Ta Shui ate 2 bowls of food, feeling full, and finally forgave Meng Shirwang for not feeding it earlier. Meng Shirwang tapped her head affectionately. foodie cat. Ta Shui turned away, showing it didn't agree. She then took a tomato beef stew rice bowl from the fridge, along with a large glass of iced kumquat lemon tea. After eating, she pushed open the side door of the RV. She took out a vine seed and encouraged it to grow countless vine branches. She placed it on a metal cabinet beside the door, used it to hold her shoes. She opened the cabinet door, controlling a vine to roll up her raincoat and rubber shoes inside, then opened the side compartment of the chassis, placed the items inside, and closed it. Meng Sherwan turned her right hand metallic and used a finger to press the top of the metal cabinet, forcing a hole to form. After finishing, she directed the vines to attack the surrounding zombies. They could take out hundreds of heads in one go. Some vines dug out crystal cores. She controlled the vines to bring them back and placed the cores into the holes on top of the cabinet. Meng Sherwan was very satisfied, as she now had another way to get crystal cores. It slightly consumed her supernatural energy. She closed the car door, and after Ta Shui was full, it lay on the sofa to sleep. She returned to the driver's seat and drove to find Tao Yering and the others. The blade wheels on the front of the RV are used to cut down zombies and collect crystal cores. She drives while controlling vines to attack nearby zombies and gather crystal cores. She is very diligent in collecting crystal cores. Tao Yering stands inside the vehicle, using a vine to hang packaged water and food, delivering them to Leija's cabin. Leija opens the window and sticks his head out to take the items. As he turns his head, he sees the vines behind him, clawing and killing waves of zombies. He is immediately shocked. Wow, what is that? And Jiawen, who is eating chicken feet and drinking a sports drink, hears the noise and quickly sticks his head out of the cabin. Seeing the scene behind him, he drops his chicken feet onto a zombie's head below. The zombie roars angrily and tries to bite in Jiawen's head, but the surrounding spikes prevent it from climbing up. Oh my god, has that plant become a spirit? What's going on? Tao Yering remains silent. That's my sister's wood-type supernatural power. She is already shocked, and now these two are even more stunned. And Jiawen.
Let's.
As expected, after hearing Tao Yering's words, they both gasp in surprise. 4-element supernatural power. My sister has 4 elements. That's so powerful. How can she be so strong? Tao Yering purses her lips and finally speaks. No, my sister has 5 elements. She also has a ground-type supernatural power. The two are so shocked their jaws almost dislocate. Meng Sherwan arrives and sees the scene. She lowers the window and asks, "What are you doing? Didn't I bring you food? Why are you still just sitting here?" And Jiawen and Leija are at a loss for how to feel about Meng Sherwan. It's simply terrifying. So far, they haven't even heard of dual-element powers. And now, there's a 5-element power. If this news spreads to the base, the higher-ups will go crazy. Leija quickly closes his jaw that was about to fall and reaches out to take the food Tao Yering offers. "Sister, your wood-type power looks very impressive," Meng Sherwan urges them. "Hurry up and work. Tonight, you'll take turns clearing the roads. Later, Tao Yering and I will go to sweep a few pharmacies." A few people responded, "Okay, sister. There are not many jewelry stores, but there are many pharmacies." On this street, they have already seen 2 small pharmacies and 1 clinic. The cars are piled up on both sides of the street, making it impossible to drive to the pharmacy doors. The 2 of them can only force their way through. Meng Sherwan leads the way, killing groups of zombies with vines. Tao Yering covers the rear, killing any zombies that come too close. After entering the pharmacy, they organize and pack supplies into their space as before. Once they finish collecting from the 2 pharmacies and the clinic, it gets dark. When they return, a tow truck has been pushed further along the road. Tao Yering goes back to the truck's cab and chats with Leija and Jiawen about their shift tonight to clear roadblocks. Meng Sherwan puts the collected supplies into the truck's cargo area, then walks to the caravan, opens the metal cabinet, and takes out a shopping basket filled with crystal cores. She moves to the other side of the caravan, opens the gray water tank outlet, and rinses off the bloodstains. A careless zombie attacks her from behind. She doesn't even turn her head. Ice spikes form around her and instantly take out the zombie. After cleaning the blood from the basket, She rinses it again with water from the tank. Then she returns to the cab and empties the crystal core collection box. Next, she does her favorite task, counting the crystal cores. Meng Sherwan places the shopping basket on a small table, sits on the sofa, and carefully picks out each crystal core from the basket, counting them one by one. Taksha stares with big, round eyes, tilting her head to watch. When she shows interest, she reaches her paw into the basket to grab a crystal core, but Meng Sherwan slaps her hand away. Takshu. A stubborn spirit. It refuses to be stopped and insists on grabbing the cores. Its paws move very quickly into the basket and back out again. It glances at Meng Sherwan to check if she's paying attention, then quickly reaches in again, trying to snag a crystal core but almost tipping over the basket. Meng Sherwan sighs and pats her head, then drops a ruby ring on the ground for her to play with. Seeing the ring roll on the ground, Takshu immediately becomes interested. It leans its head on the table, wiggling its and twisting around, then dashes out to play with the ruby ring. Finally, Meng Sherwan can relax. Since going to the shopping mall until now, roughly from noon to evening, I have collected 85 crystal cores. This is a very good harvest. Earlier, the blade roller worked 24 hours on a busy zombie-filled highway, collecting about 100 crystal cores. Now, in just half a day, I have obtained 85. Most of these cores were gained by her controlling vines to hunt zombies. Meng Sherwan summoned the RV's view map. All 85 cores were used to expand the medicine cabinet. The medical equipment takes up a lot of space, so the area needs to be large enough to hold more items. After finishing this, she looked around the RV and suddenly had an idea. With so much space now, why is the inside still so crowded? The snack packs were in the sofa gap, a few boxes of drinks were at the back, along with 2 weapons and some bullets. The co-pilot seat was full of daily necessities and warm clothing. The second floor was even more packed with stuff. Meng Sherwan decided to reorganize the RV and its space. She tried to move the 2 cubic meters of space on the second floor to the fridge area. As she thought about it, 1 cubic meter of rice and 1 cubic meter of edible salt appeared in the fridge space. Her eyes lit up. Space can really be moved. She then moved the space of the medicine cabinet to the fridge area, increasing it to 3 cubic meters. Snacks from the sofa, drinks at the back, flour, noodles, cooking oil, and seasonings from the second floor, all were placed into this 3 cubic meter space. Now, the fridge space totaled 20 cubic meters. All food items, cooked dishes, desserts, vegetables, meats, seasonings, rice, salt, snacks, and more, were stored here. The 1 cubic meter of storage on the side of the chassis was moved to the second floor, along with 2 more cubic meters from the medicine cabinet. She placed the daily necessities and supplies from the co-pilot seat into this space. After reorganizing, the whole RV felt much brighter, and the second floor space was completely freed up. Meng Sherwan checked the status of each space. Currently, the medicine cabinet has 144 cubic meters, with 143 cubic meters empty. The fridge space is 20 cubic meters. The second floor has 3 cubic meters, used for kitchenware and daily items. The U-shaped sofa cabinet holds 8 cubic meters, all filled with seeds. The wardrobe has a capacity of 7 cubic meters and is filled with clothes and textiles. The diesel tank holds 47 cubic meters, and the gasoline tank also has 47 cubic meters. The clean water tank contains 42 cubic meters, and the purified water tank has 22 cubic meters. There is a 2 cubic meter fish pond and a 10 square meter farm. I didn't realize how much I had accomplished until I finished organizing. Meng Sherwan only then noticed she hadn't been idle for the past half-month. Unknowingly, she had expanded so much space and stored so many things. Looking at the time, she saw it was just after 7 p.m. Still early. The second floor terrace was finally cleared, and today she planned to make good use of it. Shui treading, holding a ruby ring, jumped onto the stairs. Seeing the empty second floor, she carefully explored around and rolled on the floor. Meng Sherwan thought for a moment and took out beef, lamb, and pork from the fridge, along with barbecue seasonings. She sliced the meat thicker and marinated it with the seasonings. Then she caught a fish and some shrimp and from the pond, cleaned them thoroughly. She also washed some lettuce leaves and prepared a fruit platter. Tonight they would have barbecue. Holding the remote control, she went upstairs and raised the car roof. The hot outside air instantly rushed in, swallowing the coolness inside the RV. Shui, treading, rolling on the second floor, was stunned and looked at Meng Shirwang in fear. Last time she went out, she was truly afraid of the heat. Meng Shirwang released her ice powers, enveloping the entire second floor in cold air, and the temperature dropped again. Shui, treading, took a deep breath and ran over to nuzzle her legs. After the roof was raised, the view around was very open. Meng Shirwang looked around and saw a milk tea shop nearby. The shop had wooden outdoor tables and chairs, looking quite stylish. She controlled a vine to stretch over and wrap around a table and 2 chairs. It fit perfectly on the second floor. She went downstairs and brought up the prepared ingredients, then took out an electric griddle from the space and plugged it in to preheat. Without a charcoal stove, the electric griddle was a good alternative for grilling. Meng Shirwang went downstairs, took out a few bottles of cold beer from the fridge, and sat on a chair upstairs. She used her metallic fingers to open a beer cap, took a big gulp, and slumped into the chair. Around her, there was a fence about a meter high, with a row of lights around the top of the vehicle. The warm glow of the lights cast a cozy warmth in this cold, dangerous night. Meng Shirwang sat upright on the electric griddle, pouring oil and using tongs to pick up marinated meat slices, placing them on the baking tray, which sizzled as they cooked. The delicious smell of meat quickly filled the air. She jumped over the snow to a nearby chair, eagerly watching, her eyes full of hunger. "Good kitty. Wait a moment." Meng Shirwang soothed it, then added a few shrimp to the tray. Warm-colored lights, a cool breeze, grilled meat, cold beer, fruit, and a little cat. This cozy scene, not to mention in the end-of-the-world setting. Even before the end of the world, it was the most comforting thing. The smell of grilled meat, combined with the fresh scent of blood and flesh, attracted zombies rushing toward the side. Some even jumped down from the upstairs windows, trying to bite Meng Shirwang's head, growling loudly. Meng Shirwang sat on the second floor eating, but she wasn't just eating. She controlled hundreds of vines to attack the approaching zombies. Each quick strike of the vines knocked hundreds of zombies to the ground. The agile vines moved in the night, harvesting the lives of many zombies. At the same time, they disturbed the zombies' brains, digging out the crystal cores and placing them into a metal box beside the side door. The blood around the RV didn't affect the peaceful scene on the second-floor terrace. Meng Shirwang peeled some shrimp for Tieshue, cooled them with ice powers, and fed them into Tieshue's small mouth. Tieshue crouched on a chair, eating delicately like a lady. Meng Shirwang picked up a piece of roasted lamb, dipped it in sauce, wrapped it in lettuce, and added some spicy kimchi and small seaweed strips. She took a bite, savoring the fresh, spicy, and numbing flavors that only she seemed to understand. Then she took a sip of bubbling small beer. This simple life was just too wonderful. Tao Yering also felt life was pretty good. She sat in the driver's cabin of the truck, turned on the air conditioning, avoiding the heat. Later, she would take over in Jiawen's shift to clear roadblocks. Now she was nibbling on a packaged chicken leg, drinking milk, with instant noodles, spicy strips, bread, and various snacks beside her. This mission was very dangerous, but it was the happiest time. Being able to sit mostly in the cool driver's cabin in the scorching heat of over 60 degrees, with endless snacks, was already a good life. This is the end of the world, after all. No heat, no hunger, plenty of food. What more could she want? Lijia and Jiawen were controlling the tow truck and eating snacks, thinking the same thing. Forget how dangerous the hospital is. At least the trip there was easy and relaxed. Compared to the last time they went to the water plant for a mission, this was a world apart. Thinking about what happened before, they cursed Meng Qingyue and Gu Jincheng loudly in their minds. It was those two troublemakers who caused them to take such a dangerous task. Suddenly, Lijia sniffed and sniffed again. He uncertainly asked in the group chat voice chat, "Do you guys smell something like grilled meat?" And Jiawen was munching sunflower seeds. "No, I don't smell anything." I only smell the chicken feed I was just eating. Tao Yarrow also sniffed. Actually, now that you mention it, I think I do smell grilled meat. But I don't see any survivors around. With the current situation, who has time to eat grilled meat? Halfway through speaking, she suddenly stopped, thinking of someone. Lijah and Jia were also stunned. After a moment, all three heads popped out from the driver's cabin, looking back. What they saw was a very shocking scene. In the night, the lively vines looked like black snakes moving and biting, killing zombies one after another. The scene, combined with the surging zombie horde and their growling sounds, was strange and terrifying. But right in the middle of this chaos, a warm light shone. Under the warm glow, a slender girl sat, wearing black sportswear, her ponytail high up, revealing a delicate side face. She lazily sat on an outdoor chair, drinking a beverage with water droplets on it. Next to her was a chubby cat, staring eagerly at the food on the table in front. The girl reached out helplessly and gave the cat a piece of meat. What a warm and beautiful scene. In the middle of the chaos, it looked a little strange and surreal, yet beautiful. Lijah swallowed hard, feeling a chill in his heart. I don't know why, but my sister always has this kind of creepy aura. Even in such a beautiful scene, it makes my heart feel cold. Tao Yarrow felt that her mouthful of chicken leg no longer tasted good. Her saliva was flowing wildly. Grilled meat. I only see grilled meat. It smells so good. I really want to be her cat. And Jia when sunflower seeds fell to the ground. I thought everything was fine just now. But now I realize it's all nonsense. I also want to eat grilled meat. Their moment of contentment was suddenly shattered, and now all they could think about was the smell of grilled meat. As fellow abilities users, why is there such a big difference between us? Compared to my sister's life, what kind of strange days are they living? Tao Yaring's hands and feet no longer obey her. She started the vehicle and drove the truck toward the camper. Lijah was stunned. Tao Yaring, where are you going? Tao Yaring ignored his shout. The front of the truck was level with the camper. She stuck her head out of the window. Big sister, share some food with me. Lijah. And Jiawen. Is this what the world of food lovers looks like? Meng Sherwan looked at the eager person, paused for a moment, then picked up a plate. She scooped the freshly grilled meat from the grill onto the plate and handed it to Tao Yaring. Tao Yaring was overjoyed. She quickly took it. Thank you, sister. You're such a good person. Woof. Shweta, with a hostile stare, looked at her. It had been waiting a long time for the grilled fish. As soon as it was ready, someone else took it away. How could it tolerate that? Tao Yaring looked at the fierce Shweta, holding a plate of meat, feeling a bit unsure. Meng Sherwan tapped Shweta's head. I'll grill it for you again later. Shweta sat on the chair, sulking. Tao Yaring held her plate, feeling a little embarrassed, as if she was fighting over food with a cat. This fish. Should I give it back to him? Meng Sherwan chuckled. Just take it. She then took out a few bottles of chilled beer and a big watermelon, handing them over. Tao Yaring's eyes widened with surprise. Thank you, sister. You're like my real sister. Meng Sherwan, annoyed by her chatter, said, Come on, hurry up. Don't delay me killing zombies. Tao Yaring drove the truck to follow the tow truck, sharing food with Lijah and Jiawen. When Lijah tasted the grilled meat, drank the cold beer, and ate the watermelon, he was deeply moved. Cold beer, grilled meat, and watermelon. I never thought I could still eat this now. Boo-hoo, if I survive this mission, I'll stick with my sister forever. And Jiawen took a bite of the grilled meat, mumbling vaguely, If you want to follow her, she is to let you. Tao Yaring ate while sighing. I always feel that sticking with my sister might lead to endless good days. I don't know where I got this idea, but I just think so. The three of them had complicated feelings about Meng Sherwan. She is fearless when it comes to killing, powerful to the point of being frightening. People sometimes see her as cold, but other times they think she is very kind. For example, now she is willing to share food with them. Since teaming up with her, they haven't faced many dangers. When a zombie horde appears, Meng Sherwan always steps forward. She can be very fierce when needed, but also very kind. Meng Sherwan quietly listens to the chat sounds from the group, catches a fish from the pond, prepares some side dishes, and goes back to the second floor. Alright, this time we won't eat fish. We'll have lobster instead, it's even tastier. She comforts the angry Snowstep, roasting meat and killing zombies easily and happily. Snowstep only forgives her after seeing the lobster. The little cat loves to get angry. But the little cat is easy to soothe. Meng Sherwan leisurely eats roasted meat, enjoys the night view, and kills zombies. Until after midnight, she starts to tidy up and get ready to sleep. Snowstep curls up on a nearby chair, burying its head in its belly, sleeping peacefully. Meng Sherwan gets up to wash the dishes, wakes it up, and it looks at her with big, round eyes, a little confused. Meng Sherwan smiles and says, "Go downstairs to sleep." Snowstep stands on the chair, stretches lazily, and then hops down to the lower floor. Meng Sherwan presses the remote, and the car roof slowly lowers. She carries the dishes downstairs, cleans them, and stores them in the space. After washing up, she changes into comfortable pajamas and cuddles Snowstep to sleep. Inside the RV, the lights dim. Vines with claws softly fall to the ground. Zombies gather around the RV, scratching and howling. Suddenly, they seem to lose their target. They stare with hollow eyes and rush toward the clearing machine still working ahead. That late at night, and Joan is still working, drinking coffee, watching the approaching zombies, humming a tune. The clearing machine is well reinforced, so the zombies can't break in. He sits safely in the driver's seat. Later in the night, Tao Yar drives a truck to catch up with the clearing vehicle. She jumps from the truck roof onto the clearing vehicle, flips into the cab, and takes over the shift from Joan. When Meng Sherwan wakes up, the sun outside is very strong. Looking at the time, it's just past 8 in the morning. After a night of effort, they have cleared a very long stretch of road ahead. The rescue vehicles and trucks are no longer visible. Only the terrifying, ugly zombies wander around aimlessly. Meng Sherwan is not in a hurry to chase after them. She decides to wash up and have breakfast first. She opens a can of meat for Tieshue and pours some cat food. She then takes some cold dishes and fried dough sticks from the fridge for a simple breakfast. She sits in front of the cabinet, looking out the window at the street outside. Under the hot sun, the air is so hot that it seems to twist. The zombies outside are dried out, their flesh shriveled, like mummies that have been air-dried for a month, wandering without purpose. A large pile of dried zombie bodies is on the ground, all killed by her last night. Just looking at this scene makes her feel hot inside. After eating, Tieshue stands on the shoe cabinet and looks at Meng Sherwan calling. Meng Sherwan refuses. "We need to leave now. We'll go to the farm tonight to pick some catnip for you." Tieshue lowers its head and lazily lies on the sofa, a bit unhappy but not insisting. Meng Sherwan pats its head and drives the vehicle to find Tao Yering and the others. She makes 2 turns before seeing their vehicle. They cleared 2 streets overnight. Their work efficiency is pretty good. 1 rescue vehicle and truck are stopped halfway. Another rescue vehicle is about 200 meters ahead, working diligently. Meng Sherwan's RV parks next to the truck, and she lowers the windows to ask, "What's wrong?" Leja sticks his head out of the cab. "Sister, we're out of gas. Most of these small cars nearby run on gasoline. Diesel is hard to find." Meng Sherwan asks, "Do you have a fuel pump?" Leja nods. "Yes, we have one on the truck." Meng Sherwan steps on the gas and stops next to the rescue machine. "Siphon for my tank." Leja is surprised. "Sister, if you take my fuel, what will happen to your RV?" Tao Yering's head appears from the truck cab, looking helpless. "Are you stupid? Sister has space powers. If she says to take it, then take it.
Don't worry about it."
Leja pats his head. "Forget it, I forgot. I'll do it now." He takes the fuel pump from the cab, releases his lightning powers, and over 10 zombies nearby smoke and sizzle. Meng Sherwan closes the doors and windows, telling Tieshue, "I'm going hunting outside. Stay at home and be good. Meow, go ahead." Tieshue lazily lies on the sofa, continuing to sleep. Meng Sherwan got out of the driver's seat. "Leja, do it yourself. Tao Yering and I will keep fighting our way through the jungle. Okay, sis. Tao Yering turned off the engine, got out of the car, and greeted Leisha. Later, you also add fuel to my truck. Got it. Leisha responded while dealing with zombies fiddling with the hand pump, with no time to look up. Meng Sherwan controlled the vines to fight the zombies, moving toward a nearby shop. Tao Yering followed closely behind. This street mainly sells furniture and building materials. There are hardly any pharmacies. She stopped in front of a tool shop, looking inside at the various tools. Chainsaws, electric saws, lawnmowers, cutters, and so on. These items might be useful, so she decided to collect them first. Tools like chainsaws and electric saws are very handy for fighting zombies. Tao Yering stayed at the door to block zombies, giving Meng Sherwan time to gather supplies. There are no jewelry or drugstores nearby, so the 2 girls and 2 boys moved to a farther street. The pattern was 2 girls fighting their way through the jungle, with 2 boys leading the way. This went on for about 3 days until they finally reached the central area. The central area is crowded with people, and the pressure is much higher once you get in. Zombies are like ants in an anthill, densely packed and almost piled up. Looking around, the street is full of moving zombie heads, one close to another, blocking the progress of the rescue vehicle. The iron spikes around the rescue vehicle's defenses are less effective, as zombies climb over other zombies to reach the top of the vehicle. Zombies almost drowned several cars. Fortunately, they had welded steel plates in front of the glass windows, or the zombies would have smashed the glass and attacked inside. But with the steel plates closed in front of the glass, they can't see the road ahead, making it impossible to work. All 4 vehicles are completely surrounded by the zombie horde, unable to move forward. Leisha asked for help in the group chat. Sis, what should we do next? We can't get in. Even though he had prepared mentally for the situation in the central area before coming, seeing the outside through the cracks still made his scalp tingle. Luckily, he was hiding in the driver's cabin. If he had been outside, he might have exhausted his powers and been killed by the zombies. Now he is wondering if they can really complete the mission at the central hospital. Can they really survive and go back alive? Tao Yering and Jiawen felt powerless about the current situation, waiting for Meng Sherwang to speak. Only the leader could solve their problem now. Meng Sherwang took the last bite of her ice cream cone, the tip of it making a crunchy sound as she put it in her mouth. She said, "Move aside and let me go first." She had been gathering supplies and crystal cores while clearing obstacles, but she hadn't helped with the zombies. Now, she had to act. They couldn't reach the central hospital without her. Okay, sister, we'll make space right away. Tao Yering responded and immediately moved to do so. They didn't know what method Meng Sherwang had to deal with the zombie nest or the jammed vehicles blocking the road, but they trusted her completely. If she said she had a way, then she definitely did. That was probably the special power of a leader. Tao Yering controlled vines to emerge from the driver's cabin, acting like windshield wipers to sweep away zombies climbing onto the car. She moved the vehicle to the side. And Joan used his earth power to shake the ground, causing the zombies on the rescue vehicle to fall off and clearing the view for driving. Leisha used his lightning power to strike a few zombies near the window with flashes of lightning. Everyone showed their unique skills. Finally, Meng Sherwang drove the RV from their cleared space to the front of the convoy. Ahead, cars were parked haphazardly, covered with zombies. Just looking at the scene made their skin crawl, not to mention clearing the road. And Joan asked, "Sister, how should we cooperate?" Meng Sherwang's voice was calm, with no sign of tension or urgency. "Just don't fall behind," she said. Tao Yering suddenly screamed, "Oh my God, sister, you have no idea how cool you look right now. I feel like I might fall in love with you. You're more charming than those powerful characters in novels." It was a joke, but anyone trapped among zombies would think it was amazing if someone stepped up and said they had a way out, especially if they didn't need help, just to stay close and not fall behind. Wouldn't that be super cool? Meng Sherwang. Leisha and Joan finally understood why girls love stories about powerful leaders. Being protected by a leader really did feel great. They all stared closely at what was ahead, eager to see how Meng Sherwan would escape. Then they saw a very shocking scene. Vines on the camper surged forward like a swarm of snakes. The vines climbed onto the vehicles blocking the road, and those vehicles disappeared one after another. The three almost thought they were seeing things. They rubbed their eyes and looked carefully. The vehicles really vanished on the spot. They knew Meng Sherwan had a space ability, but they always thought her space was not very large. Otherwise, the gold and medicines she collected wouldn't be stored in the truck. Now, seeing one vehicle after another disappear, they were sure her space was definitely not small. Zombies on the vehicle fell to the ground as the vehicles vanished, and they started shouting loudly. Given how many zombies there were, even without the vehicles blocking the road, it would still be very hard to move forward just because of the zombies. While they were thinking, a few vines swept past and pushed the zombies aside, allowing the camper to move forward during this gap. Meng Sherwan's voice sounded, "Follow me." The three finally snapped out of their shock and quickly started their vehicles, pressing their heads against the backs of the cars, tightly following the camper. The vehicles blocking the road disappeared, the vines cleared the zombie crowd, and the vehicles moved forward perfectly in sync. At the same time, Meng Sherwan controlled a vine to reach into the opposite lane next to them. She threw the vehicles she had collected into the space onto the neighboring road. This was a new skill she discovered in the past 2 days. Maybe because her supernatural power was infused into the vines, anything the vines touched could be stored or retrieved from her space. This made things much easier, allowing her to operate so smoothly now. "Boss is amazing," Leja said sincerely. Just now they were stuck, and Meng Sherwan easily solved the problem. "So powerful," and Joan said, eyes wide with amazement. If 5th-level supernatural beings are this strong, what would 10th-level ones be like? Tao Yaru, driving the truck at the back, didn't know what to say anymore. She truly admired Meng Sherwan's abilities, completely convinced. Only Meng Sherwan herself knew how strong she was, thanks to the combination of multiple supernatural powers. If she were only a single-type 5th-level supernatural being, whether it was space, metal, or wood powers, she probably wouldn't have been able to handle the current situation so easily. When it comes to this, she feels that her copying ability is truly incredible. She still feels upset about whether she awakened her copying ability in her past life. If she had awakened her copying ability before and didn't realize it, she wasted 3 years of suffering and ultimately died among the zombies. That would be so unfair. Meng Sherwan controls her powers as the convoy moves slowly and steadily forward. When they reach the city center, they're not far from the main hospital. Just as her energy is about to run out, she finally sees the large characters, Central Hospital, on the tall building. The sky outside has darkened, and Meng Sherwan tells the others, "Let's rest here tonight. We will head to the hospital tomorrow morning." They all feel a bit heavy-hearted, because rescuing survivors at the hospital is their biggest challenge. A few days before the zombie outbreak, there was a severe flu, and the hospital was crowded. The danger level is very high. Leja casually says in the group chat, "Let's make a promise. Whoever makes it back alive tomorrow, help take care of each other's families." I can't bear to see them suffer. The group chat remains silent for a long time, then Joan responds, "Okay." Tao Yaring tries to lighten the mood, saying, "What are you thinking?" "We all will come back alive.
We won't AD.
We must stay alive." But she herself isn't sure about that. The zombies on the road are so dense that they seem to pile up, and the hospital is probably even more dangerous. With a few low-level abilities, their chances of surviving after rushing in are very slim. What drives them to risk everything and fight is their sense of responsibility to their families. Ordinary people inside the base are living very hard lives. But as long as they are part of the rescue team for a day, their families can eat well, and their basic needs and safety are protected. If they survive and return, they can continue to care for their families. If they die, the base will value the families of the fallen heroes and make proper arrangements. They want their loved ones to live safely and well in this end of the world. This is why they risk their lives, knowing the danger and the slim chances, just to ensure their family's peace. Whether they live or die, it will bring stability to their loved ones. Meng Sherwan looks at the words, "Central Hospital," her eyes dark and unreadable. She knows she is not only facing zombies but possibly also people. The journey has been so peaceful so far, but she doesn't believe Meng Qingyue will miss the chance to get rid of her easily. Come on then, fight gods if you dare. Block gods if you dare. At worst, I still have a way to escape from the farm back to the RV for safety. She took out the crystal cores collected in her storage box, placing all of them together. There were more than half a shopping basket full, a good harvest. Meng Sherwan sat on the sofa, starting her favorite daily activity, counting crystal cores. She counted out 100 cores, then opened the shop to buy a special ability enhancement liquid. She initially wanted to buy an ability supplement, but thought the enhancement liquid was a better deal. The ability supplement costs 50 crystal cores and only refills used abilities. The enhancement liquid is different. After using up her ability, drinking it not only refills her ability but also boosts it further, making it more cost-effective. She checked how many crystal cores she had left, 736. Over the past 3 or 4 days, she collected a total of 836 cores, half of which she earned by fighting zombies. Meng Sherwan summoned the RV's view map, and with all 736 cores, she decided to upgrade the medicine cabinet space. Now, the cabinet has a capacity of 880 cubic meters. She had finally managed to get inside, so she must take everything that can be moved from the hospital. Otherwise, in 2 months when the tsunami floods everything, it will all be ruined. That night, Meng Sherwan took a spicy pepper-fried rice bowl out of the fridge. She poured a portion of cat food for Tieshua. After both she and the cat ate their fill, they relaxed inside the farm. Under the moonlight, the farm was lively, with various fruits and vegetables growing vigorously. A pond shimmered with sparkling water, fish jumping and creating ripples. In such a comfortable environment, everyone would naturally feel relaxed. However, Tieshua was crouched beside the cactus-surrounded catnip, staring at it with a distant look, which seemed a bit out of place. Meng Sherwan walked over, lying down by the pond with her hands behind her head, gazing at the half-moon above. Tieshua, don't just stare at the catnip when you come in. Go explore around. When you leave, I'll pick some for you. Tieshua looked at her absent-minded owner. The little cat sighed heavily, then walked into the vegetable garden. The catnip was in her owner's hands, so she had no choice but to go for it. Tieshua seemed to have seen some flying insects, running around and playing in the vegetable garden. Meng Sherwan breathes in the air scented with grass, her thoughts flying chaotically. She plans to gather more supplies, stock up on everything useful. Then, she will expand the farm, making it bigger and bigger. She can live on the farm, building a beautiful big house there. Plant flower fields, fruit trees, crops, raise fish and shrimp, and keep poultry. Every day, there will be plenty of meat, vegetables, and fruits. Such a relaxed life seems quite nice. She and Takshu can live peacefully here until the natural disaster ends. No one knows how many years the disaster will last, or if it will ever end. But it doesn't matter. She and Takshu staying on the farm won't be affected. The more she thinks about it, the more hopeful she feels about the future. She immediately sits up and gets ready. Why are you lying down? Finish collecting supplies early and come into rest. She pinches 2 sprigs of catnip. Takshu, you're going out. Taksha jumps onto Meng Sherwan's shoulder and returns to the camper. Holding the catnip in her mouth, Taksha jumps onto the sofa, lost in happiness. Meng Sherwan takes half a watermelon from the fridge, grabs a spoon, and sits on the sofa, eating the watermelon. She doesn't turn on the TV. Her mind controls the vines outside the camper, swiftly swinging through the zombie horde to hunt them. There are too many zombies here. So many that zombies are stepping on zombies, climbing onto the roof of the camper. The pink camper is completely overwhelmed by the zombie crowd. The group chat has gone silent. No one is speaking. Maybe they're asleep, or maybe they're just daydreaming. Thinking about the dangerous mission tomorrow, those 3 probably won't sleep well. Meng Sherwan sleeps soundly. She kills zombies until midnight, then washes up and falls asleep in bed. Outside, the zombies are howling, but inside the camper, it's so quiet you can hear a pin drop. Only her and the cat breathe lightly. She is awakened in the morning by the voices in the group chat. Leisure is shouting, "Sister, let's go." "I'm ready." Even if I die today, I will become a hero who sacrifices to save people. Meng Sherwan. She turns over for a little more sleep, but doesn't really fall back asleep, so she gets up. She casually washes her face, takes out a vegetable pancake, 2 marinated eggs, and a bottle of soy milk from the fridge. She stuffed half a salted egg into her mouth, opened the curtains, and saw a dark, zombie-like foot with a foul smell, stepping on another zombie's head as it leaned against the car roof. Meng Sherwan quickly pulled the curtain shut. System. How many crystal cores are inside the metal box outside? The car doors couldn't be opened and she couldn't reach the crystal cores herself, so she had to ask the system for help. The system's voice sounded a bit excited. 59. That tone made Meng Sherwan feel it was sneaky. She remembered how the system had tried to trick her with the crystal cores before. Did you cheat me? The system scoffed. I'm an honest system. Why would I cheat you out of those crystal cores? In this situation, Meng Sherwan didn't trust it but believed it anyway, so she stopped worrying about it. She carried a soy milk bottle into the driver's cabin, counted the crystal cores inside, 43. A total of 102. She used 102 by a potion to boost her abilities. This potion could be very useful in critical moments. The remaining 2 were used to expand the space in her skill cabinet. After breakfast, she changed into a neat black sports outfit, put on hiking shoes, and tied her hair into a ponytail. She put the 2 potions into her pocket, ready for today's fight. She took out 2 large basins, one filled with cat food, the other with water, and placed them in the hallway. Tianxue's round eyes were full of alertness. Is so much cat food? Is this the last meal? Meng Sherwan picked up her cat, kissed its head, and said, I might be gone hunting soon, maybe very soon, maybe for a long time. Stay at home and behave. If you're hungry, eat by yourself. Tianxue buried its head in Meng Sherwan's arms, purring and acting cute. The environment outside was tough, and hunting was dangerous. She just hoped her pet would come back safe and sound. Meng Sherwan rubbed its belly, then placed it on the cabinet. She went to the driver's seat, started the vehicle, and opened the group chat. Let's go. Got it, sis. Today, we give it our all. Let's go, let's go. We all need to come back alive. Last night, the 3 of them prepared mentally all night and made up their minds. Today, whether they live or die, they had to fight hard. Meng Sherwan drove the RV ahead, with the 3 of them closely following behind. She drove straight through the barrier and into the hospital parking lot. The situation here is exactly as they feared, very grim. The zombie heads in the parking lot are moving wildly, so many that it looks like a busy market. When they hear the noise, the zombies start rushing toward the vehicles. Several RVs are quickly overwhelmed by the zombie horde. They feel like bugs crawling all over them, impossible to shake off. If the 3 of them hadn't been closely following the lead vehicle, they would have been trapped and unable to escape. Leisha is shocked. It's over. If we get out of the car, we'll be swarmed by zombies, and using our powers will only get us bitten. There's no hope. With their low-level abilities, they're no match for the zombie crowd. Getting out of the car means certain death. Tao Yarrowing complains, we knew this trip was dangerous from the start. But now I realize we're just fools, here to get ourselves killed. And Jiawen speaks seriously. We said that, but now what do we do? Getting out means death, and they can't even fight their way through the zombies nearby. They really don't know what to do. Suddenly, the small speaker on the roof of the front RV crackles. Water element ability users, is there anyone waiting for rescue? If you can, please tell us which building you're in. Hearing this, the 3 of them immediately widen their eyes and open their mouths in shock. Tao Yarrowing is terrified. Sis, if you shout like that, more zombies will come and we won't be able to escape. She knows Meng Sherwan is very strong. But facing this situation, she feels even a 5-level ability user might struggle. Her sister is a 5-level, but she's not invincible. Tao Yarrowing looks out the front window and, as expected, more zombies are pouring out from the building exits, crowding toward them. She feels like her vines are acting like windshield wipers, trying to sweep away the hordes of zombies rushing at her, but it's harder than before. Meng Sherwan's voice is calm. Do you remember what I told you before? Her tone remains steady, without any emotion. This slightly reassures the panicked 3. Tao Yarong asks, "What did you say?" Meng Sherwang usually doesn't talk much, but she really can't recall what she said in this moment. Her voice carries a faint, gentle smile. The difference between humans and zombies is that humans have brains. The three of them? What? Tao Yarong looked out the front window. She saw a zombie with its mouth stretched back to its head, chin falling to its chest, and dull gray eyes staring at her. She wished she could swallow her zombie whole. The other zombies weren't much better, crowded together, each more terrifying than the last. Most importantly, there were so many that it looked like a dense ant nest. In this situation, what's the point of using your brain? Can thinking really drive away these zombies that could kill them? In the face of such danger, does thinking really help? Can clever thinking make them stronger so they can fight off many enemies at once? She still didn't understand what Meng Sherwan really meant by that sentence. The three of them believed that no matter how smart they were, without strength, they couldn't solve their current problem. Maybe Meng Sherwan had the strength to fight out, but the three low-level mutants might really die here. Right now, even a level 5 mutant would struggle to handle this, let alone take them away. Meanwhile, upstairs in the medical building, Xiao Zi was stunned when he heard the loudspeaker outside.
Who's that?
So reckless? The doctors and nurses hiding with him in the examination room looked out the window. They saw several cars completely surrounded by zombies below. The loudspeaker sound had come from there. Everyone's temples throbbed with fear, faces full of panic. Didn't they say the base sent help? Could it be those few cars downstairs? I thought a helicopter would come to rescue us. Given our situation, a helicopter would be best. No need to deal with the zombies on the ground. Why did only a few broken-down cars arrive? They're really capable if they manage to drive in.
What's so capable about that?
They're already overwhelmed by zombies. They probably can't even get to the building. How are they supposed to rescue us? And why are they shouting through a loudspeaker? Are they afraid there aren't enough zombies? This rescue team had no equipment, no skills. They probably weren't very smart. Xiao Zi, a water-type mutant, contacted the base, which promised to send a rescue team. They had been waiting for days. They imagined the rescue team arriving by helicopter, pulling them out through the window, then flying away. All safe, no need to fight zombies, and they could leave this terrible place. I never expected such a group to arrive. Everyone's heart sank, feeling their chances of survival had almost disappeared. There was no helicopter, only people stuck among zombies, loudly shouting through a loudspeaker like fools. Xiao Zi, who has a fairly handsome face, hesitated for a moment then decided, let's give them a hint. Whether they can be saved depends on the situation. If they can drive through the city center to the hospital, they probably have some skill. He found a small national flag in the corner and waved it outside the window. He waved for a while the loudspeaker below kept shouting, "Who is the water-type ability user? Where are you?" Xiao Zi thought about it. He was on the 10th floor, and the convoy was buried among the zombies. They probably couldn't look up to see the window. He could only activate his ability, forming a water ball, and poured it onto the loudspeaker that was still shouting. Inside the RV, Meng Sherwang, who was eating a popsicle and shouting through the speaker, saw water seep down from the pile of zombies in front. She used vines to clear the zombies blocking the front window, then leaned in to look through the glass and saw a small red flag waving. Meng Sherwang turned off the loudspeaker and shouted in the group chat, "Follow me closely." She started the vehicle, and hundreds of vines waved fiercely, clearing the zombies in front of the car, then drove to the hospital entrance. She shouted in the group chat, "Stop the car, let's work." Tao Yalong looked at the zombie horde outside, tears almost falling. "Sister, we can't get out." Even if they stopped downstairs, they couldn't handle so many zombies, and they had no ability to break into the building. God knows how many zombies were waiting inside. It's truly impossible to move forward. Meng Sherwang chuckled softly. "With me here, follow my lead." This time, Tao Yalong didn't scream. Leisha was the first to shout, "Sister, you're so cool. Do you know that? I've never seen anyone as awesome as you in my life." In desperate situations, hearing someone say, "I'm here," and feeling like they can turn the tide, is more valuable than even $1 million given freely before the apocalypse. The three of them, overwhelmed with hope, immediately became energized, waiting for Meng Shirwang to give the command. They were still very nervous inside. A level 5 ability user trying to break through, enter the hospital, and climb to the 10th floor is a huge challenge. Not to mention, they also brought along these 3 dead weight. Meng Shirwan released her lightning-based supernatural power. Countless bolts of lightning struck densely, causing all the zombies within 50 meters to smoke, turn black, and fall to the ground, unable to get up. She forcefully created a vacuum zone around the vehicles. Wow, wow, wow. Leisha was stunned. Lightning powers? Is my lightning ability this awesome? No, wait. It's my sister's lightning power. Compared to hers, the small flashes he managed to produce seemed insignificant. And Jiawen and Tao Yeruo were also amazed. Your sister has lightning powers too. She's a 6th element, level 5 supernaturalist. That's terrifying. She's a 6th element, level 5 supernaturalist. Just saying these 5 words was enough to send chills down their spines. How can one person have so many supernatural abilities? While the 3 of them were shocked, the surrounding zombies quickly flooded into the vacuum zone created by the lightning, once again surrounding the vehicles. Meng Shirwan calmly said, "What are you waiting for? Get on the roof." The 3 finally snapped out of their shock and hurriedly climbed from the driver's seat onto the roof. Once on the roof, they didn't have time to think about how to escape. Right now, they could only trust Meng Shirwan. Meng Shirwan patted Tieshua's head. "Wait for me at home." Tieshua crouched on the central armrest, watching Meng Shirwan open the car door, turn over onto the roof, and close the door. Tieshua felt a bit sad, staring outside the window with some worry. Her owner must come back safe and sound. The vacuum zone created again by Meng Shirwan's lightning powers was quickly flooded with more zombies. At a critical moment, Meng Shirwan used vines to climb up the exterior wall of a building, beginning to grow wildly upward. The vines sprouted roots, gripping the wall tightly, climbing aggressively. Before the zombies could come again, Meng Shirwan shouted, "Go up!" The 3 didn't dare delay. They quickly jumped onto the vines on the wall, using their hands and feet to climb upward. After quickly climbing 4 or 5 floors, they finally dared to look down. They saw the zombie horde flooding past the vehicles and climbing onto the vines on the wall, trying to pull the 3 down. However, the zombies' bodies were stiff. After climbing only a few meters, they fell off the vines. The fallen zombies hit the ground, and other zombies stepped on them to climb higher. If they fell again, they would be stepped on and stacked layer by layer, forming a small hill. If someone falls in, they would be eaten alive in minutes with no chance to turn into a zombie. Tao Yeren grimaced and said, "Sis, you're right. Unlike zombies, humans have brains. How did you come up with such a good idea?" She thought they would have to fight the zombies head-on and rush in. But unexpectedly, Meng Shirwang led them along a shortcut, avoiding direct confrontation, and they could go straight to the 10th floor. This was like cheating in a game. Leisha clicked his tongue. Not only is my sister smart, but she's also quick-witted. The most fortunate thing was that they brought Meng Shirwang along for this mission. Maybe they could find a small chance of survival in this hopeless situation. The 4 of them climbed up the vines to the 10th floor and jumped through the window. Some survivors saw them and looked at them with surprise and curiosity. Someone muttered, "Chiu-Zi was right. Those who can drive and are quite capable, but the problem is, how do a few cars buried in the zombie horde help us escape? I don't have the courage to climb down the vines on the wall. Their main concern now was how to stay alive and reach the base." The mutants were very powerful, but how to lead them away was the real challenge. Only Chiu-Zi looked at Meng Shirwang with bright eyes. "Are you a dual ability user?" Meng Shirwang's recent use of wood and lightning powers really impressed him. Judging by the strength of his abilities, his level was quite high. He was a water ability user and often checked information about mutants online. He knew how rare dual ability users were. Tao Yering and the others followed Meng Shirwang, feeling complicated and silent after hearing this. A dual ability user? That made him realize his sister was a 6 ability user, which scared him. Meng Shirwang extended her hand. "Hello." Chiu-Zi didn't expect this girl to be cold, but surprisingly warm. He quickly shook her hand politely. "Hello, I'm Zi. I'm a water ability user seeking help from the base. Meng Shuang looked at him. He was young, decent-looking, and wearing a badge that identified him as a chief doctor. If the apocalypse hadn't happened, he might have been quite successful. What a pity, she asked. Do you know how many survivors are in the hospital? Zi said in a deep voice. We have an internal group. We previously counted that there are about 3,000 survivors in the hospital buildings. There may be more who haven't been counted yet, the patients who are still alive. The central hospital is very large. Usually there are about 7,000 or 8,000 staff members working there. Before the end of the world, the flu was widespread, and the number of people seeking treatment or hospitalized could reach 20,000. Plus their family members who came with the patients, there are at least several thousand people coming and going in the hospital. The hospital has many wards, examination rooms, and other rooms, which makes it easier to hide and can increase the chances of survival. Having over 3,000 survivors is not a large number given the total. Meng Shuan turned around and looked at Tao Yereng and the others. Contact the base and tell them the situation here. Ask them to send a helicopter to pick up the survivors. A few survivors nearby, who had been nervous, immediately brightened up when they heard about the helicopter. They still needed a helicopter to rescue them. It was a sign of hope. Tao Yereng hesitated and said, Sister, before the mission, we asked around to get a helicopter, but we couldn't get one. Now if we ask again, they probably won't give us one. Meng Shuan looked speechless. What is the rescue team's task for you? Tao Yereng thought for a moment. Bring back the water-type ability user from the central hospital. Meng Shuan looked at her with a complicated expression. That's a big deal. Just send the message back that they can decide whether to send someone or not. Your only task is to bring that water ability user back. What do the other survivors have to do with it? Tao Yereng.
Let's see.
And Joan. Several other survivors nearby. Is that really the case? They were standing next to real people, and now they're told to just ignore the others? Tao Yereng hesitated. Sister, isn't that a bit wrong? Since they joined the rescue team, their daily slogan has been, never give up on any survivor, never give up on any human. Now, with over 3,000 survivors, they're told to just ignore the others? This approach challenges her conscience, to some extent. Meng Shuang patted her shoulder kindly and said seriously, only moral people get kidnapped. If you lack morals, no one can kidnap you. Our few cars can only take a few people out. We definitely need backup. When the message gets back, whether to save or not will be decided by the base. Why are you worrying about this? Your conscience and your determination. Can't you help send more than 3,000 people safely to the base one by one? Tao Yereng felt as if her energy channels had been opened, and she said, Wow. Sister, you make a lot of sense. I will go now to inform the base about the situation here. They had done everything they could, risked their lives to come to the scene and understand the situation. They couldn't save all the more than 3,000 survivors. Sending all the information back, whether Meng Qingyue and Gu Jincheng would continue to cause trouble, or if the base would send support, these were not things they could control. She walked aside to make a phone call. Lei Jie and Joan scratched their heads, feeling confused. They didn't understand why, but it seemed like what Meng Shuang said was right, yet something felt off. A few survivors felt even more anxious. Should they save them or not? Meng Shuang asked Zi, Are you familiar with a hospital? Zi replied, Somewhat familiar. Where are the pharmacy and important medical equipment? Tao Yereng and her team found the water-based supernatural ability source, and now they needed to focus on their own tasks. Gathering medical supplies. Zi thought for a moment and said, The first floor of this building is the pharmacy. Floors 2 to 4 are for doctor consultations. The 5th floor is for traditional Chinese medicine consultations and the Chinese medicine pharmacy. Floors 6 to 12 are all various monitoring rooms, laboratories, and so on. Some valuable medical devices are in the inpatient department, and the operating rooms are also there. Other floors have radiology equipment. Hearing Meng Shuang's question, Zi understood they were here to gather supplies. The base had fought hard to get in, so they wouldn't just come to save one person. He didn't think he was that important. Medical supplies were the priority. He told everything he knew in detail. Meng Shiwang said to Qiu Zi, "Come with us. We'll go to the 12th floor and work our way down." Qiu Zi's heart sank. Work our way down. This building has many patients for diagnosis and treatment, and there are many zombies outside the corridor. It will be very difficult to handle. Leisha walked up to him, resting an arm on his shoulder. "Bro, trust her. If she says it'll work, then it will. To save you, the three of us even recorded farewell messages last night. And look, we're still alive and kicking, and we found you today." Qiu Zi said anxiously, "But there are so many zombies, almost as many as in the parking lot. We can't fight them all, and we might not make it out alive." Leisha comforted him. "If we can't handle it, she can. Trust her. You'll see what it's like to be carried by someone truly strong." Qiu Zi gave him a look that clearly said, "Are you out of your mind?" He had just seen Meng Shiwai cleverly use her dual powers to climb up the outer wall. But clearing the floors meant facing the zombies head-on. No tricks, just danger. How could one word from that girl make the others follow her without hesitation, not even worrying about their safety? What kind of power did she have that made people willing to risk everything with her? Tao Yering came over after finishing a phone call, and Joan asked, "What did the base say?" Tao Yering sighed. "I called our captain and explained the situation. He said he needs to report it to higher-ups before making a decision." And Joan pressed his lips together. "The base always says they won't abandon any survivors. They'll send help." Their conflict with Meng Qingyue was personal. But when it came to rescuing survivors, the base had always been proactive. Just then, Tao Yering's phone chimed. She glanced at the message, closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and forced herself to stay calm. Otherwise, she felt she might actually explode with anger. Leisha noticed her expression. "What happened?" Tao Yering gritted her teeth. "The captain just sent word. They'll send a helicopter, but we have to gather all the survivors on the rooftop." There were thousands of survivors, spread across several hospital buildings, with zombies everywhere inside. And they expected just 3 low-level ability users to clear the hospital and everyone to the rooftop? Were they overestimating them? Or did they simply not care if they lived or died? Leisha almost cursed. "They're treating us like we're not even human. If it weren't for her, the 3 of us would have died on the way here. Now we finally found a water-type ability user, and we don't even know how to get back safely. And they're already giving us a new mission? Let's go clean up all the zombies inside the hospital, then gather all the survivors on the rooftop. Why make things so complicated? Just order us to jump into the zombie horde and die." And Jiawen usually doesn't talk much, but now he's furious and his heart is pounding. "If I manage to come back alive this time, I will leave the rescue team. Even if I have to scavenge for points to support my family, it's better than being pushed to die like this." After cursing and arguing, the 3 of them all looked at Meng Shiwan, a mix of despair and hope in their eyes. "Our leader. Our only hope for salvation." Meng Shiwan shrugged. "Why are you all staring at me? Since we have to clear the floors anyway, this is just part of the job." The 3 immediately rushed forward, grabbing Meng Shiwan's legs and crying loudly. "Tao Yaro, sister, from now on, you are my real sister. Leisha, if I can come back alive, my life belongs to you. Just say the word, and I'll go through fire and water for you. And Jiawen, I owe you more than one life. I will remember your kindness forever." Qiu Zi stood nearby, watching in shock. Now he understands why these 3 are so obedient. When fighting zombies, they don't hesitate, they just go. Other survivors also looked stunned and uncertain, asking, "So, does that mean we're saved?" Leisha, who had been crying loudly, stopped and snorted coldly. "Saved? You're very lucky. We're risking our lives so you can be saved." Their resentment was even greater than after 3 days of death. The survivors shrank back, too afraid to speak. They feared he might get angry and bite them. Meng Shiwan looked at their behavior with a sigh. "All right, let's go." They let go of her and climbed up from the ground. Meng Shiwan walked to the window and used vines to climb up to the 12th floor rooftop. She first pulled the vines and jumped out, then climbed upward. Qiu Zi knew it was dangerous to go out and hesitated. I think I won't go. They were going to fight zombies desperately, and he didn't want to die. Leja grabbed his arm, his face no longer smiling but very grim. We came to save you, so we're risking our lives. You're part of our mission, and you have to come with us. After saying that, he pulled Xiaozi and climbed out onto the vines outside the window. And Jiewen and Tao Yaorong pushed him toward the window. Xiaozi thought to himself, I can't escape this disaster. I might as well go along. He tightly held onto the vine, looked down, and saw the zombie pile that had gathered earlier wandering aimlessly below. The 10-story building was too tall. He suddenly felt dizzy and lightheaded, breaking out in cold sweat. Xiaozi looked up and kept climbing. When he reached the rooftop, his legs went weak, and he sat on the ground. Then he quickly jumped up again, rubbing his backside, as if he were a monkey jumping around in place. Tao Yaorong just came up and saw the scene. She asked curiously, "What's wrong with him?" And Jiewen jumped onto the rooftop. He sat on the ground and burned his, Tao Yaorong. The sun was blazing hot, and the air was so hot it seemed to twist like a fiery. Everyone was sweating heavily, and their clothes were soaked through. If they weren't superpowered and physically tough, they would have been overwhelmed by the heat from all this fuss outside. Only Meng Shirwan remained cool, her clothes and hair still fresh. Tao Yaorong envied her and quietly moved closer, thinking, having ice powers is really great. Just after calming down Qiu Zhi, who had burned his backside, she was surprised to hear this. She forgot about her own pain and exclaimed, "What? She has ice powers too? A third element superpower." Leja snorted coldly. "You'd be scared to death if I told you. My sister has 6 element powers." Qiu looked at him with a "Are you crazy?" expression, clearly not believing it. What a joke, 6 element powers. Is she even human? No one would believe it if he told them. In fact, Meng Shirwan, who already had 8 element powers, ignored their bickering and walked straight to the stairwell. The entrance to the rooftop was locked with iron bars, usually preventing anyone from going up. That's why there were no zombies on the rooftop. Inside the iron bars, a few zombies caught the smell of fresh blood and meat outside. They climbed the stairs, reaching through the bars with their pale, grayish hands, trying to grab Meng Shirwan. Tao Yaorong, standing beside her, activated her powers. Several vines stretched inside and strangled the zombies one by one. Small efforts can be effective if you have the eyes to see. Meng Shirwan's metallic arms swung down, smashing the lock on the iron bars. Qiu Zhi's eyes widened instantly, like copper bells. Metal element powers. Ice element powers and 4th element powers. Leja corrected him, "I told you already, it's 6 elements, not 4. He understood Qiu Zhi's feelings very well. They had all been shocked step by Meng Shirwan's abilities. Qiu Zhi exclaimed, "So there really is someone with 6 elemental powers in this world. That's incredible. But wait, even if it's amazing, shouldn't we first discuss how to work together? Are we just going to rush in like this?" As he watched Meng Shirwan walk into the stairwell, he started to panic a little. And Jiewen patted his shoulder. "With her leading the way, we don't need to be afraid. If even she can't hold on, then if we fall, it won't be in vain." Qiu Zhi. The group activated their powers and carefully followed behind Meng Shirwan, step by step down the stairs. From inside the building, they could already hear the stiff, chaotic footsteps of zombies, coming closer and closer. The sounds were messy, and there were clearly many of them. Just as they were about to rush in and fight, the stairwell door in front of them suddenly slammed shut with a loud bang. The snarling zombies that had been charging forward were trapped inside. Their claws scraped against the metal door, making a sharp, grating noise. The 4, who had been ready for battle. Tao Yaorong asked in confusion, "We're not fighting them?" Meng Shirwan turned back to look at the 4 stunned faces and let out a heavy sigh. "I told you using your brain is a good thing." "The 4? Meng Shirwan then asked in the tone of a teacher questioning clueless students, "After you joined the rescue team, what exactly did you learn?" Tao Yaorong quickly listed, "We learned how to use our powers, how to coordinate with each other, and how to make use of the environment during battle." As she spoke, she realized what Meng Shirwan was getting at. Looking around, she hesitated.
But
This is just a staircase. There's nothing here we can use to our advantage. Just then, she saw Meng Shirwan take a chainsaw out of her storage space and fix it onto the door at about 1.60 meters in height. Using her metal ability, she made the metal flow and wrap around the handle, securing it firmly in place. Under the other's watchful eyes, she placed another one at about 1 meter high. She started the chainsaws, then opened the door just wide enough for one person to pass through. At the same time, she manipulated the metal at the base of the door to lock it in place so it couldn't swing. A simple but deadly trap was now complete. This trap was something Meng Shirwan had made before at the supermarket. It was simple, easy to use, and very effective. Zombies are mindless. When they see people or hear noises, they just rush forward. Plus, the pushing force from the zombies behind helps the chainsaw, running at high speed, easily cut through the zombies, causing them to collapse to the ground. Until the zombies' flesh and blood splattered over, the four of them hurriedly stepped back to avoid the mess. Leisha watched the small automatic zombie trap and exclaimed, "My sister was right. Having a good brain is really useful," and Joan was silent. "When we came here, we only thought about fighting hard. Why didn't we think about taking shortcuts?" Chiu Zi's eyes widened in shock. Space abilities. Even rare space powers. This is truly a 6-element ability. As they had guessed, it was incredibly powerful. There really was someone with 6-element abilities. He rarely used social skills, but he said to the others, "You don't need to feel inferior. The trap is simple and effective, but you need a space ability to move the chainsaw around. Otherwise, no matter how simple it is, you wouldn't be able to make a chainsaw. You can understand that." The three of them looked at him. Suddenly, they realized this kid was surprisingly good at comforting people. Even the resentment caused by saving him seemed to fade a bit. Tao Yaru greeted everyone. Let's go. My sister will handle the traps. We also need to do our part, lead the way and clear out the zombies in the hallway. Close the door afterward, so my sister can rest easier." Once again, they had survived against the odds, no longer needing to fight zombies directly. Everyone was filled with strong emotions, rushing to lead the charge. Even Chiu Zi was no longer afraid, following behind and smashing zombies head-on. Tao Yaru and Lei Zhe led the front. And Joan's earth element ability and Chiu Zi's water element ability were limited in this environment, so they could only rely on brute force from behind. Meng Shirwan tore off the handrail nearby, fused it into 2 small-headed bone hammers, and handed them to the others. One hit shattered a zombie's head, making them very handy to use. The 4 of them easily cleared the zombies in the hallway, moving steadily downward. Meng Shirwan followed behind, installing chainsaw traps on each floor's hallway doors. They kept going until they reached the first floor, where the pressure increased. The first floor connected to the parking lot, with zombies pouring in non-stop, filling the stairwell as well. The 4 stood at the corner of the staircase, killing a batch of zombies only for more to come. They couldn't clear out the stairwell. They could only ask for help. "Sister, this depends on you." After setting up the small traps on the second floor, Meng Shirwan saw 4 people standing at the corner, facing a continuous wave of zombies. She crouched down, placing her palm on the ground, and her supernatural power surged out. The ground at the entrances on the first floor quickly moved, forming dirt walls that completely blocked the zombies from entering. Meng Shirwan stood up and said, "No traps on the first floor. Clear out the zombies and collect medicines from the pharmacy." "Got it, sis." Since last night, they had prepared to fight desperately. Now, they were finally ready to do so. Everyone's hands were clenched tightly, fighting more fiercely against the zombies. Meng Shirwan activated her lightning power. Each time lightning struck densely, a large group of zombies turned to charcoal and collapsed. After a few uses, the dense zombies in the hall on the first floor fell in large groups, and their numbers sharply decreased. Meng Shirwan used her power to kill hundreds of zombies each time. The entire hall was crowded, probably no more than 1,000 zombies. Meng Shirwan quickly took out most of them. The 4 people fighting desperately. They looked at the scattered zombies left in the hall and the blackened bodies on the ground, then at Meng Shirwan walking toward the pharmacy, their expressions complicated. With her sister here, there was no need for them to fight so desperately.
Chiu Zi muttered. I get it now.
This is what you call the thrill of being carried by a boss. It really is exciting. The four rushed into the first floor, fighting off the scattered zombies and checking each room for important supplies to carry away. Meng Shirwan entered the pharmacy. She took out a vine seed again. Under her supernatural power, the vine grew quickly and climbed onto the shelves. Wherever the vine touched, all the medicines were stored into her space. The front shelves held common medicines for sale, and behind them were two rooms. One was a storage room. The other was a cold storage room, holding various medicines, antidotes, vaccines, infusion bottles, and other refrigerated drugs. Meng Shirwan didn't miss any of them and stored all into her space. Sis, there's a room here that's a lab. It has equipment for blood and stool tests, fungal tests, and more. Do you want to take anything? Tao Yering's voice came from outside. After finishing in the pharmacy, Meng Shirwan went out and looked at the various instruments inside the lab. She didn't understand any of this. Anyway, just take everything away. Vines moved quickly and spread out. In the blink of an eye, all the instruments in the laboratory disappeared, leaving it empty. They wandered around on the first floor, but there were no other special medical devices and they didn't see any survivors. Leisha asked, Sister, should we go clean the second floor? His eyes were bright, no longer filled with despair or fear, only excitement. Just kidding, with Sister leading the way, they weren't afraid of anything. Meng Shirwan looked at the pile of zombies on the ground and said, Collect the crystal cores first, then go to the second floor. No matter what, Meng Shirwan always remembered to focus on collecting the crystal cores. The group all turned into melon farmers, bending over to smash each zombie's head. Tao Yering's vines could crush zombie heads and extract the crystal cores inside. And Jiawen and Chiu Zi had the bone flower hammers given by Meng Shirwan. Each strike was accurate. Only Leisha, with his lightning powers, couldn't dig out the crystal cores and had no suitable tools, so he had to do it by hand. He was unhappy. Sister, I also want a bone flower hammer. Meng Shirwan collecting crystal cores with vines. She tore off a window nearby, melted it into a bone flower hammer, and handed it to Leisha. Leisha looked satisfied. Thanks, sister. He held it in his hand, playing with it. The hammerhead was about the size of a fist, with a 1-meter-long handle. Holding it, he could use it as a hammer. Flipping it around, it could serve as a stick. It swung just right in weight, made of stainless steel condensed with his powers, so it was very hard and durable. It was a good, handy tool. Leisha loved it and swung the bone flower hammer at a zombie's head, denting it directly, quite brutal. Meng Shirwan pursed her lips, watching them work hard, smashing heads. She now had a strange feeling. Was she leading her teammates, or was she like a kindergarten teacher taking care of children? The way they asked her for tools was like asking for toys. As she thought this, she felt a burning gaze. She turned her head and saw Tao Yering staring at her eagerly. That look was as if other children had candies, but she was pitifully empty-handed. Meng Shirwan fell silent completely, then quietly tore off another window and handed it to her. Take it and play. Tao Yering immediately smiled like a flower, took it with both hands and said, Thank you, sister. Meng Shirwan. This group of people is really... Never mind, let's get to work. She controlled the vines to dig out the crystal core, moving quite quickly. About half an hour later, there wasn't a single complete melon left on the ground, just white brain matter splattered everywhere. Meng Shirwan went upstairs, saw the bloodstains and brain matter on her body, and used her water element ability to form a water ball, washing herself from head to toe. The hot weather, around 60 to 70 degrees, quickly evaporated the water from her body, leaving her feeling fresh and clean. We start cleaning from the 12th floor down. Meng Shirwan led the way, but after she finished speaking, she realized no one responded to her. There was not even a sound behind her. She wondered if these people had been eaten by zombies. Why was it so quiet all of a sudden? She turned her head and saw 4 people standing at the bottom of the stairs, holding bone hammers, looking up at her with frightened faces. Meng Sherwan was speechless, not sure what these kids were up to this time. What's wrong? Tao Yero's voice trembled as she said, Sister, you're a 7-element ability user, but how come you have an extra water element now? They had just accepted that Meng Sherwan was a 6-element ability user, and now she had an additional water element. Before meeting Meng Sherwan, they had never heard of dual-element ability users. Meng Sherwan was already a 7-element user. This was not human, it was more like a monster. Lei Jie and Enjoan looked at her with shock and amazement. Given Meng Sherwan's current situation, each new ability she showed was a big surprise for them. Qiu Zi was initially stunned that Meng Sherwan also had water abilities. But after hearing Tao Yero say she was a 7-element ability user, he started counting in his mind which 7 elements they could be. Vine and wood element, lightning and thunder element, cool and ice element, oil saw and space element, bone hammer and metal element, door-blocking earth element, and now the water element. It really was a 7-element ability user. In the short time he had seen Meng Sherwan, she had already demonstrated all 7 elements. Could there be more than 7? Could there be others? He also looked at Meng Sherwan eagerly. For ordinary people, awakening even 1 element is extremely difficult, yet she had 7. Meng Sherwan turned and continued upstairs, her voice soft. Not just 7. The 4 of them felt their heads buzzing at her words. Sure enough, they knew nothing about the strength of the leader. Tao Yerang was the first to react and caught up with Meng Sherwan. Sister, how many special abilities do you have? Meng Sherwan smiled but said nothing. Tao Yerang understood immediately. Mysterious. The leader wants to stay mysterious. When it's time for us to see, we will, she added. Sister, if this world only has one main character, it must be you. Meng Sherwan had asked the system before if she was like in a novel, where she would enter a book, gain superpowers, get a system, and have the main character treatment. The system told her she was overthinking. This is reality. In reality, there are no main characters. In her past life, she struggled for 3 years and was eventually swallowed by zombies. She was just an ordinary person. Now, reborn, she was lucky to get back her RV and live a better life. Even with great strength, she had no grand ambitions. She just wanted to live peacefully with Taiakshu. The corridor was filled with a foul, rotten smell. Zombies, half-eaten, were piled up on the stairs. Some were still alive, broken in half, writhing among the remains. The scene was disgusting and terrifying. Meng Sherwan didn't want to step on zombie bodies. She grabbed the handrail of the stairs and climbed over a gap to the next floor. The others looked up. Meng Sherwan easily jumped several times, already on several floors, nearing the 12th. The 4 of them looked up again, silent. Leija also wanted to imitate Meng Sherwan and coolly jump up. But he obediently jumped down and walked carefully over the zombies on the stairs. It was okay to step on zombies. Their clothes were already dirty. If he couldn't do it, he would just give up. Falling and dying would be such a waste. When they reached the 12th floor, the chainsaw on the door disappeared, and the iron door swung open. Meng Sherwan came out from inside.
Done.
Next floor. The 4 of them. They were stunned, unsure what to say. In short, following the leader and lying back to win was the best choice. The zombies in the corridor had been cut down by the chainsaw. Meng Sherwan led the way, clearing some zombies along the way. All that was left for the others were a few isolated zombies inside the rooms. A few people can handle it easily. They moved through different rooms, looking for supplies and survivors. Qiu Zi shouts in the corridor, if there are any survivors, come out now and go to the top floor to wait for the helicopter rescue. The zombies outside have all been cleared, so it's safe. Hurry up and come out, go to the top floor for rescue. If you miss this chance, you'll really be stuck here waiting to die. As his voice echoes in the corridor, 2 doors that are tightly shut slowly open and a few heads peek out. Seeing the dead zombies on the floor, they scream in fear and quickly shut the door again. Qiu Zi calls to them. The zombies are dead now. It's safe outside. Come to the top floor. The 2 doors then open again slowly. 4 or 5 people come out, their faces pale, their steps unsteady, and their bodies weak. They have been hungry for more than 2 weeks, surviving only on glucose. Being alive now is a miracle for them. Dr. Chiu, is there really a helicopter coming to rescue us? One man in a blue work uniform asks, probably a staff member here. Chiu Zi nods. The base said a helicopter will come. Go to the rooftop and wait. The group looks at the long line of zombie bodies in the corridor, their faces turning pale with fear. They dare not move at the doorway. A girl in a nurse's uniform, tears in her eyes, pleads, Dr. Chiu, can you help us get upstairs? These zombies are so scary. Chiu Zi comforts them. We've cleared the zombies upstairs. They're all dead. Be careful not to get any cuts or wounds that could come into contact with zombie blood. Just don't swallow anything and you'll be fine. The little nurse sniffles and looks pitiful, but I'm still scared. Please help us get upstairs. There are only 2 floors, and we're too afraid to go. Chiu Zi hesitates a bit. Meng Sherwang packs up the medical tools and medicines in the examination room and happens to see the scene. She calmly says, let's go to the next floor. Tao Yereng and the others check a few nearby rooms, making sure there are no zombies or supplies left, then follow Meng Sherwang out. Chiu Zi looks at the survivors and asks Meng Sherwang, Sister, they're scared. Should I take them upstairs and then meet up with you later? After all, they are colleagues who have worked together before. In such a situation, feeling scared is normal. He is a water-based ability user. He helped clear the zombies above and easily carried them up. Meng Sherwan glanced at the pale-faced group and said coldly, if you're too scared to go, then stay here and die. It's the end of the world. What's the point of being so delicate? The zombies are all cleared out, so there's no need to be afraid anymore. There will be many challenges ahead in the end times. If you're so timid, it's better to die early and be free. Chiu Zi. This little mouth of hers is as poisonous as if it's been poisoned. He apologized to the others. We still need to go save other survivors. You can go on your own. Just be careful. It's not too dangerous. Suddenly, the little nurse tilted her head. Dr. Chiu, I have a terrible headache. She then collapsed toward Chiu Zi. Chiu Zi instinctively reached out to catch her, but Leisha was quick. He grabbed Chiu Zi's arm and pulled him far away. The little nurse let out a loud smack and fell into a pile of zombies, her head exploding. She screamed loudly, her voice so loud it seemed like it could shatter the ceiling light. Leisha still held Chiu Zi's arm, looking shaken.
That was so scary.
I almost got you a girlfriend, Chiu Zi. And Joan saw that the little nurse was quite clever. Her head held high, and her face was free of zombie blood, so she wasn't at risk of infection. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. Leisha, you really lack virtue. Tao Yereng sighed, such a lively little nurse. But after being pulled by Leisha, her chances with Chiu Zi are gone. Chiu Zi. He's handsome and young, already a chief physician at the Central Hospital. Before the end of the world, he was already liked by the young doctors and nurses in the hospital. After awakening his abilities in the end times, even more girls liked him. The little nurse wanted to take this chance to chat with Chiu Zi, but suddenly Leisha appeared and ruined her plan. The little nurse was angry. She got up from the ground and glared at Leisha with resentment. Leisha rubbed his nose. Come on, come on. If we delay any longer, the sister downstairs will finish her work. As they approached the next floor, they saw some survivors coming out and heading toward the rooftop. In life and death moments, people's potential is limitless. They cleared each floor one by one. The 4 of them were responsible for encouraging survivors to go upstairs and find supplies in each room. Meng Sherwan was in charge of collecting items, working well with others. Across from the hospital ward, on the 3rd floor, a small window has several pairs of eyes watching this side closely. One person is holding a telescope, looking more serious with each glance. There's still some wrong information. That girl named Meng Sherwan isn't just a fire-type ability user. I also saw she has wood, lightning, and space abilities. She's a multi-ability user. She's incredible. The person next to him is very shocked. How does she have so many abilities? Is she even human? No wonder she killed Shinpeng. Can we really manage to kill her this time? The more they watch, the more they see how strong Meng Shiwan is. They feel more nervous. The Kill the Monster organization is putting all their effort into this mission to finally kill Meng Shiwan. They're paying special attention. But what they see is Meng Shiwan moving easily among a group of zombies, almost finishing off a whole building full of them. Her strength is so terrifying that it's hard to describe. On the windowsill in front of them, there's a phone. The phone shows a call in progress. Yao Feng's angry voice comes from the phone. Don't boost each other's confidence and ruin your own plans. Let me remind you of our plan. She must die today. Plan 1. A few of you disguise yourselves as survivors and attack her when she comes to rescue. She's coming from the outpatient building. Even if she's a level 5 ability user, her energy is almost gone after fighting through the zombies, so she should be easier to handle. If the surprise attack fails, immediately jump out the window and retreat. A wood-type ability user will catch you. Next, Plan 2. Snipers will target Meng Shiwan for a kill. If that fails, Plan 3. 3 other ability users nearby will try to intercept and kill her. If Plan 3 also fails, all of you must quickly retreat and activate Plan 4. Detonate the bombs buried earlier, destroying the entire building. With this plan, even gods would be peeled like an onion. I don't believe she can survive. Having many abilities doesn't matter. Once her energy runs out, no matter how many abilities she has, they're useless. Hearing Yao Feng's detailed plan, the nervous subordinates feel a bit calmer. Level 5 ability users are very strong, but once their energy is gone, they're no different from ordinary people. Easy to kill. They stay calm and haven't acted yet, just waiting for Meng Shiwan's energy to be exhausted. As long as she has no energy, she will be at their mercy. On the other side, Meng Shiwan and a few others finished cleaning the second floor. The entire outpatient building was now clean. All the medical supplies and medicines had been gathered neatly. The survivors were all told to go to the rooftop, waiting for the helicopter to come and rescue them. Tao Yering asked, "Sister, where do we go next?" Meng Shiwan looked at the building across the way. To the inpatient department, there were also pharmacies and various medical equipment for surgeries there. Qiu Zi frowned. The inpatient department was almost full before the end of the world, with patients, family members, and staff. The zombies inside are even more crowded than here. Our abilities might not be enough to handle it. They all had basic abilities, and after fighting through one building, their powers were almost gone. Going to clear the inpatient department now might be too much for them. Meng Shiwan held 2 bottles of ability-enhancing liquid and was not afraid. She took out a chainsaw from her space, giving one to each person. You don't need to use your abilities. Just follow me and clean up after me. I'll handle everything else. Hearing this, everyone grabbed their chainsaws eagerly, like they had a boost of energy. Leisha hung a bone hammer at his waist and said playfully, "Whenever sister says something like that, she looks so cool. It really gives me a strong sense of security." Tao Yering rubbed her hands excitedly. With sister here, I feel at ease. Let's go and attack the inpatient department. They didn't go down to the first floor because there were too many zombies outside. Instead, they returned to the 12th floor. The dozens of survivors in the outpatient building gathered in the stairwell, waiting for the helicopter. They looked exhausted, as if they had just been pulled out of water. They still crowded in the hallway, afraid of missing the rescue. A few clever and brave ones knew to hide in the corridor on the 12th floor to enjoy the cool air from the air conditioning. Qiu Zi looked at their pale, weak faces, seeming ready to faint from heat. He felt helpless. Can't you go to the corridor on the 12th floor to cool off? The helicopter is so loud, it will definitely hear it when it arrives. The survivors looked back at them, considering whether it was possible. They weren't fools. They also wanted to hide somewhere cool. But they were afraid of missing the rescue. If they got left behind here, no one would come to save them next time. They would be left to die. A young nurse muttered, "What if the helicopter thinks no one is here and leaves?" Qiu Zi said seriously, "Then just come out every 2 minutes to check." That's better than staying here in the heat. Under his suggestion, everyone stood up and headed down the corridor toward the 12th floor. When the young nurse passed by Qiu Zi, she snorted coldly, clearly still upset about him not catching her earlier, which caused her to fall into the zombie crowd. Tao Yering pursed her lips, holding back a laugh. After all the survivors left, she punched Leisure on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Look at the trouble you've caused. You've completely broken Qiu Zi's romantic hopes." Leisure chuckled. "Qiu Zi probably doesn't mind, right?" Qiu Zi smiled and said, "Actually, I have a girlfriend." Tao Yering, very curious, asked, "Really? That young nurse was trying to flirt with you?" Leisure couldn't smile anymore. "I thought you were single and worried you'd get involved with someone, but it turns out you already have a girlfriend?" "Well, you look good, your work is good, so it's not surprising. Where is your girlfriend?" And Joan also looked at Qiu Zi, waiting for his answer. Meng Sherwan walked ahead, listening to their chat, and took out a special ability-enhancing potion to drink. They were all gossiping and didn't notice her actions. Meng Sherwan stood on the rooftop edge. Vines suddenly grew rapidly, extending to the hospital's rooftop, forming a vine bridge in midair. She stepped onto it first. The others followed behind her. Qiu Zi stepped onto the bridge, slowly crouched down, and crawled forward carefully. He still answered the previous question. "We'll see each other soon. We work at the same hospital, but it's not public, so it's a secret relationship." Leisure looked at him, noticing his fear of heights. "Does your girlfriend know you're such a scaredy cat?" Qiu Zi. He stubbornly replied, "I'm just a normal person. There are zombies below, and falling means death. It's normal to be afraid of heights, okay?" And Joan walked ahead of him. "With my sister here, I won't let you fall." But that didn't stop Qiu Zi from being scared. He forced himself to crawl bit by bit across the bridge. Meng Sherwan and Tao Yering stood on the hospital rooftop, watching him crawl over, unsure of what to say. After clearing the hospital area, Meng Sherwan didn't set any more small traps, but chose to face the danger directly. She opened the iron gate in the stairwell and reached the 12th floor. Inside, zombies dressed in hospital gowns and work uniforms were head-to-head. When they appeared, they all turned their pale faces toward them and crowded forward to approach. Nearby zombies opened their big mouths and reached out with claws, eager to tear the group into pieces and swallow them. Meng Sherwan used her lightning powers to kill a large group of zombies directly. Water gathered around, then dispersed into dense ice spikes that shot out, killing many more zombies. In just one encounter, 1/3 of the zombies in the corridor were dead. Meng Sherwan stepped into the corridor. Vines like snakes slithered into the hospital room, killing the zombies inside. She also collected useful items into her space. Where she passed, zombies fell in large groups. None could stand against her. At the end of the corridor, a few people held chainsaws and watched Meng Sherwan's slim figure as she kept killing zombies. They looked confused. Tao Yaruang felt her head go numb. "Do you guys have the same feeling? I think she's gotten even stronger than before." And Joan agreed deeply. "Yes, I also think she's more fierce now than when we were in the outpatient building."
Lei swallowed nervously.
"The chainsaws are unnecessary. Wherever she goes, there are no zombies left for us to kill." Qiu Zi sighed. "It feels like we're just useless. We're just her baggage." The other three nodded in agreement. But it's not like they had no use at all. They still searched for survivors, checked for missing valuable equipment, and looked through the nurse station for medicines. Meng Sherwan continued her fierce killing spree all the way to the 5th floor. This was the surgical floor, with more medical equipment than the ward floors. The number of zombies had greatly decreased. After clearing the zombies, Leisha opened a door to an operating room. Inside, 3 survivors were so scared they hid in the corner. When they saw a living person at the door, they finally relaxed. A girl in a blue work uniform was the first to calm down. She stood up from the corner, smiling gently. "Are you rescue team?" Leisha's eyes widened, and he nodded blankly. The girl was very beautiful, with big eyes, double eyelids, a slightly round face, delicate features, and a sweet smile. She looked very charming. She was a real heartbreaker for straight men. Leisha was already smitten. Seeing her dazed expression and blushing face, he looked even more embarrassed. "Thank you," she said quickly, walking toward him with a smile. Reja unconsciously straightened his posture, trying to look like a hero saving people from danger, hoping to leave a good impression on the beautiful woman. He looked at the woman getting closer and said seriously, "You're welcome. It's what we should do." But the woman ignored him completely, bypassed him, and threw herself into the arms of another man behind him. With a gentle, cheerful voice, she suddenly showed concern. "Are you okay? Are you hurt? Why is there so much blood on you?" Chiu-zi was carrying a chainsaw in one hand and holding the woman in his arms with the other, gently patting her back and softly comforting her. "I'm fine. It's just zombie blood. I'm a special ability user now, so I'm pretty strong." The woman's soft voice wavered with tears. "You scared me to death. I heard you joined the rescue team and was coming to find me. I was so worried about how you'd get here with so many zombies outside." Chiu-zi dropped the chainsaw and hugged her, speaking softly. "Don't worry, I'm here. I'll always be with you." Just moments ago, Leja was joking and laughing, but now he was no longer smiling. Seeing this scene, some people even clenched their teeth in frustration. "You're really lucky to have such a beautiful girlfriend. Congratulations," he said bitterly. Tao Yering, also fed with a mouthful of dog food, couldn't bear to watch and turned to look at Leja. "Stop grinding your teeth. If you keep biting, they'll break." Leja angrily turned away and told the survivors inside, "Go to the rooftop and wait. A helicopter will pick you up to the base. The zombies outside have been cleared. Just be careful not to get infected. There's no other danger." The other two survivors nodded and came out of the operating room. One of the women asked Chiu-zi, holding the person in his arms, "Su, are you coming with us?" Su hugged Chiu-zi tightly, not showing any disgust for his zombie blood, and said, "No, you go ahead." Chiu-zi softly said, "I still need to go kill zombies. You wait for me on the rooftop." Su was stubborn and pouted. "No, I don't want to be separated from you." Chiu-zi felt reluctant too, so he could only look at Meng Shirwang with a pitiful expression. Meng Shirwang, also fed with dog food, remained silent. "Take her with you," he said. They already had 4 burdens to carry, so one more didn't matter. Su spoke sweetly and said to Meng Shirwan, "Thank you, sister. Yi says you're really amazing and also pretty." Everyone shivered a little at her words. Leja teased sarcastically, Tao Yering looked away quickly. "Keep working." She turned her head and saw and Jewen staring blankly at the two of them. "What are you looking at?" And Jewen sighed. "Thinking of my wife." Tao Yering slapped her own mouth. "Why do I talk so much?" They each went back to their work.
Yusi handit suswais malamer.
"Use this. When you see zombies hit their heads, stay behind me and don't run around." Su nodded obediently. "Okay." Chiu-zi whispered, "Don't be fooled by her cold face. She's actually warm inside. She says she doesn't care about the survivors, but she saved everyone in these 2 buildings. She cleared out all the zombies." Su's eyes sparkled. "That girl is so cool." They were all older than Meng Shirwan and kept calling her sister, but Meng Shirwan was so strong that they respected her as a powerful person. Tao Yering went to look for supplies in different rooms, secretly watching the 2 of them get cozy. She didn't watch where she was going and bumped into a wall. She covered her head and grimaced. What's going on? Just eating dog food is enough, and now she's unlucky too. When they reached the 4th floor, Su watched Meng Shirwan easily take down zombies on 1 floor. Her big, round eyes almost popped out. Wow, so impressive. Her back and movements are just like those super strong heroine characters in manga I've seen before. Tao Yering smiled. Of course. No boy or girl can resist our sister's charm. When they reached the 3rd floor, Meng Shirwan still fought quickly and precisely. Tao Yering sighed. Are level 5 abilities this durable? They had already cleared 2 buildings, and she hadn't seen Meng Shirwan show any signs of tiring. Just then, the door to the operating room nearby suddenly opened. A middle-aged man in a short-sleeved shirt and shorts peeked out from the door. Tao Yering looked over and was a bit surprised. The man looked quite slim but had strong muscles on his arms and legs. Currently, people are into fitness, but she didn't care. She just told the others, the zombies upstairs have been cleared. You can wait on the rooftop for rescue, and a helicopter will pick you up soon. A man walked back and forth in the corridor, scanning the area. Finally, he stopped at the other end, where Meng Sherwan was collecting supplies and crystal cores after clearing the zombies. The man pointed at Meng Sherwan and said arrogantly, "I'm scared. I think she's stronger. I want her to take me upstairs." Tao Yering looked at this man with a frown. On their way here, they had met some scared and timid survivors. After persuading them, they all bravely went upstairs in groups. But this was the first time someone boldly demanded to be taken up and specifically asked for Meng Sherwan to him. Tao Yering immediately lost her good mood and sneered, "Go if you want, stay if you don't. If you don't go, you'll die here. Who does he think he is? Just being rescued is good enough." He even wanted her to him, acting like a big shot. After saying this, Tao Yering turned and walked away, not bothering to pay him any attention. Over the days she spent with Meng Sherwan, she was somewhat influenced by her personality. If this had happened before, when survivors asked her to take them upstairs, she might have actually done it. But now, as Meng Sherwan would say, the world has ended, and people are so pretentious. If they die, they deserve it. At this moment, several men came out of the operating room and approached the door. They exchanged glances, and the man from before continued, "There are the most expensive surgical instruments inside this operating room. If you don't take us to the rooftop, we will destroy them." This really made everyone angry. Leja carried a hammer and stepped forward, ready to fight. "Come on, let me see. If you break it, I swear I'll beat you so badly you won't recognize your own mother." The men turned and went back into the operating room. Leja followed and saw them holding tools like iron stools, raising them high as if about to smash them. Standing at the door of the operating room, Leja pointed his hammer at them and said, "If you dare to smash, I will kill you." The man holding the stool snorted, "Let that strong woman come here and take us to the rooftop. If she doesn't agree, we'll smash it. Who do you think you are?" Leja felt a sharp pain in his chest from anger. They risked their lives to rescue these people, and if they weren't grateful, that was one thing. But to be so unreasonable was another. He gathered lightning in his palm, ready to strike these fools. But remembering what he learned in the rescue team, he knew that supernatural powers could never be used on ordinary people. He didn't actually hurt them, only warn them verbally, "Put the things down." The man shouted, "If you don't let that woman take us to the rooftop, we won't stop." He then made a move to throw something down. Meng Sherwan appeared at the door of the operating room and coldly said, "If even one wire of this machine is damaged, I will make sure you all die here." The men holding tools saw Meng Sherwan approaching and nervously put down what they were holding. One of them, looking unsure, said, "It's not broken. If you don't believe me, check for yourself." Meng Sherwan gave them a cold glance and entered the operating room. The once arrogant and loud-mouthed men instantly became obedient in front of Meng Sherwan. Leja proudly tilted his head and followed behind. Such fools still need a sister to handle them. Just as he felt proud to have Meng Sherwan protecting him, he saw the man at the front of the group pull out a gun from the machine and aim it at Meng Sherwan. In that moment, Leja's mind seemed to explode with thunder, and he saw the bullet fire. At that moment, Leja's only thought was, "Sister can't die." Before he could react, his body instinctively took a big step forward, blocking in front of Meng Sherwan. At this critical moment, Meng Sherwan used her speed ability and dodged the bullet. But then she saw Leja standing in front of her. Meng Sherwan pushed her speed ability to the limit, trying to pull Leja back. However, the bullet was too fast, and there was no time. The speeding bullet hit Leja in the chest. Meng Sherwan's usually calm eyes suddenly turned blood red, anger flooding her heart. She caught Leja, who was shot, preventing him from falling onto the ground covered in zombie blood, then looked up at the culprits. They had already opened the window, ready to jump out and escape. How could Meng Sherwan let them leave alive? Several ice spikes shot out, directly hitting their heads. The people who had jumped out of the window fell heavily into the zombie horde below. Leja felt a sharp pain in his chest, trembling with pain. He weakly leaned on Meng Sherwan's shoulder, and surprisingly, this slender figure felt very strong and safe. Meng Sherwan's voice, full of restrained anger, said, Are you stupid? Why did you block the bullets for me? It was a lie that her heart didn't move. In two worlds, she had never dared to imagine that someone would risk their life for her. This is the end of the world, and someone actually blocked a bullet for her. They had only known each other for a short time. Her heart, which she thought was already very tough, felt sour and uncomfortable. Leja slumped on Meng Shiwan's shoulder with a pitiful smile. Sister, I told you, my life is yours from now on. Without you, we would have died long ago. Meng Shiwan scolded. Stop talking nonsense. You're still able to talk now, so you haven't been hit in a vital spot. She lifted him and placed him on the operating table inside, shouting, Qiu Zi. Qiu Zi and Tao Yaru, who had heard the gunfire earlier, rushed over. They squeezed into the operating room and saw Leja's chest covered in blood, and their faces turned pale immediately. They had been fighting zombies all along, and their bodies were already stained with zombie blood. If Leja's wound got infected, they couldn't bear to think about it and felt cold all over. Qiu Zi was the first to react. Su, prepare for surgery. Sister, the medicine, anesthetic, disinfectant, hemostatic agents, bandages, and surgical tools are all needed. Meng Shiwan didn't understand these things. She took out all the medicines she had collected earlier from the upstairs pharmacy and piled them in the corner. Su quickly walked over, preparing the surgical supplies efficiently and in order. Without her previous softness, she surprisingly became skilled and quick, finding the necessary medicines and tools. Qiu Zi took scissors and cut open Leja's clothes. Meng Shiwan took out the special ability enhancement liquid from her pocket and approached Leja. He was in so much pain that cold sweat covered his forehead, and his consciousness was slightly blurry. Meng Shiwan opened the lid of the ability enhancement liquid, pinched his chin, and fed it to Leja. She didn't know if it would work, but she hoped it would. At that moment, Meng Shiwan suddenly turned her head and looked outside the window. Several bullets were flying rapidly toward her. She activated her metal element ability, creating a metal shield to block the attack outside the window. The person she had been waiting for finally couldn't hold back and started to attack. Meng Shiwan quickly walked outside, saying, Stay here and don't go out. These people are not strong enough and will only hold her back. The enemy won't show mercy if they attack. She doesn't have time to fight while protecting them. Meng Shiwan just left the operating room and closed the door behind her. 3 people suddenly appeared next door, attacking her with metal blades, ice blades, and fireballs. Meng Shiwan quickly formed a metal shield to block, then used vines to strike at the 3 attackers. The 3 sensed danger and used their abilities to defend themselves. In that moment, Meng Shiwan activated her speed ability, rushing in front of them, and sharply cut their necks with her ice blade. Her eyes turned red as she sneered, You overestimate yourselves. Before dying, they still couldn't believe what was happening.
How?
How is this possible? She had destroyed 2 buildings, yet her abilities still weren't exhausted. Her level 5 ability shouldn't be this strong. Most importantly, how did she have a speed ability? But she remembered she still had one last move, and in their final moments, they found a brief sense of peace. Soon, this woman would also die. Hey, Lin Dong, how are things on your side? Answer me quickly. Meng Shiwan followed the voice and took out her phone from a dead person's pocket. The call display showed it was Yao Feng Lauda. On the other end, someone was shouting, Did your operation succeed? Give me a signal, Lin Dong. Meng Shiwan hung up and looked through the chat records. Kill the organization? It turns out they were the ones who did it. In her previous life, she survived in the seed base and naturally heard of this organization. This group was full of talented people, collecting countless supplies and taking on high-priced assassination jobs. In her past life, this organization was quite powerful in the seed base, acting arrogantly and living quite freely. She wondered how Meng Qingyue could have the time to find a helicopter and speed ability users to kill her. It was all arranged by this organization. Since they crossed her, none of them will have a good ending. Meng Shiwan put down her phone and prepared to settle the score with these people. She turned her head and saw that inside the neighboring operating room, several red numbers were flashing in countdown. Her scalp instantly went numb. She focused her gaze and saw a room full of timed bombs. The numbers were steadily counting down. This amount of explosives, once detonated, could destroy the entire building. Not only would the people in the neighboring building lose their lives, but none of the other survivors would survive either. Meng Sherwan frantically activated her wood-based supernatural power, causing dense vines to wrap around the explosives. Inside a room in the neighboring laboratory building, Yao Feng, who had not received any response for a long time, felt extremely anxious. We had an agreement before. As long as they are alive, they will send us a signal. Now, no matter how we call, there's no response. They've even cut off the voice communication. They might have already sacrificed themselves. Thinking of this, Yao Feng scratched his head. Is this woman even human? Why is she so hard to kill? According to the levels of supernatural powers we have, a level 5 ability user shouldn't be so resistant to attacks. She moved from the outpatient building to the inpatient building. Her supernatural energy should have been exhausted by now. How does she still have the strength to fight back against our ability users? Yao Feng paced back and forth, feeling like his brain was about to explode. He just couldn't understand what was really happening. This woman seemed to always be one step ahead of their expectations. Next to him, someone holding a rifle asked, "Boss, what do we do now?" Yao Feng clenched his teeth. "Forget it. Detonate the bomb. Even if this woman is incredibly strong, I don't believe that so much explosive material can't kill her." A level 5 ability user, a multi-ability user, no matter how powerful, they are still human. Yao Feng picked up the detonator and pressed it with gritted teeth. At this moment, his mood was very heavy. Detonating the bomb meant that regardless of whether the 3 ability users on the other side survived or not, they wouldn't be able to live after the explosion. However, the reality was not as he imagined. After the explosion, the inpatient department collapsed with a loud bang. The huge explosion indeed sounded, but the building of the inpatient department remained intact, without any damage. The first thought that popped into Yao Feng's mind was, could something have gone wrong again? He quickly moved to the window to look down. The explosion happened in the parking lot, where thick smoke and flames caused vehicles to explode again, burning and writhing with the attacking zombies. Yao Feng's heart trembled. A very bad premonition spread from his mind, crawling through his body, making him feel cold all over. His carefully prepared plan, which was supposed to be foolproof, had failed to kill even one level 5 ability user. His sixth sense told him, "Retreat, quickly retreat. Get the helicopter to pick us up now. If she doesn't die and we don't run away now, we will all be dead." This person named Meng Sherwan is truly a pervert, not human at all. He planned several schemes that would definitely kill her, but she kept surviving, while he suffered heavy losses. Yao Feng glanced again at the parking lot burning fiercely. That look almost scared him to death. From the blazing fire, a figure with a metallic shine stepped out. He was only wearing tattered scraps of cloth, had a good build, and his hair looked like metal wires hanging behind him. The firelight made him look sharp and dangerous. This metallic figure was staring coldly in their direction with bright, piercing eyes that made people's scalps tingle. Yao Feng's skin crawled with goosebumps, and he panicked, running away. Go, go, go. That woman is really crazy, too scary. When we get back, I swear I won't bother her again. A group of them rushed through the corridor filled with zombies, desperately heading to the rooftop to catch the helicopter waiting for them. But Meng Sherwan wouldn't let them leave alive. She looked down at her metallic body, her clothes torn apart and almost exposing her. She took out a set of sports clothes from her space and put them on. Her voice-activated system asked, "Can I leave the RV? Is there a deal?" As long as there are crystal cores to earn, the system wouldn't refuse. Yes, but with a 20% price increase. Now wasn't the time to bargain. She took out the crystal cores she had collected from cleaning 2 buildings. "Give me a dose of ability enhancement liquid. These won't escape." After she finished speaking, all the crystal cores in the small box disappeared, and she had an extra vial of ability enhancement liquid in her hand. The system's voice said, "You need 8 more crystal cores." I took some from the collection box. The RV was parked beside the clinic building, with a blade while still spinning. Meng Sherwan opened the ability enhancement liquid and drank it all in one gulp. She then took out a seed. Vines suddenly grew rapidly, like countless tentacles grabbing the walls of the laboratory building, helping her climb quickly. When she reached the rooftop, Yao Feng and his group had just run out of the stairwell. They saw the living Meng Shiwan standing on the rooftop, waiting for them. Behind her, countless vines moved and twitched, ready to shoot out and stab them at any moment. Yao Feng was so scared his heart was pounding, and his whole body went numb. He immediately admitted defeat. Meng Shiwan, I was wrong. I really was wrong. I shouldn't have let people hunt you down. It was Meng Qingyue who hired someone to kill you. This isn't our fault. You weren't hurt, but we suffered heavy losses. Let's just put this behind us and forget it. If you want revenge, go find Meng Qingyue. We were just doing a job for money. At this moment, Yao Feng clearly realized that if he didn't admit defeat now, he really wouldn't have a way out. Since Meng Shiwan entered the hospital, they had been watching her closely. They saw her clear out the outpatient building and the inpatient ward filled with countless zombies. She should have exhausted her abilities by now, but judging by her fierce appearance, she didn't seem to have run out of power. Watching her climb the stairs so quickly, he thought she seemed even stronger than when she first arrived. Is she really a level 5 ability user? Is she even human? Her strength was terrifying. Losing to someone like her was not a shame. Meng Shiwan's lips curled into a bloodthirsty smile, her eyes filled with killing intent. Yao Feng felt her aura and hurriedly changed his tone. To make up for the trouble caused to you during this time, just tell me what you want. I am willing to compensate. Yao Feng felt bitter inside. He had taken his first assassination order from the kill organization, and he didn't expect it to be such a tough opponent. Not only did he fail to kill her, but he also suffered heavy losses and had to compensate the other side. There was no more humiliating moment than now. But he dared not show any dissatisfaction, afraid of provoking her to kill them all. Given Meng Shiwan's strength, killing them would be easier than crushing an ant. Meng Shiwan's smile grew wider, and in Yao Feng's eyes, it was even more terrifying than a non-smile. She spoke softly, I'm a person of principle. Anyone who provokes me must die. I don't care about supplies or anything like that. But if you don't die, I might not be able to sleep tonight. Yao Feng was so frightened he knelt to the ground with a thud. His subordinates behind him also hurriedly knelt down, all looking pale, as if they were already dead. Yao Feng shouted in terror, I was wrong. I was really wrong. I will give you all the supplies I have accumulated during this time, including my subordinates and the entire organization. I will be your subordinate, helping you collect supplies day and night to make up for my offense. Meng Shiwan's eyes were cold. Only your death can truly make up for what you've done to me. Yao Feng heard that the other side was so upset they wanted to kill them. He also became fierce and signaled to his followers behind him, ready to fight back. Even if they died, they wanted to bite off a piece of Meng Shiwan. They quickly prepared weapons. Before they could act, they felt a chill in their hearts. They looked down and saw a metal rod forcefully stabbed through someone. Yao Feng looked at Meng Shiwan in horror. He clearly saw that Meng Shiwan hadn't moved. Before dying, he used his last strength to turn his head back. His followers behind him had already fallen to the ground, unable to get up. The metal rod was stuck in his body, coming from the handrail of the stairs. Meng Shiwan was much stronger than he had imagined. With a loud thud, he fell to the ground, eyes wide open, unwilling to close. The helicopter coming to pick him up circled in the sky. When it saw that the boss was dead, it turned around and fled. It seemed afraid that if it flew a little slower, Meng Shiwan would fly up and chase after it. Meng Shiwan raised her hand. The metal rod from the handrail floated to her hand, melting and condensing into a long, sharp spear. She aimed at the helicopter's spinning blades and threw it with force. The rapidly spinning blades caught the spear, causing the helicopter to become unstable. It wobbled and fell onto the wide road below. It crashed, slid far away, and exploded into flames. Meng Shiwan stood on the rooftop, straight and expressionless, watching below. The pilot crawled out of the crashed helicopter but was quickly surrounded and eaten by zombies. The survivors on the rooftop of the outpatient building and inpatient ward were now frozen, like statues. They didn't dare even breathe, afraid that any movement might catch the attention of the boss and get them killed too. When the explosion in the parking lot happened, the survivors ignored the heat outside and rushed out to see what was happening. Then they saw Meng Sherwan climbing the building quickly with vines, reaching the rooftop of the testing building, standing still and killing a group of people, then destroying a helicopter with a stick. They truly couldn't imagine how strong a person must be to destroy a helicopter with just one stick. One man exclaimed, "When they first arrived, I thought they were just young people. I couldn't save us to the base. Now I see I was blind. I really didn't recognize their true strength." Who isn't? I saw them drive over from the window. They didn't even have a helicopter, yet they acted as if they were just playing around. Maybe I was too narrow-minded. Her strength is one thing, but she's also so beautiful. Isn't that annoying? At this moment, Meng Sherwan stood on the rooftop edge, her long black hair flying in the wind. Her appearance was not the only thing that was striking. More than her looks, it was her commanding presence. The killing intent hadn't faded, and her aloof, cold demeanor made it seem as if her hair was infused with deadly energy. Her powerful aura made everyone feel nervous, and no one dared to underestimate her. That silhouette, seen by those watching, evoked both admiration and fear. Not only the survivors from earlier saw that scene. A rescue helicopter was approaching from another direction. 5 helicopters flew toward them, and the figure on the balcony was impossible to ignore. The figure on the balcony, with its flowing clothes, was reflected against the blazing helicopters below, creating a striking and eye-catching scene. Gu Jincheng sat in one of the helicopters, his gaze fixed tightly on the figure on the rooftop, his emotions surging. He knew Meng Qingyue was involved with the kill organization and had tried to assassinate Meng Sherwan. He had even advised her twice. Meng Qingyue, before rebirth, was arrogant and unreasonable. She was so angry she threw a water cup from the bedside table, nearly hitting Gu Jincheng's head. After that, Gu Jincheng never mentioned it again and didn't ask about her. Gu Jincheng had developed some understanding and even a bit of goodwill toward Meng Sherwan now. But going against Meng Qingyue and the Meng family, especially since she was the daughter expelled from the Meng family, was simply not worth it. He was waiting every day for news of Meng Sherwan's death. No one believed she could survive under the pursuit of the kill organization. But now, not only was she alive, she had also destroyed the entire kill organization. Her strength was shocking. Looking at the victorious figure on the rooftop, his heart was filled with excitement and passion. They say beautiful women love heroes. Men who understand what it feels like to be a hero, when they see a woman more impressive than themselves, feel even more admiration.
How?
Still longing for your ex-girlfriend, Meng Qingyue, sitting nearby, looked down at the person below with a faint gaze, her voice cold with a hint of mockery. Faced with Meng Sherwan's ability to fight back, she seemed to be mentally prepared. She was neither shocked nor surprised, but instead remained calm like an outsider. Feeling Gu Jincheng's emotions nearby, she sarcastically spoke. Gu Jincheng suppressed his feelings and tried to stay calm as he said, "No." Meng Qingyue's sarcasm grew stronger, and she didn't bother to respond to him. Gu Jincheng's gaze fell on Meng Qingyue. He frowned and asked, "You really want to kill Meng Sherwan?" Now, she not only survived but also became strong enough to fight back and destroy the organization. "Aren't you angry?" Since Meng Qingyue said she awakened her special ability, she seemed like a different person. The once impulsive and shallow rich girl suddenly became very calm. She no longer shouted about wanting to kill Meng Sherwan. Even on the day she awakened her ability, with her face still swollen, she wanted to leave the hospital and go straight to the Crystal Core research team. In the following days, she stayed in the Crystal Core research team. It wasn't until she heard that the central hospital needed help that she left the research team and came along. Gu Jincheng thought she was here to see if Meng Sherwan was dead or alive. Seeing her calm throughout and without any anger for revenge made Gu Jincheng find her very hard to understand. Meng Qingyue watched the helicopter slowly land but didn't answer him. Gu Jincheng irritably scratched his head. Since the apocalypse, these two sisters had changed their personalities completely, almost like they were possessed, which drove him crazy. Before, they fought over his affection. Now, both of them acted indifferent toward him, making him very unhappy. The helicopter slowly landed on the rooftop of the testing building. The wind from the rotor blades blew Meng Sherwang's hair flying. Meng Sherwang stared at the two people coming down from the helicopter, her fists clenched. The organization that caused all this was destroyed, so how could she let these two main culprits go? She saw this as a good chance to get rid of them. Afterward, she planned to run away. She had no attachment to the seed base, so she might as well not go there anymore. The more she thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. Just as she was about to act, Gu Jincheng's eager voice sounded. "Sherwang, are you hurt? Are you okay? Sisters just have their little fights. Don't let it get out of control because of me." His sincere concern reminded Meng Sherwang of scenes from her past life. She stood with Meng Qingyue, looking down at her, who hadn't eaten for days. He said, "Meng Sherwang, you look like a begging dog now. How could I have married someone like you, such trash?" "It's my biggest mistake," he said. "Meng Sherwang, bark like a dog twice, and I'll give you a bag of crispy noodles. I remember you never used to eat such junk food. You must be craving it now," he said. "Meng Sherwang, lick Qingyue's shoes, and I'll give you 2 bags. Just for fun, like feeding a dog." Behind them was the carefully designed RV by Meng Sherwang. These two were happily driving her RV, but they were also humiliating her. Gu Jincheng's voice drowned out these old memories, becoming clearer in her ears. "Sherwang, you and your sister should make peace. We can still live well, in the end times like before. We're not lovers, but we're good friends, childhood friends." Meng Sherwang clenched her fists tightly as she listened. The contrast between memory and reality was sharp and full of irony. It turns out this is the difference in treatment between the strong and the weak. Her supernatural power inside her was reacting violently to her emotions. She didn't want to see this two-faced person anymore, just breathe a little longer. Just as Meng Sherwang was about to form an ice spike with her ice-type power from Gu Jincheng, intending to kill him, a gunshot rang out on the rooftop. Meng Sherwang watched helplessly as a blood mist burst from Gu Jincheng's back. His eyes widened, and as he fell, he looked back. All she saw was Meng Qingyue standing behind him, slowly putting away her pistol, her eyes full of coldness and disgust. He would never understand why Meng Qingyue killed him. Meng Sherwang also couldn't understand. Usually calm, she was stunned speechless by what she saw. What the heck is going on? Did Meng Qingyue really kill Gu Jincheng? How could Meng Qingyue kill Gu Jincheng? Before the end of the world, they had just married. The last time they met at the water plant, she had tried to kill Gu Jincheng, and Meng Qingyue had desperately saved him, hiding in a space. Now, Meng Qingyue had actually killed Gu Jincheng? Meng Sherwang felt her mind was overwhelmed. The scene before her was more unbelievable than the end of the world. She looked at Meng Qingyue, her heart pounding. She only now noticed that Meng Qingyue's aura was completely different. A sense of change, calmness, and indifference, such familiar feelings. Meng Sherwang is sure. "You have been reborn?" She doesn't know why she was reborn, but now she is certain that the Meng Qingyue in front of her is definitely not the person she should be at this time. Meng Qingyue has also been reborn. Meng Qingyue puts away her pistol and smiles at Meng Sherwang. "Long time no see. You don't know how much I've missed you all these years." Meng Sherwang died in the apocalypse 3 years ago. She traveled back from 10 years into the future. She is telling the truth. The more she sees the truth of the apocalypse, the more she misses Meng Sherwang. The RV belongs to Meng Sherwang. She is the one who should bear all of this. Over the years, Meng Qingyue has regretted many times. Why did she take Meng Sherwang's RV? Meng Sherwang looks at her, frowning as if trying to see something. Although Meng Sherwang and Meng Qingyue are sisters, they will never get along like real sisters. Instead, they dislike each other. When Meng Sherwang was just 1 year old, Meng Hanyuan had an affair and had Meng Qingyue with his mistress. When Meng Sherwang was about 10, her mother died of illness. Less than half a year later, Meng Hanyuan openly brought his mistress and illegitimate daughter home, showering them with love. Meng Sherwang hated Meng Qingyue and her mother, destroying her family. Meng Qingyue hid outside for many years, and whenever she entered the house, she wanted to step on Meng Shiwan to prove she was the true eldest daughter of the Meng family. No matter how many years passed or what happened, Meng Qingyue would never say she missed her. Unless she had some plan, hoping to gain some benefit from her, then she would flatter her in a low voice. Now, Meng Shiwan really wants to know, why did you kill Gu Jincheng? In their previous life, they were very close. What reason did Meng Qingyue have to seize the opportunity and kill her husband? Meng Qingyue looked at the corpse on the ground with disgust, fickle and selfish trash, wasting food just by living. In the later stages of the apocalypse, human survival became very difficult. For various reasons, after leaving the seed base, they built their own bases. Meng Qingyue supported Gu Jincheng as the base leader, who knew that this arrogant man, after gaining power, would frequently cheat. Even during the Great Battle, when life and death were at stake, he pulled her out to be a shield. After being reborn, Meng Qingyue's biggest wish was to get rid of Gu Jincheng. Unfortunately, she couldn't act against him inside the base. This time, she came out to rescue, not to settle scores with Meng Shiwang, but to settle old grudges with Gu Jincheng. Meng Shiwang felt more anxious as unexpected events happened. How long will the end times last? Will it ever end? Meng Qingyue looked at her deeply and spoke in a very complicated tone. Meng Shiwang, the end times are a conspiracy, and you are already at the center of the storm. Meng Shiwang asked again, what conspiracy? How big must this conspiracy be to bring about the end times, destroy human civilization, and cause heavy casualties? Meng Qingyue wanted to say more, but before she could, a huge ice pillar pierced into her body. Blood sprayed out, splashing onto the hot rooftop, making a sizzling sound as it evaporated. Meng Shiwang's mouth opened wide in shock. She clearly saw Gu Jincheng, who was already cold, suddenly surge up and form an ice pillar as thick as an arm, stabbing into Meng Qingyue. Was Gu Jincheng, who had been shot in the head and was already cold, suddenly attacking Meng Qingyue? Is there anything more unbelievable in this world? After being shocked, Meng Qingyue's eyes gradually calmed. With blood on her lips, she left a final word before dying, breaking the deadlock in the end times, in you. Then she collapsed, and the ice pillar in her body quickly melted. Meng Shiwang watched this scene helplessly, feeling cold from the bottom of her heart despite being in a fiery at 60 or 70 degrees. A chilling sensation spread through her body, making her blood feel frozen. Meng Qingyue was dead, but she left her with many questions. Why did she reborn? Why did Meng Qingyue reborn? Why is the end times a conspiracy? Why did she say the key to breaking the deadlock was in her? Who killed Meng Qingyue? It certainly wasn't the already cold Gu Jincheng, but someone used him. And who is watching everything happening now? She just wanted to gather enough supplies, stay in the RV with Shui, and survive until the end of the end times. But Meng Qingyue told her that the end times were a conspiracy, and she was already at the storm center. Whether the deadlock can be broken or the end times can end, all depended on her. In an instant, she, who only wanted to live well, felt as if a huge mountain of despair had fallen on her shoulders, as if the end of the world was near. She is just an ordinary person. Why does all this matter to her? Maybe Meng Qingyue said those words on purpose, to prevent her from ever resting peacefully. It was a kind of strange revenge. System, what exactly is going on? The system's voice was confused. I don't know. Meng Shiwang didn't believe it. But I am different from others. I only have you, this system. Where did you come from? Why did you choose me? Where do the things you sell in the mall come from? Where do the crystals you earn go? Modern technology isn't advanced enough to create an intelligent system like you, right? The system repeated. I don't know. The only instructions I received are to get crystals, space, and the mall. These are abilities I already have. Even the most powerful system is just a set of instructions. It acts according to commands. As for who gave it those commands, no one knows. Thinking about this, Meng Shiwang felt heavy-hearted, as if an invisible hand was pressing down on her head, controlling everything. She used to want to live easily, but now her relaxed attitude was gone. She felt that this end-of-the-world scenario was more oppressive than she had imagined, and she knew nothing about it. It looks like I need to make new plans. Living carelessly until the end of the world was no longer an option. She needed to become stronger, strong enough to face all possible challenges. Other helicopters landed on the hospital and outpatient buildings to rescue survivors. After the rescue team leader finished organizing everything, he turned around and saw the two people who had been alive just moments ago now lying on the ground as two corpses. His mind was pounding. How could he have missed it? How did these two suddenly turn cold and lifeless? How could he explain this to his superiors? Both of these people had complicated backgrounds. They had been lively and helping with the rescue, but now they were just bodies being carried away. The leader quickly contacted the pilots of Meng Qingyue and the other person's helicopter to ask what happened. What happened? Did Meng Shiwang kill them? It must have been her. The driver, still in shock, trembled as he spoke. Captain, you might not believe it, but Meng Qingyue shot and killed Gu Jincheng. Gu Jincheng, who was already dead, fought back and killed Meng Qingyue. The one called Meng Shiwang didn't do anything. They both ended up killing each other. The captain rubbed his face, clearly unable to believe it. No one would believe this. Are you sure about what you're saying? They are a married couple. How could Meng Qingyue have killed Gu Jincheng? Gu Jincheng is dead, so how could he have fought back and killed Meng Qingyue? The driver was overwhelmed with emotion. But that's what I saw. As he spoke, he saw Meng Shiwang's gaze sweep over him, making him shiver in fear. Meng Shiwang ignored everyone. She turned and walked into the stairwell to go downstairs. On her way, she also cleared out the zombies inside the laboratory building, taking away various instruments and equipment. The survivors hiding inside were rescued and hurriedly came up the stairs to the rooftop. Seeing the helicopter on the rooftop, they felt like they had been given new hope. Great! We're saved. We can finally go to the base. The base said they wouldn't abandon any of us. We don't have to face those terrifying zombies anymore. They cheered loudly, but as they shouted, they noticed something was off about the atmosphere on the rooftop. On the rooftops of the other two buildings, survivors were waiting quietly for arrangements, without any noise or fuss. There was no joy of being rescued. Instead, the mood was very serious. The new survivors also fell silent, and the entire rooftop was tense as rescue efforts continued. Someone came forward to wrap Meng Qingyue and Gu Jincheng's bodies and load them onto the helicopter. Meng Shiwang returned to the third floor of the hospital ward, where the operating room door was still tightly shut. She wondered how Leisha was doing now. Standing in the corridor, her mind was filled with Meng Qingyue's words. She couldn't understand what was really happening and kept thinking about it. In the end, her head ached, her mood was heavy, and she still had no clear idea. Just then, the operating room door opened. Tao Yaru saw Meng Shiwang standing outside and was surprised. "Big sister, you're back. Why didn't you go inside? Are you hurt? Did you find out who did this?" She heard the helicopter and guessed the rescue team from the base had arrived. She wanted to come out and see what was going on, but instead, she saw Meng Shiwang standing quietly outside the door. Tao Yaring sensed Meng Shiwang's low mood. She had never seen this strong Meng Shiwang so vulnerable before. She walked up to Meng Shiwang and asked with concern, "Big sister, what's wrong?" Meng Shiwang forced a strained smile and adjusted her mood. "It's nothing. How is Leisha?" Tao Yaring replied casually, "Are you worried about Leisha?"
He's fine.
The bullet has been removed and stitched up. No vital organs were hurt. He hasn't shown any signs of mutation, so he's probably lucky and not infected. Meng Shiwang entered the operating room and saw Leisha lying on the table, still unconscious, wrapped in bandages. Qiu Zi said, "The bullet was safely removed. Once the anesthesia wears off, he should wake up. There's no danger. As an ability user, his body is strong, so he will recover faster." After he finished speaking, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Meng Shiwang looked around at the others. Qiu Zi was monitoring Leisha's vital signs, Su Su was cleaning the used surgical tools, and Joan stood in the corner, watching Leisha closely. Tao Yering's gaze kept shifting to Meng Shirwang, as if observing her mood changes. Meng Shirwang took a deep breath and said, I have an idea. Everyone's eyes turned to her, waiting for her to continue. Meng Shirwang went on, I'm planning to form a team of ability users. I want to invite you all to join. I'll take care of your family members and relatives. She didn't care about their ability levels or their future potential. As long as they were ability users, that was enough. Because she could create a god. Meng Shirwang didn't know what the future held, but from now on, she would build her influence to face any situation that might come. When they heard her words, their eyes shone brighter than light bulbs. Tao Yering, quick and decisive, took out her phone.
I'll tell my team leader right now.
There's some rescue team, but I'm done with them. And Jiawen chuckled. I thought after this mission was over, I'd have to part ways with my sister.
I was feeling a bit sad about it.
But now, I don't have to be sad. From now on, I'll stick with my sister. Qiuzi had heard them talk about how some people in the base had betrayed them and felt indifferent about the base itself. Now that the boss wanted to team up with them, he immediately said, I'm in. Li Jia, who had been in a coma for a long time, suddenly woke up. He quickly raised his hand to show his agreement. His pitiful and funny look made a few people laugh. Meng Shirwan felt much more relaxed. Don't rush to make a decision. Listen to me first. If you join my team, you can't leave later. You must keep everything about us secret. Betrayal, leaking information, or quitting will only lead to death. I won't show mercy. Once you're on my ship, there's no turning back. You might face many life-threatening dangers in the future. Think carefully before deciding. Whatever, Li Jia, lying on the operating table, said lazily. His anesthesia hadn't fully worn off, so his mind was slow, and he spoke slowly, like a sloth. I've already, sister, died once for you. I'm not afraid. Will there be more dangers in the future? Tao Yeruing shouted into the phone. Captain, I quit. The three of us are quitting. We're resigning now. After saying that, she turned to Meng Shirwan with a smile. Sister, I want to join. And Jiawen answered seriously, I'm in. Qiuzi and Su Su looked at each other. I'm in. Such a strong sister. If we don't cling to her, we might never have another chance. Meng Shirwan smiled.
Good.
Our special abilities team is now officially formed. By the way, I have good news for you. Meng Qingyue and Gu Jincheng are dead. Tao Yeruing was very surprised.
Wow. Double happiness.
How did they die? Talking about this, Meng Shirwan also felt a bit speechless. They stabbed each other to death. Everyone? Huh? How did they die? Aren't these two supposed to love each other? How did they suddenly turn against each other and kill each other?
Dead.
What a joke. My daughter went out to rescue, along with several helicopters and many other abilities users. How could she die? Stop talking nonsense, or I'll see how I deal with you. Yuan was playing mahjong with some wealthy ladies when she received a call from the rescue team. Her first reaction was that it was a prank. Her husband managed the base logistics and many people were jealous of him. It wasn't strange for someone to play a prank to annoy her. The other ladies laughed and said, Your old Meng is getting more capable. Those petty troublemakers who can't show their faces are bothering you now. These people don't seem to understand. They curse your daughter's death just to upset you, as if that could bring down old Meng and make them in charge of the logistics department. Yuan angrily pressed the hang-up button. My Qingyue is now a dual ability user, the first in the base. She has space and foresight abilities, which are very rare.
There's no way she will die.
If something really happens and the rescue team all perish, Qingyue definitely won't die. Yes, Qingyue's abilities are indeed impressive. I heard she gave some good suggestions in the Crystal Core research group, saving a lot of trouble. That foresight ability is also powerful. Since she predicted various disasters, the base has been preparing in advance. Qingyue definitely played a big role. While they were chatting, Yuan's phone rang again. Seeing it was the same number, she silenced it and kept playing mahjong. Outside the room, the other ladies were enjoying tea and chatting. Today was Mrs. Gu's birthday, and the most prominent ladies in the base had come. Mrs. Gu's son, Gu Jincheng, was married to Meng Qingyue. As for Yu Wan, the mistress who had risen to prominence, she was also coming today. In the past, these ladies didn't like her. But after the apocalypse, Meng Hanyuan managed the logistics department, and because of various reasons, they became more polite to Yuan. Her husband was capable, her daughter even more so, and now Yuan was gaining confidence among the ladies, with some praising her. It made her feel very pleased. Mrs. Gu was sitting in the living room, enjoying snacks and tea with the ladies. The snacks on the table were delicate and beautiful, just as good as before the apocalypse. While they were chatting, Mrs. Gu's phone rang. She answered, her face changing drastically. Dead? How is that possible? Mrs. Gu ignored manners and grabbed her phone, rushing outside. The other ladies were startled and started to panic. What's going on? Why is Mrs. Gu so anxious? I just heard her say someone died. I don't know who, but she hurried out right after. Maybe a relative. The apocalypse is so dangerous now, who knows if it's tomorrow or an accident that comes first. Inside the room, Yuan was playing mahjong when she heard the commotion outside. She quickly went out to check what was happening. What's going on? What's wrong? Someone replied to her. Just now Mrs. Gu took a call, and it seemed someone had died. She hurriedly left in a panic. Yuan's heart sank as she remembered the phone call just now. Someone who can make Mrs. Gu lose her composure must be someone very close. This time, Meng Qingyue and Gu Jichen went out together. A bad feeling rose in Yuan's mind, and she staggered as she ran outside. At the rescue department's office, they saw two bodies lying on stretchers, trembling with fear. Yuan approached the smaller stretcher, lifted the white cloth, and saw Meng Qingyue's pale face. At that moment, Yuan's nerves snapped, and she lost control, crying out, "How could my daughter be dead?" She's a dual ability user. When in danger, she can hide in her space. How could she die? You must give me an explanation. Why did my daughter die? Mrs. Gu was leaning on Gu Jichen, almost crying her heart out. Meng Hanyuan and Mr. Gu had already arrived. They said nothing, but their angry faces told everyone that if they didn't get an explanation, they would storm the rescue department. Wu Ming, the head of the rescue department, saw these two families and felt nervous. What could he say? Should he say Meng Qingyue shot and killed Gu Jichen, and Gu Jichen, who was already cold, fought back and killed Meng Qingyue? They wouldn't believe it, and even Wu Ming thought it sounded unbelievable. But no matter how unbelievable, he had to give the families an explanation. Wu Ming apologized. Sir, madam, please come with me to the office to talk. Yuan was still frantic. Give me back my daughter's life. My daughter was so excellent. After she joined your rescue team, she died? Are your rescue teams useless? It can't even protect two people. Meng Hanyuan grabbed her and led her to the office. He also wanted to know why, out of more than 10 ability users, only their 2 children had died, while others were fine. Wu Ming tried to calm everyone down. Once in the office, he took out a video from the helicopter, showing the entire incident. Based on our understanding, Meng Qingyue shot from behind and killed Gu Jincheng, while Gu Jincheng used his special ability to freeze a pillar of ice and kill Meng Qingyue. Meng Shiwang was also at the scene. They were talking about something, but the helicopter's rotor was still spinning, making it too noisy to hear clearly. However, it is certain that Meng Shiwang did not take any action from start to finish. You're talking nonsense. Yuan suddenly stood up, knocking her chair far away behind her. Her cheeks were red with anger, and her voice became hysterical. Losers. You bunch of useless people. Not only did you fail to protect her, but you also dare to accuse Qingyue. She loved Gu Jincheng very much and worked hard to be with him. There's no way she would kill Gu Jincheng. Yuan gasped heavily, furious. Meng Hanyuan looked cold and said, Qingyue definitely didn't kill Gu Jincheng. There must be another reason behind it. Didn't we hear recently that Meng Shiwang has multiple abilities? Maybe she did something. As soon as he finished speaking, Mr. Gu questioned whether it's Meng Qingyue or Meng Shiwang. Neither of them had a reason to kill Jincheng. After Jincheng married Qingyue, Meng Shiwang was angry and hit Jincheng. But before the end of the world, she liked Jincheng very much. Even if she betrayed Meng Shiwang, she wouldn't have killed him over these things. Now, tell me, how exactly did my son die, Mrs. Gu was crying, gasping for breath. My son.
He's dead.
How could he suddenly kill someone? Can the dead use abilities too? Who are you trying to fool? Wu Ming was overwhelmed by the questions from the four people. His mind was about to explode. The facts were unbelievable, but they were the truth. How else could he explain it? The video clearly shows everything. That's the truth. Nothing more to say. It's recorded clearly that Meng Qinghua shot Gu Jincheng, and Gu Jincheng fought back and killed Meng Qinghua. That's it. Yuan grabbed a glass of water from the table and threw it at Wu Ming's head. You're talking nonsense. If there's no reasonable explanation for this, I won't let you go. Qinghua was so outstanding, just awakening her second ability with a bright future ahead. How could she just die like that? Wu Ming covered his head, furious. When Meng Shirwan comes back, I'll ask her what really happened at the scene. He didn't kill anyone himself. What explanation does he need to give? He had no good answer. Yuan suddenly calmed down, muttering nervously, Meng Shirwan. It was Meng Shirwan. Only 3 people were there. Qinghua and Gu Jincheng died in such a strange way. It must have been her. I won't let her get away with this. Wu Ming saw that she was losing control and reminded her, there's no proof that Meng Shirwan killed them. Yuan shouted, and there's no proof she didn't. I heard she's a level 5 multi-ability user. It wouldn't be hard for her to take 2 lives without lifting a finger. You can't protect her just because she's powerful. I want her to pay for this. This woman must be out of her mind. Mr. Gu stared coldly at Meng Hanyuan. No matter who did it, the victims died because of your family's daughter. The Meng family had better give us an explanation. Wu Ming looked at the growing chaos, then quietly turned away, unwilling to face the scene. At that moment, Meng Shirwan and her group were on their way back to the base. On the way there, they had cleared obstacles, so the return trip was much smoother. Meng Shirwan drove the RV in front, clearing the road and fighting off zombies as she went. Behind her was Jiawen, driving a tow truck. Xiao Zi followed in another tow truck. He had just learned to drive it, so his speed was uneven, clearly a beginner. Su sat beside him, keeping a close eye to make sure he didn't bump into the vehicle ahead. At the back, Tao Yering drove a cargo truck. In the resting space behind the driver's seat, Leisha lay wrapped in bandages, chatting on his phone. Since we've formed a team, shouldn't we give it a name? Something fierce, something that makes people tremble when they hear it. His voice was strong, showing he wasn't in danger of dying anytime soon. Tao Yering thought for a moment. Our leader is so amazing. We should name it after her. How about the Shirwan Squad? Leisha protested. That's not fierce at all. It doesn't match her style. Tao Yering frowned. Then what do you suggest? Leisha thought hard, then said excitedly, how about the Wolf Fong Squad? That sounds powerful. Tao Yering looked even more unimpressed. That sounds awful. Xiao Zi joined in. What about the Beast King Squad? This time Su wrinkled her nose. That doesn't sound good either. Meng Shirwan kept driving, holding treading snow in her arms, listening to their noisy group chat. Ever since she returned, treading snow had been unusually clingy, lying on her lap and refusing to leave her side. Afraid that Meng Shirwan might leave again. Treading through the snow, it nuzzled its head against Meng Shirwan's leg, softly whimpering and acting cute. It had waited patiently for the person to return. Please don't leave again. Meng Shirwan patted its back and said, let's call it Dawn. The Dawn team, after darkness, there is always dawn. After a moment of silence in the group chat, the team members' praise sounded. You're so clever, sister. The name you chose is the best. Dawn team sounds really good, right? Not too imposing, but full of hope. I declare, the Dawn team is officially formed. From now on, we are all members of the Dawn team. They didn't stop along the way or gather supplies. They headed straight to the base. The 3 of them left the rescue team. Plus, Meng Qinghua and Gu Jincheng died at the central hospital. They were worried someone might cause trouble for their families. None of them spoke, but Meng Shirwan guessed how they felt. Leisha was still injured, so it was better to return to the base early. Su looked at the shops on both sides of the road, slowly retreating. The shops were full of supplies. Because there were too many zombies in the central area, even the ability users rarely came here. The nearby supplies were very abundant. This was the end of the world. These supplies were precious. Sister clearly had the strength to gather them, but she was leading the way and never stopped for supplies. Everyone was smart and could guess some things. The family members of Tao Yalong and others were at the base. Leisha was still seriously injured, and everyone wanted to return quickly. Sister probably guessed how they felt, which is why she ignored the supplies by the roadside.
Su thought they were right.
Despite her cold and aloof appearance, she was actually kind-hearted inside. She didn't show it openly, but quietly cared for each team member's feelings. In the group chat, Su asked, "Have you ever seen a kind-hearted villain online?" "I feel like that kind-hearted villain is actually Sister." Tao Yalong looked confused. "What kind-hearted villain?" "I haven't seen any. Since they joined the rescue team, they were either training or on missions, so they rarely went online." Su explained, "Some people online say there's a girl who kills without hesitation and attacks anyone who crosses her. Everyone calls her a villain. But they also say she's kind because wherever she appears, she clears out the zombies around her. On one side, there's a ruthless killer, and on the other, someone quietly cleaning zombies to keep the survivors safe. People say she's a kind villain. Now, I think isn't that just her way of doing things? At the central hospital, she quickly cleared out zombies and didn't care much for the survivors. When she met timid survivors who hesitated, Meng Sherwan only coldly said, 'Go if you want, stay if you don't, you'll die.' She looks fierce and tough, but in reality, she clears zombies without leaving anyone behind, saving those survivors. She is cold outside but warm inside. That's what this means." Xiao Zi remembered when he first met Meng Sherwan. She was harsh and said she would only take him, a water-type ability user, and that other survivors weren't part of her mission, so she wouldn't bother with them. But in reality, she secretly saved others along the way. He concluded, based on this, she's the girl described. If he hadn't interacted closely with Meng Sherwan and understood her personality, he couldn't imagine how kindness and villainy could be combined in one person. Leisha was lying down with free time and immediately searched online. Really, she's just like her personality. "Sis, is this kind villain you?" Meng Sherwan was eating a popsicle. "Maybe. I don't care what others think." Leisha confirmed. "It's a solid proof. That's her personality. She's the kind villain. I think only a genius could come up with such a term. Only someone who knows her very well could be so accurate." Luckily, Zhang Chong didn't hear these words. Otherwise, he would have said something, but he spent a whole day treating her as a zombie carrot. Could he not understand her personality? Leisha was lying on a small blanket, enjoying the air conditioning, with a bunch of snacks nearby, feeling very relaxed. After being injured, he was also enjoying himself. They were traveling while chatting casually in their group chat. Leisha, lying around with nothing to do, was thinking about trying to release his abilities to see if his injury affected him. He controlled his lightning-based powers to cut through the zombies outside. With one strike, Leisha was stunned. He sat up suddenly, looking at the large group of zombies fallen around the truck, and couldn't believe his eyes as he looked at his hand.
Wow, wow, wow.
Is this my power? Is this really my ability? According to his previous power level, he could only kill about 20 or so zombies at once. But now, seeing a clear space around the truck with at least 100 or 2 zombies cut down, he was truly shocked. When did I become so powerful? Tao Yering looked at the scorched zombies lying around and was also stunned. Did you do this? Are you sure it wasn't someone else's power? In their understanding, only Meng Sherwan could wipe out such a large group of zombies at once. Leisha almost doubted himself. He used his power again, cutting through the zombies that were coming back, and once more created a large empty space. Yes, it's me. I feel like my power is much stronger now, probably several times. After being badly injured, I can even make my power surge. Hearing this, Meng Sherwan. Did the serious injury cause his power to increase? It was actually the power-enhancing serum she fed him because she was worried he might die. As the saying goes, where there is a hidden dragon, there is a phoenix. Tao Yering was extremely envious. Is this really possible? Next time, when you're shielding me from bullets, stay back and let me handle it. How long would it take for her power to become this strong? Now, just a serious injury could make her abilities so powerful. This was worth it. Meng Sherwan. Her way of thinking was truly unique. And then, there was someone with even more unusual ideas. And Jiawen gave a very profound analysis. Suppose if one shot could make your power much stronger, then maybe if I shot myself, just a non-lethal shot that hurts for a while, I could also get a stronger ability? In that case, I'd get stronger without holding my sister back. Meng Sherwan. Qiu Zi chimed in, although I'm a doctor and think it's unlikely in theory, given the special situation, we can't rely on normal rules. I think you should try it. Susu and I are ready with surgical supplies. You shoot yourself, and then we'll operate quickly to minimize your pain. We'll see if theory turns into reality. Meng Sherwan. She clenched her teeth and said, Enough, you guys. Who did she find as teammates? How could such a lively mind come up with such a bad idea? Tao Yering spoke sincerely. Sister, I really think we should try. If getting hurt can increase our powers, exchanging a few bullet holes for a big boost sounds worth it. We won't hold you back anymore. They spoke very seriously and with strong hope. Meng Sherwan had no doubt that after returning to the base, these people might really want to try. Could a normal person come up with such a crazy idea? She took a deep breath and asked, What are our team rules? Leisha answered quickly, No betrayal, no giving up, work together. Meng Sherwan pressed her lips together and, after a moment, said slowly, Since we are teammates, I have something I want to tell you all. They all listened carefully, thinking what she was about to say must be very important. Meng Sherwan continued, I have a special medicine. After taking it, it can boost our powers. Leisha's power increased because I gave him a dose when he was injured. Everyone was completely shocked. Tao Yering whispered, So, it's not just because of injuries that powers suddenly increase. That's incredible. Leisha felt a shiver run down his spine. It's really incredible. I now seriously suspect my power level might have already reached level 4. And Joan asked, So, sister's high power level is because of this medicine you took. Qiu Zi remembered that when he was preparing for surgery, Meng Sherwan did give Leisha something to drink. It was a clear, pale-colored liquid in a small tube. At the time, he thought Meng Sherwan wouldn't harm Leisha, so he didn't pay much attention. Now he realized it could make powers increase dramatically. He patted his thigh. So that's how it is. Has the base already developed a medicine to boost powers? He thought if such a good thing really existed, it must have been developed by a team of researchers working together. Meng Sherwan reminded him, It's not something the base developed. I have it. Right now, I'm the only one. Besides you guys, no one else knows. Everyone's minds immediately became alert. What Meng Sherwan told them was very clear. This medicine is only known to her and no one else knows about it. Such an extraordinary item must be kept secret. If others find out, many people will come looking for it. Some will try to win her over, others might try to steal it, which would cause a lot of trouble. They are very touched that she shared such a big secret with them. Leisha promises, Sister, since you trust us so much, I swear I will never tell anyone, even if I die. Tao Yering agrees, Yes, I won't say a word. And Joan also says, I will keep it a secret. Qiu Zi nods, Me too. Su adds, I will keep it secret as well. In their hearts, Meng Sherwan is more than just their team leader. During this mission at the Central Hospital, she truly saved their lives. Because of this, their bond has become very strong, as shown by Leisha's willingness to take a bullet for Meng Sherwan. After making their promises, they worry about something else. Tao Yering hesitates and says, Sister, this medicine, can we, She wants to ask if they can buy some from her, but she feels it might be too bold or embarrassing to ask directly. Such a precious item, regardless of how rare it is, if they buy it, they might not be able to afford it. Suddenly, she doesn't know how to speak. At that moment, Meng Sherwan's voice sounds, I have 2 types of medicine. One is called Ability Recovery Liquid, which can instantly restore exhausted abilities to peak condition. It costs 100 crystal cores per bottle. The other is Ability Enhancement Liquid, which you all know the effect of. It costs 200 crystal cores per bottle. As long as you have crystal cores, you can come to me to buy. When it comes to being shameless, who can compare to Meng Sherwang? She doubles the price and still makes a profit. Even the system can't stand it anymore, saying, "You're really shameless." Earlier, during the emergency at the Central Hospital, the system found an excuse to charge Meng Sherwang 20 more crystal cores. But Meng Sherwang turned around and doubled the price. She often calls him a merchant of shady deals, but isn't she more cunning? Shameless Meng Sherwang strikes back. Who do you think I work so hard for? Who do you think I spend all my earned crystal cores on? System? Could it be for me? Meng Sherwang replied. What else? In the end, it all ended up in your hands. System. Huh? Something feels off. Tao Yering and the others are already very happy. Wow, it's so cheap. Such an amazing thing for only 200 crystal cores. Sister is so kind to us. I want to buy it. I want to kill zombies to gather crystal cores and buy ability enhancement liquids. I want to be as strong as Sister. Sister, drink a few bottles of ability enhancement liquid and become a level 5 ability user? Meng Sherwang responded, 2 bottles. Before entering the base, she only drank 2 bottles and was confirmed to be a level 5 ability user. This time, she drank 2 more, but she doesn't know if her ability level has increased. Only 2 bottles, and with just 400 crystal cores, I can become a powerful level 5 ability user. Zombies, I'm coming for you. Leisha roared as he chopped down zombies one after another. After finishing, he realized the zombies were dead, but he couldn't get their crystal cores. At this moment, Tao Yering's ability came into play. Her vines pierced into the dead zombies' heads to find the crystal cores. Leisha was responsible for chopping, Tao Yering for digging, and they worked well together. And Joan and Chiu Zi's abilities made it difficult to gather crystal cores while driving, so they could only watch anxiously outside, seeing piles of zombies, but unable to get the cores. The crystal cores were inside the zombies' heads. The zombies were right in front of them, but they had no time to search. It was like they could see the ability enhancement liquids right in front of them, but couldn't reach them. Anyone would be anxious. For a moment, their roles seemed to switch with the zombies. Previously, zombies would go crazy trying to eat them when they saw them. Now they were sitting in the car, wishing they could get out and fight the zombies to gather enough crystal cores. The convoys slowly left the central area, getting closer to the base. It took several days to go out, but they returned in just over half a day, already seeing the outline of the base. Hey? We've only been out for a few days, but why is there an extra wall around the base? And Joan examined carefully and noticed the reflective wall. It's still metal. Is it that luxurious? He didn't quite understand the purpose of the wall. If it was to block zombies, there weren't any zombies on the streets around the base. The nearby zombies had already been cleared out by scavengers long ago. Not even a single wire inside the building can be seen. All objects have been cleaned out. People have taken down doors and windows to collect supplies and earn points. Looking up, you can even see someone on the roof hammering steel bars embedded in the walls. To earn points, people will think of any idea. Hammering steel bars on the roof is tiring, and only a few bars can be obtained each day, but it's safe. No need to fight zombies outside. If a zombie happens to wander nearby, someone will go up and smash its head. If lucky enough to find a crystal core, they can exchange it for 100 points, an unexpected bonus. This has created a safe zone outside the base, where several streets are free of zombies thanks to people's efforts. So, what's the point of building a wall? It's still a metal wall. Leisha looks up and asks, what is the base trying to do? Meng Sherwang frowns. As he gets closer, he sees that the metal wall curves inward. At the top of the wall, metal element abilities are constantly melting different metals to make the wall taller. Meng Sherwang says seriously, this isn't just a wall. Meng Qingyue, having been reborn, knows what the future holds. She must have told the base about what's coming. After extreme heat, there will be acid rain. Acid rain is very corrosive, damaging the soil and even rusting steel and concrete. In her past life, Meng Sherwang experienced this acid rain, which caught everyone off guard. Many people died suddenly, were seriously injured, or lost their lives. Now, with Meng Qingyue's warning, the base should prepare in advance to face future disasters. This isn't a city wall, it's a sky shield. The wall curves inward and extends into the sky, forming a semicircle. Like a half-open pot lid, it encloses the entire base to protect against acid rain. This time, the plan is different from her previous life. Early preparation allows more people to survive. At the same time, it makes Meng Shirwang feel more heavy-hearted. What will the future hold for her? Leisha asks eagerly, "Sister, if it's not a wall, then what could it be?" The base entrance is right in front of them. Meng Shirwang doesn't answer and follows the staff's instructions to drive in for disinfection and inspection. The RV stopped. Cha Shui got up from Meng Shirwang's legs, stretched lazily, and saw the familiar surroundings outside. Cha Shui immediately became nervous and quickly ran back into the RV, jumping to the second floor and hiding in a corner, refusing to come out. Last time, they were in a similar place, first getting soaked with water, then taking a shower. Mew always remembers that day. This time, it refused to follow its owner outside no matter what. Seeing its timid look, Meng Shirwan felt helpless and had to get off the vehicle herself. Just like last time, disinfectant was poured all over her from head to toe. This time, she used her water-based powers to wash away the strong smell of disinfectant after disinfecting. She then went into the room inside to draw blood. The staff looked expressionless as they drew blood and ran tests. When the machine beeped, they looked at her in shock, their attitude changing from cold to very friendly. "Are you a level 5 ability user?" Meng Shirwan pursed her lips. She wondered if every time she entered the base, she would have to go through the same process. "Am I a level 5 ability user?" She had taken 2 doses of ability-enhancing liquid, so why was she still at level 5? The staff was excited. "Yes, you are a level 5 ability user. So far, I haven't even seen a level 4 ability user, and you are level 5. The news that Meng Shirwan was a level 5 ability user was not made public in the base. Only senior management knew. This young staff member was so shocked because of that. "All right, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving." Meng Shirwan turned to leave. Each level of ability increases exponentially. Level 5 is countless times stronger than level 4. Similarly, level 6 is many times stronger than level 5. The earlier levels are easier to upgrade, but each level later on becomes very difficult. Even with the help of ability-enhancing liquids, reaching a high-level or max-level ability user is not easy. She drove inside for a vehicle check and disinfection. This time, her luck was not very good. She didn't meet the kind inspector from last time. This inspector disinfected every corner of the RV with a strong, pungent smell. Since it was official work, Meng Shirwan couldn't say anything and had to use her water powers to rinse the inside of the RV thoroughly. She also sprayed some perfume inside. The RV has good airflow, which helps freshen the air and makes the smell much better. Shui stepped down from the second floor, sneezing repeatedly while leaning on the cabinet, covering her nose with her paws, looking very sad and tired. Meng Shirwan found her funny and gently tapped her fluffy head. "You're so delicate." Although she said that, Meng Shirwan honestly picked her up and went to the farm to pick some catnip, then returned to the RV to help Shui freshen her scent. Shui was no longer sad. Now she was energetic and ready to cause some trouble. She held the catnip in her mouth and went to the sofa to sniff eagerly. Meanwhile, Meng Shirwan went to the driver's seat and started the car to enter the base. Just after leaving the checkpoint, she saw a group of people waiting outside on the road. Meng Shirwan frowned in annoyance. It was the same group again. When Jiang Hanyu and his team saw the pink RV, they immediately gathered around, even using their special abilities to catch up, worried about falling behind. Jiang Hanyu came to the window near Meng Shirwan's driver's seat and knocked on it, mouthing something. Meng Shirwan didn't need to roll down the window. Even if she couldn't hear what they were saying, she guessed it was probably about joining their team and how good the treatment would be. Last time they came, they only knew she was a level 5 fire-type ability user. But this time, she had shown all her abilities at the central hospital. They must now know she has multiple abilities, possibly even that she is an 8-type ability user. The hospital was still powered, and there were cameras everywhere inside. If they wanted to investigate, they could check all the footage, traces at the scene, and survivor testimonies. Almost everything that could be checked had been looked into. That's why the leaders of various departments were so excited. They came to guard her as soon as they heard the news. Now, a crowd surrounded the RV, acting as if she wouldn't be allowed to leave unless she joined them. Seeing how hard they were trying to persuade her, Meng Sherwan felt helpless and finally rolled down the window. The world is really going downhill. Wu Ming looked down on Zhang Hanyu. How can you behave like this? What about your manners? Your conscience? The male models? Where did you find them? I can match 10 for you. Others. Meng Sherwang.
They were all silenced by this.
Wu Ming sincerely said, Miss Meng, you are so strong and have so many special abilities. You were born for rescue missions. If you hadn't gone to the central hospital this time, no one inside could have been saved. Only by joining our rescue team can you show your greatest value. Wu Ming had promised Meng's family and Gu's family that once Meng Sherwang returned, he would ask them directly about the scene of Meng Qingyue and Gu Jichen's deaths. But he didn't say when. It could wait until he had gained Meng Sherwang's trust. Compared to those two families, Meng Sherwang, a rare 8-type ability user like a giant panda, was the most important. Everyone else could step aside. Zhang Hanyu refused to back down. You're talking nonsense. Right now, all the gold-type ability users in the base are working overtime to build the canopy to protect us from future disasters. This is a matter of the entire base's safety. Meng Sherwang must join our construction team. That's the most important. Now is a critical time for gathering supplies. Meng Sherwang's space ability is very valuable. She should join our supply collection team. Join us, and our team is the most important. We'll give good treatment. As long as you agree, we'll meet any conditions. Seeing them chatter and argue, Meng Sherwang raised an eyebrow. Any conditions? Everyone instantly quieted down, nodding eagerly and staring at Meng Sherwang. An 8-type ability user, a level 5 ability, such a powerful presence. Why wouldn't they fight for her? One person could be as strong as many ability users. Meng Sherwang smiled gently, but her smile, in their eyes, seemed a bit mischievous. Then they heard her say, I want to be the base leader. They all shook their heads in unison. That's not possible. Meng Sherwang pursed her lips, acting as if she was settling for second best. Then I want all the core crystals in the base. Everyone. This is really daring. No way. Meng Sherwan shrugged. You guys are never serious, always saying no. There's no point in talking. Zhang Hanyu got anxious. Miss Meng, that's not how we discuss conditions. Last time, you said you considered joining the team after Meng Qingyue died. Now that Meng Qingyue is dead, you should think carefully. Meng Sherwan corrected him. I mean, if you say you'll help me kill Meng Qingyue and Gu Jincheng, then I'll join whoever's team does it. Did any of you kill these two? Their deaths seemed very strange, even weird. Just thinking about it made her scalp tingle. Wu Ming asked softly, Do you know who killed them? Everyone was curious about the truth behind their deaths, whether they wanted to find out or just observe. It's unbelievable that Meng Qingyue shot Gu Jincheng. And even more unbelievable that Gu Jincheng, who is cold, shot Meng Qingyue back. Even with all the known supernatural abilities now, no one could explain it properly. Meng Sherwan shrugged. I don't know. If she knew, she wouldn't be so worried about the future. You're lying. You killed the person. Return my daughter's life. A frantic shout came from behind them. Everyone turned around and saw Yuan standing nearby, holding a pistol aimed at Meng Sherwan. Meng Hanyuan got out of the car to pull her back, but he was too late. The bullet was fired. everyone used their powers. Jiang Hanyu, who has a metal-type ability, tried to block the shot for Meng Shiwan. But unfortunately, there were no speed-type abilities among them. Given the bullet's speed, they could only protect themselves, not save Meng Shiwan sitting in the driver's seat, who was higher up. They quickly looked back and saw Meng Shiwan stretch out her left hand, shining with a metallic glow. The bullet was being held in her hand. Jiang Hanyu sighed in relief, knocking his head. She's an 8th level, 5-type ability user. How could she not block a bullet? I was just thinking about how rare she is and forgot about this. Just as everyone relaxed, they saw Meng Shiwan holding another pistol in her hand. No, Wu Ming tried to stop her, but Meng Shiwan had already pulled the trigger. The bullet shot out and hit Yuan in the forehead. This time, no one could stop the bullet. Yuan's eyes widened as she fell straight back. Meng Hanyuan stepped forward and caught her. She was already dead. He turned and glared fiercely at Meng Shiwan. If I had known you were so cruel, I should have strangled you when you were born. She killed Meng Qingyue and, right in front of him, killed Yuan. She caused the deaths of the 2 people he loved most. If he had known what would happen today, he really should have strangled her back then. Meng Shiwan's killing intent remained. She pointed her pistol at Meng Hanyuan. Startled, Meng Hanyuan's heart skipped a beat. His face turned pale. You want to kill your father? At this moment, he felt all his blood turn cold. Meng Shiwan dared to openly kill Yuan, so she might really kill him too. Immediately, cold sweat broke out on his body. Jiang Hanyu and the others saw this situation and quickly restrained Meng Shiwan's pistol. They lowered their voices. Just now, it was self-defense, but now, you really can't kill him. Meng Shiwan put away her pistol and snorted at Meng Hanyuan. First, Meng Qingyue and Gu Jincheng are not the ones I killed. Second, didn't you see that your little mistress was the one who shot at me first? Finally, you said I don't have a daughter. When it's a matter of life and death, you talk about killing your father, but now you call him my father. Are you such a coward? Meng Hanyuan's face turned red and white from her words. Yuan is your mother. How can you disrespect her and kill her? Do you still have humanity? Moreover, you are an ability user. You could have blocked her shot. Yuan couldn't have killed you, but you still fought back. You are just cruel and inhumane. On the scene of Meng Qingyue's death, only you were there. If it wasn't you who killed her, then who else could it be? How could I have given birth to someone like you? Meng Shiwan clenched her fists. When she could no longer bear it, she decided she no longer needed to hold back. Jiang Hanyu immediately sensed something was wrong and quickly turned to persuade Meng Shiwan. But he saw that the driver's cabin was empty. When he looked back, Meng Shiwan was already beside Meng Hanyuan. Her metal-formed fist struck down, hitting with full force. My mother died early. Wasn't she driven to death by you? Meng Qingyue was only a year younger than me. You cheated on her long ago. How can a beast like you call yourself my father? It's disgusting. Yuan was just a mistress. I could block the bullets, but I really wanted to kill her. What can you do to me? You'd better never leave the base in this life. If I see you outside, don't expect to live even a second longer. Also, it's best if you don't close your eyes when you sleep. One day, when I decide to leave the base, I will come to stop you. The metallic fist hit an ordinary person, and it's really hard to endure. In just a few punches, Meng Hanyuan was already swollen all over like a pig and fainted. Meng Shiwan stopped, looked coldly at the crowd standing next to the RV, all of whom were stunned. I hit someone. How should I handle this? The head of the security department scratched his head and said, well, maybe you should pay a fine. You can't really punish this level 5 fiery mutant, right? That would offend someone. Meng Shiwan quickly returned to the RV, holding the collection box of precious metals and jewelry from the last trip. She went back to the driver's seat and handed it to the security department head. Is this enough? He hurriedly took it and said, yes, that's enough. Jiang Hanyu's eyes sparkled as he looked at Meng Shiwan. Her speed ability is definitely a speed ability. At the central hospital, Meng Shiwan only used her speed ability once, when hiding from bullets in the operating room. The cameras didn't record clearly, so they couldn't be sure. Now it's confirmed, she really has a speed ability. Seeing that they still wouldn't give up, Meng Shirwang said calmly, I won't join any department. I've organized a team of mutants, Tao Yering, Leisha, and Jiawen, and the water-type mutant I rescued. They're all part of my team. If your base can accommodate us, don't bother us anymore. If not, we'll just go to another base. Her attitude was very clear this time. If we can stay, then we can't be just teammates, but friends too. Since we're friends, I'll consider those 8 male models as my gift. We should still cooperate more in the future. Zhang Hanyu quickly responded smoothly. It's a shame they didn't manage to recruit such a powerful mutant. If she leaves and goes to another base, that would be their biggest mistake. Meng Shirwang can't serve the base, but in critical moments of real danger, she might still be asked to help. It's important to keep good relations. Meng Shirwang was speechless. You can keep the male models for yourself. I don't need them. Everyone could only regretfully step aside and no longer stop her. At this moment, Tao Yering and the others also passed their checks. Ray excitedly stuck his head out of the truck window. Sister, I have a level 4 ability. I really am a level 4 ability user. He stopped speaking halfway and suddenly noticed the group of people standing nearby, along with 2 dead bodies. He quickly shut his mouth and nervously asked, What's wrong? Wu Ming saw Ray, and his eyes lit up again. He shouted to Ray, Don't quit your job. I'll give you a raise. As Wu Ming was speaking, he suddenly felt a cold breeze behind him. He turned around and saw Meng Shirwang staring at him. Wu Ming awkwardly smiled. Just joking, just joking. Now he's your team member. I can't do anything to steal him away. Hearing this, Ray felt that Wu Ming's words sounded strange and sarcastic. What does it mean to steal someone's team member? Was he saying that his sister was trying to take him away? His sister could tolerate that, but he couldn't. He immediately retorted, Minister Wu, why are we quitting? You should know. When we were sent to the central hospital to risk our lives, why weren't you so enthusiastic then? The arrow hit Wu Ming directly, leaving him speechless. Back then, Meng Qingyue and Gu Jincheng insisted on making things difficult for these people. He had tried to persuade them several times, but it didn't work. He didn't want to offend both sides at once, so he just turned a blind eye. Who knew that these people would turn their misfortune into good luck and follow Meng Shirwang? Now, Meng Shirwang had 4 team members, and he had already offended 3 of them. What kind of situation was this? In the future, it would be even harder to ask Meng Shirwang for help. Wu Ming explained, It's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. I still have a few bottles of good wine. Let's have a meal together someday, and everything will be fine. Ray snorted coldly. No need. I'm injured. Drinking wine now would really be dangerous. Wu Ming irritably scratched his head. It was all because of Meng Qingyue and Gu Jincheng, those troublemakers. After they died, it would be better not to cause more trouble, which would be more peaceful. Using one's position to make things difficult for others was never a good thing. Meng Shirwang and his team headed toward the base and stopped at the entrance of the points office. Tao Yeruang drove the truck into the inspection station at the office entrance. As she got out of the driver's seat, she saw a man approaching with a cheerful smile. Hello. I'm Gao Leiyang, the head of the points office. Welcome back safely, team. He extended his hand for a handshake. Tao Yering greeted the other person with a confused look. Seeing that the other person was sweating heavily but still smiling warmly and enthusiastically, she was a bit surprised. The smile even seemed a little flattering, as if she was a very important person. Although Tao Yering is a person with special abilities, ordinary people would envy her. But after working in the rescue team for so long, she had never seen their leader treat them with such enthusiasm. She wondered if it was because she was now working with her sister, and these people saw her sister as very powerful, so they also respected her? But that wouldn't explain why they were so flattering to her, a small team member. She thought she should flatter her sister instead. Tao Yering looked puzzled, trying to handle the others' enthusiasm, and walked to the back of the vehicle, opening the rear door. Inside, a lot of supplies were visible, some falling to the ground with a clatter as the door opened. On the outside were some snacks and similar items. This was a supply Tao Yering had asked Meng Shirwang to help collect from a snack shop. As the supplies spilled on the ground, A box of organized medicines was revealed. Some boxes had toppled over, spilling their contents, which caught Gao Luyang's eyes brightly. Medicines, valuable supplies. He looked eagerly at Tao Yering, waiting for her next move. Tao Yering was a bit uncomfortable under his gaze and asked, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Gao Luyang was a man wearing glasses, with a slight beer belly. He suddenly slapped his forehead, causing sweat to splash, and said, "I have a bad memory. Meng Sherwang has space abilities, right? The remaining supplies must be with her, otherwise transporting them would be really difficult." At that moment, Tao Yering suddenly understood what he was planning. The news about Meng Sherwang's multiple abilities had probably spread among the leadership. She had been collecting medical supplies while clearing zombies at the central hospital, and many survivors had seen her. It was hard to hide. The central hospital had advanced medical equipment and more comprehensive drug storage. Such a large amount of medical supplies would definitely attract the attention of the base. However, the rescue team's task was to rescue water-type ability users and survivors, and did not include transporting medical supplies. So, naturally, they couldn't ask Tao Yering and her team for these supplies. Meng Sherwang was not part of any department, not under the base's control, so they couldn't ask her either. The only way to get this batch of medical supplies was, "I hope Meng Sherwang can sell the points at the office. They buy back at a high price using points, which is a win-win situation." Gao Luyang, the head of the points office, just came here to guard the place and was very enthusiastic about Tao Yering. At this moment, Meng Sherwang and a few others parked their car by the roadside and saw two people staring at each other awkwardly. Meng Sherwang asked, "Why haven't you settled the account?" Gao Luyang, seeing Meng Sherwang, immediately flattered him. Hello. I am Gao Luyang, the head of the points office. You must be Meng Sherwang. You look very beautiful and capable, truly enviable." Meng Sherwang? "So, why haven't you settled the account? Whether she looks good or not, and whether she's strong or not, has nothing to do with settling supplies or exchanging points." Seeing that Meng Sherwang didn't seem to be about to produce medical supplies, Gao Luyang politely reminded, "Is this supply?" Meng Sherwang suddenly understood. "Oh, there is a problem. Sorry, I forgot." Gao Luyang's eyes lit up, looking at Meng Sherwang as if seeing a living Buddha. He quickly waved to some nearby staff, signaling them to prepare. Once Meng Sherwang took out the medical supplies, she would immediately put the cold-sensitive medicines into the fridge for preservation. However, he saw Meng Sherwang's hand on the box inside the truck, where the boxes of medicines were stacked, and suddenly, they disappeared. Meng Sherwang smiled. "Now it's fine. Let's settle the account." Gao Luyang. He froze on the spot, stiffly looking at the empty space. There was no large pile of supplies, not even the medicines inside the truck. He forced out an awkward smile. "Miss Meng, you're really joking." Meng Sherwang kept a slight smile. "Who is joking? Hurry up and inspect. Don't delay. Also, snacks are not for sale. Only the precious metals inside are sold." Seeing that Meng Sherwang really didn't plan to produce medical supplies, Gao Luyang directly asked, "Miss Meng, are you not selling the batch of medical supplies from the central hospital?" Meng Sherwang glanced at him. "It's none of your business whether I sell or not. Just mind your own affairs." Gao Luyang. "That batch of medical supplies is very important to the base. With those supplies, more survivors can be saved. Isn't that a good thing?" Meng Sherwang looked at him as if he were a fool, and then, "Hai Lei-yang. So, if you sell that batch of supplies, you can save more survivors. I can offer you a 20% higher price." Meng Sherwang sneered. "Are those survivors even related to me?" Hai Lei-yang looked confused, feeling that Meng Sherwang's questions jumped around too quickly. He was a bit lost. He sincerely replied, "It doesn't matter." Meng Sherwang shrugged. "Then it doesn't matter if they live or die. I won't sell that batch of medical supplies." Hai Lei-yang had never seen someone so bold and straightforward. But Meng Sherwang impatiently interrupted, "Stop whining. Are you going to settle this? If your team keeps dragging their feet, we can go to another base. There are faster ways to get things done." Hai Lei-yang felt like vomiting blood. How can there be such difficult people to talk to? He hadn't even said much, and now they were talking about leaving for another base. If a big shot like Meng Shirwan really took that batch of medical supplies elsewhere, the entire leadership of the base would be so angry they might blood. He dared not say more and quickly ordered someone to settle the valuables inside the carriage. As for the medical supplies, they could discuss it later. Hai Leiyong called over staff to handle the settlement. Tao Yeruang watched nearby, recording with her phone. There were several boxes labeled with names. She needed to remember how many points they could exchange. When the jewelry store owner came, they would split half of it.
Silently gab Meng Siwan a thumbs up.
Only a clever workplace veteran like you can handle this. Meng Shirwan smiled but said nothing. Are they really afraid she will leave the base? Compared to that, they cared more about her value. With only a few dual ability users, why does she have 8 different abilities? When other abilities were still low level, why had she already reached level 5? The base must have investigated her and surely knew that at the start of the apocalypse, she had no abilities. Why did she suddenly awaken so many abilities later and become so strong? What happened in between? How did she do it? Those people would definitely keep watching and researching her. But Meng Shirwan didn't care about these things, as long as they didn't bother her in front of her. The mobile home is protected against all harm, and it has a skill that allows it to quickly return home. No matter the situation, she is never afraid. Big sister, the points are calculated correctly. Come quickly. Tao Yeruang was waving her hand, looking excited, which showed she had earned quite a few points. Meng Shirwan walked over, and Tao Yeruang handed her a piece of paper with a stamp on it, showing the total points. It was 58,000. They had looted many jewelry stores to earn this many points, which seemed pretty good. Meng Shirwan took the proof to the counter to handle the paperwork. The staff saw the 58,000 points and was surprised. Such a large amount of points is rarely seen. After confirming everything was correct, the staff added the points to Meng Shirwan's residence permit. They had agreed before going to the central hospital that all the supplies they obtained this time would belong to Meng Shirwan. Tao Yeruang and the others had no objections to giving the points to Meng Shirwan. Meng Shirwan left the hall, and Tao Yeruang said, "Big sister, we're going to find our family now. We're quitting the rescue team. They need to move out of the family building, and a few of us will go pick them up." Meng Shirwan nodded. "Go ahead." Chiuzi also spoke up. "Big sister, we're also going to find our family." Their internet was still working, so as long as their family was alive, they could contact them. Both his family and Su's family weren't from the local area. They were newcomers. Their parents had worked hard for many years and bought a house in the suburbs. Thinking about it now, sometimes luck really matters. Because they had no money and their house was in the suburbs, their parents also worked nearby. There were fewer zombies in the suburbs, and rescue teams started their efforts there. Their family members had arrived at the base early, so they felt more at ease. Meng Shirwan waved her hand. "Go ahead, go ahead. I will notify you of the meeting point in the group later." "All right, big sister. We're leaving." They each drove away, and Meng Shirwan finally felt some peace. But she couldn't just relax. There was still something she needed to do. She walked to the mobile home and was about to open the door when she heard a loud shout behind her. "Big sister."
It's you.
"We meet again, big sister." "Big sister." Meng Shirwan. This sister kept calling her, and she didn't even need to turn around to know who it was. Fortunately, she was a woman. Otherwise, they'd be calling her brother all the time. She turned around and indeed saw a group of familiar people. Meng Shirwan looked at Zhang Chong and asked, "Where are your ears?" Zhang Chong looked terrible, even worse than when he was a zombie carrot before. His left arm was gone, and now he had a bandage wrapped around his head. From his outline, it seemed his right ear was also missing. Why does she always see him with fewer parts each time? The others around him weren't much better. They all had some injuries, but none as serious as Zhang Chong's. There were fewer people than the last time she saw them. A few men carried homemade carts filled with metal scraps like doors, windows, and trash bins, probably to exchange for points. When Zhang Chong heard Meng Shirwan's question, he scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. "When I was knocking on the window, I accidentally got cut by flying glass and lost one ear," he said. Meng Shirwan. Even though she considered herself a pretty cold person, seeing Zhang Chong like this left her speechless. She asked, Why are there only so few of you left? At first, there was a large group of people at the supermarket. Now, the number has dropped sharply to a pitiful level. Including Zhang Chong, there are 7 men and 3 women around 30 years old. Their faces no longer show confusion or fear. They've become much more determined through hardship. Zhang Chong sighed. It's all for survival. We go out from the base to find supplies. Some are too scared to come with us, and some have been killed by zombies or robbers outside. He looked at Meng Sherwan with a bitter smile. Not to mention us poor folks. I haven't seen your RV in days. I thought you left, but I didn't expect to meet you here. Meng Sherwan looked at them and paused for a moment before saying, when you're done with your tasks later, wait for me at the registration hall. Hearing this, the group was surprised. Then they cheered up, okay, sister. After we sell our stuff, we'll come find you. They didn't need to ask what she wanted them to do. It was obviously good news. Usually, she didn't bother with them, but now that she told them to wait, they would. Zhang Chong grinned. Sister, we'll go sell our things first. The group hurried off, afraid that if they took too long, Meng Sherwan would get impatient waiting. The registration center wasn't far, just a turn away. Meng Sherwan got off the car and headed toward the registration center. This place is similar to the last time I came. Many survivors who recently arrived at the base are lining up to get residence permits. Thanks to Meng Qingyue's warning, the base knows that acid rain will fall in less than 2 months. Right now, almost everyone who can be sent out has already been dispatched. Collecting supplies and saving survivors are urgent tasks. Otherwise, when the acid rain arrives, many supplies will be destroyed. We are really racing against time with the heavens. Meng Sherwang reached a window at the very back, which handles address changes and similar services. There were hardly any people there. She sat down and handed over her residence permit, saying, I want to rent a house in the villa area. The staff looked a bit surprised and warned her, houses in the villa area are very expensive, usually costing between 50,000 and 100,000 points per month. Currently, only the wealthy who owned large resources before the apocalypse live in the villa area, and they can afford to spend like that. 10 points can feed a person for a day. 50,000 points can keep someone from going hungry for nearly 2 years. But now, she only has enough for 1 month's rent for a villa. The staff was worried she couldn't afford it and checked her points. 58,000 points. She might just be able to rent it. The staff took out information on 2 villas. These 2 are on the edge of the villa area, costing 50,000 points per month. They come fully furnished and decorated, very cost-effective. Meng Sherwang looked at both options and chose one. I'll rent this one. Location isn't important to her. As long as it's comfortable and well-decorated, it's fine. The staff helped her with the paperwork, deducting 3 months' rent up front, and handed her a large set of keys. Rent will be automatically deducted each month. You can also come here early to renew. If overdue by 10 days, it will be forcibly reclaimed. Meng Sherwang took the villa address, took a photo, and sent it to the team chat with a message. Bring your family members here for settlement. Soon. The group chat buzzed with notifications. Tao Yering. Sister, why are you going to a villa? Why a villa? Leisure. Before the apocalypse, I couldn't even live in a villa. After the end of the world, I can live in one with sister and Jiawen. This can't be employee dorms, right? Chiozi. What? Living in a villa? They were a bit unsure about Meng Sherwang's meaning. Meng Sherwang had said she would support their family members. They thought she would at most give them points. Then they could arrange for their family members to move on their own. Tao Yering and the others were discussing whether to rent a house together, so their families could live together and look out for each other. But then they saw Meng Sherwang tell them to go to the villa. It couldn't be employee dorms, right? Which big boss would use a villa as staff housing? Most likely, Meng Sherwang was telling them to relax, rent a place just for fun for a day. Meng Sherwang replied, yes, employee dorms with family members allowed. Then everyone in the group chat was so excited. Tao Yering. Sis, I love you so much. We're going right now. Leisure. Who has such a kind boss who arranges villas for employees? Wow, it's my family. Sis, you don't know how charming you are right now. And Jiawen. Hurry, let's talk at the villa. Chiozi. We're going now. They were all so happy. Following their sister, life was getting better every day. Meng Shirwang came out of the hall, and a group of guides gathered around her again. The young man who had led her last time was still doing his usual job, and he was surprised to see Meng Shirwang. "Hey, why are you here again?" Meng Shirwang was very beautiful. She was driving a camper, which left a deep impression on him. Meng Shirwang replied calmly, "Just here for some business." No need for a guide. The villa area was small and easy to find. When everyone heard that, they realized she wasn't a target customer and started to leave. The young man was still enthusiastic. "If you need any help, just come find me. I do all kinds of jobs." Meng Shirwang didn't reply to him and went back to her camper. Shui Ta Shui Miao came down from the second floor, jumped into Meng Shirwang's arms with force, tilted her head, and rubbed against her. The cat knew her owner was tired from hunting. The cat also knew her owner liked cuddles. The cat wanted to fill her emotional tank so her owner would know that all her fluffy fur wasn't for nothing. Meng Shirwang was so adorable when she saw her like this. She hugged Shui Ta Shui and showered her with kisses, on her head, her ears, her belly. The kitten scent was so sweet. Stepping Snow's eyes were clear and innocent, and it obediently stayed still without running away. Meng Shirwai felt it was inconvenient to hold and kiss it, so she placed Stepping Snow on the cabinet, then buried her face into its soft little belly. It was so warm and fluffy. When she finally lifted her head after enough cuddling, she saw 10 pairs of eyes staring straight at her from outside the window. Meng Shirwai, Zhang Chong, and the others. Was this really the cold and distant leader they remembered? This didn't look cold at all. Look at her kissing a cat. She seemed more like someone who had been locked away too long and finally found comfort. Meng Shirwai coughed lightly, her face expressionless, pretending nothing had happened. She pushed open the window. "I'm hiring security guards and cleaners. Food and housing are included, plus 20 points a day. Do you want the job?" The group didn't even need to think. They all nodded eagerly. "Of course, we'll do it, sis." Where else could they find such good treatment? Food and housing provided, plus 20 points a day. This kind of job was impossible to find. In the base, ordinary workers only earned 10 points a day, lived in crowded shared rooms, and ate the same simple rations of water and flatbread. Even so, those jobs were hard to get without connections. The offer Meng Shirwai gave them was far better. Only a fool would refuse. She handed them a piece of paper with the villa's address. "Go pack your things. Move in tonight." Zhang Chong took the paper, glanced at it, and immediately shouted like an excited rooster.
"A villa?"
"It's actually a villa. Sis, we're moving in and food and housing are included. Don't tell me we'll be living in the villa too?" The others, upon hearing this, were just as thrilled, like family welcoming a new bride.
"A villa?"
"Really? I once passed by and saw the security guards there in uniform, standing in the guard booth with air conditioning. It looked so impressive." "Exactly. Back then I thought, if I could stand in an air-conditioned booth as a guard, I'd pay any price or pull any strings to get in." Wait, are we really going to live in the villa? Before the world changed, villas were a symbol of wealth. After the world changed, in the base, living in a villa meant being among the richest of the rich. Even being a guard in the villa district was enough to make countless people jealous. It is very hot now, and every day people are getting heat stroke or even dying from heat exhaustion. At such times, working in air-conditioned offices and earning money is definitely the best job. In the morning, they were risking their lives outside the base for a few points, and by evening, they could live in a villa and earn a high salary. Happiness comes so quickly that they feel like they are dreaming. Everyone is eagerly watching Meng Shirwan, trying to get reassuring answers from her. Meng Shirwan sighs. "I asked you to do security and cleaning jobs to ensure the safety of the people inside the villa and keep their living environment clean. If you don't live in the villa, how can you always guarantee their safety?" Zhang Chong immediately promises, "Sister, don't worry. You gave us such a good job, and even if we have to work hard, we will protect their safety and do our best. We are going back now to pack our things and will report to the villa soon." Meng Shirwan waves her hand. "Go ahead." Zhang Chong is so happy he smiles widely, forgetting even the pain in his ears. He sincerely says, Sister, you are a good person. Without this job, they would still have to go outside to find supplies. Once the nearby supplies are gone, they will have to go farther away, which is more dangerous. Maybe one day they might not come back. What Meng Shiwan gives them is not just a job, but their lives. Every time Zhang Chong and the others see Meng Shiwan, they act like strangers should stay away. But she is indifferent and cold to them. Yet, she has helped them more than once. She helped them clear zombies at the supermarket, and now has given them work. Sister is a good person, not a villain. Zhang Chong secretly vows to do his best in this job and not to betray her trust. On the way back with about 10 people, he casually opens his phone and starts searching in the browser. On the professional qualities of security guards, the professional qualities of servants, how to be a qualified servant, the work process of security guards. After finishing, Zhang Chong looked at his torn and smelly clothes and immediately decided, today, with the few points we earned, let's buy 2 new outfits. Then, we'll take a good shower and go to work clean and fresh. Otherwise, if those rich people or the security guards in their uniforms see us walking in like beggars, it will be too embarrassing for us. The others agreed enthusiastically. Yes, I'll use all my points to get a nice outfit. Everyone was full of determination. They were no longer just slacking off like before. This time, they truly treated this job as a career. Meng Shiwan gently stroked Tieshua's tail. Is she a good person? Maybe. Anyway, she didn't think of herself as one. Looking at the time, it was past 6 in the evening. Because of the extreme heat, even though it was supposed to be sunset, the sun still hung fiercely in the west. The air was distorted, the ground cracked, and water was quickly running out, as if the whole world was in a giant oven. People came and went in the registration hall, and sometimes someone fainted, causing a commotion. In this environment of over 67 degrees Celsius, weaker elderly and children couldn't withstand it. Meng Shiwan looked at this broken, miserable world, but she knew this was just the beginning. Every disaster that followed made people more hopeless, until they became numb to the terrible world. If the end of the world was up to her, maybe if she could find out the truth behind it, she could end this global disaster sooner. But she knew nothing about the end of the world, and where could she even look for the truth? Meng Shiwan shook her head, dismissing these thoughts. There was no point in thinking about that now. She needed to focus on the present, stockpile supplies, and build her strength. Tieshue, go play at the farm. Tieshue responded briefly and jumped onto Meng Shiwan's shoulder, waiting to go to the farm. Meng Shiwan suddenly had an idea. She didn't rush into the farm but instead took Tieshue off her shoulder and placed her on the cabinet. Tieshue tilted her head, her round golden eyes looking at her with confusion. Weren't they supposed to go to the farm? Why weren't they going? Meng Shiwan stood to the side, not touching the snow, and guided it. Let's go to the farm to play. You like the environment there, the fun fish pond and the vegetable fields. If you want to go, you don't need to wait for me. You can go by yourself first. Whenever they entered the farm, Meng Shiwan carried Tieshue in her arms. Later, Tieshue discovered the pattern. Whenever Meng Shiwan said they were going into the farm, it would obediently jump onto her. It had never tried to go in or out by itself. Tieshue tilted its head, its fluffy little ears twitching slightly, as if trying to understand what Meng Shiwan was saying. Meng Shiwan simplified her words further. The fish in the pond are very fun. Do you want to go? You can go directly by yourself. Just think of the fish pond, and you can zip right in. And there's catnip too. Halfway through her sentence, Tieshue suddenly disappeared with a quick flash. Meng Shiwan was surprised. As expected, it works. From now on, when Tieshue was bored, it could go to the farm to play by itself. Meng Shiwan also followed inside. As soon as she appeared in the amusement park, she heard Tieshue's loud, distressed yowling. The sound was heart-wrenching, like a pig being slaughtered. Startled, Meng Shiwan hurried to find Tieshue and saw it lying beside a cactus, holding up one paw. Meow. No way. Meng Shiwan quickly ran over, grabbing the paw it was holding up to check. On the soft pad, a long cactus thorn was stuck. Meng Shiwan was both angry and amused. Is the lure of catnip so strong? In such a big farm, you came in thinking of catnip. Tiaxue held up its paw, its head resting on the ground, with big, watery, aggrieved eyes. Meng Shiwan patted its head. All right, I'll remove the cactus later. If the cactus is broken, the cat will be fine. Carefully, she pulled out the thorn from its paw, making sure the tip was intact and no part was left inside. Then she felt relieved. Tiaxue lay on the ground, looking aggrieved, its tail flicking back and forth, blinking its big eyes with a mischievous glint. Meng Shiwan picked up a shovel, dug out the cactus, and planted it in another corner of the pond. Tiaxue's access to the catnip was restored, and it rolled around on it happily. Seeing this, Meng Shiwan felt helpless too. She decided to let it be. She didn't believe Tiaxue would be obsessed with catnip forever. Resistance will develop over time, so I won't be watching these catnip plants every day. Meng Shiwan didn't pay attention to the snow stepping on the ground. Instead, she looked at the various vegetables growing in the fields. The chives and water spinach are tall, with bright green leaves that look fresh and lively. Other plants are still flowering. It will take about a month before they start to bear fruit. Meng Shiwan took a sickle from her space and squatted beside a small patch of chives to harvest. The sharp sickle cut through the chives' roots with a crisp sound, which was very satisfying. Evening on the farm is very comfortable. The sunset turns half the sky red, and a gentle breeze brings a cool feeling of dusk. Plants sway in the breeze, and their leaves rustle softly. The air smells of grass and earth. This countryside can soothe many worries in people's hearts. Meng Shiwan's restless mood calmed down. She cut the chives into bunches and neatly placed them at the edge of the field. After finishing with the chives, she moved on to harvest the water spinach until only shallow roots remained on 2 small patches of ground. She pressed her right hand on the ground, releasing her wood element ability, causing the plants to grow rapidly, creating a lush, fruitful scene. The recently harvested chives and water spinach sprouted new, tall, and lush shoots. Tomatoes hid bright red fruits, corn grew large ears, beans hung in clusters on the vines, cucumbers looked crisp and tasty, and watermelons lay round on the ground. Meng Shiwan walked to the strawberry patch, picked a red strawberry, and put it in her mouth. It was sweet, juicy, and delicious. This wood element ability is really useful, Meng Shiwan sighed. She had previously asked the system about the farm's double time acceleration and was surprised to be asked for 100,000 crystal cores. 100,000 crystal cores. She could expand her space and store many supplies. In the second floor expansion space, Meng Shiwan found a large transparent storage box. She placed the box on the empty ground at the edge of the bean field and started harvesting ripe vegetables and fruits. She put 2 large watermelons inside, along with many beans, tomatoes, and cucumbers. She also dug up some potatoes with a shovel. The ones underground were big and good. She carefully picked the fully ripe strawberries and placed them on top, so they wouldn't be crushed. Various fruits and vegetables are packed tightly into storage boxes, with a pile of chives and water spinach that can't fit any more nearby. Meng Shiwan hums a little tune, unable to look away from the bountiful harvest of produce. This is probably what happiness from a good harvest feels like. Ta Shui, you're going out. Ta Shui has already come away from the temptation of catnip and somehow snuck into the strawberry field. Now it is hiding among the strawberry bushes, holding a red strawberry and nibbling on it. Takue, what are you sneaking around doing? Meng Shiwan calls to it, but it doesn't answer. It usually looks like it's up to no good. Meng Shiwan walks over to it. If you want to eat strawberries, just eat them. Why are you sneaking around? Ta Shui is still crouched among the strawberries, with its head down and not looking up. Meng Shiwan picks up the chubby little cat and looks closely. Her face falls. Ta Shui, you're being too much. Meng Shiwan is both angry and amused. This cat only eats the tips of the strawberries, not the bottom parts. All the tips of the strawberries in this bunch are gone, leaving only the bottoms hanging. Most importantly, Ta Shui looks like a black police cat. Its normally white mouth and white paws are now stained red with strawberry juice everywhere, making it hard to look at. Meng Shiwan holds it up, looking at the red stained fur around its mouth, and can't help but laugh. Strawberries are not dirt. Dirt on the body won't get into the house, but strawberries can be carried out. Once its two red paws step onto the sofa, they'll definitely leave marks. But Ta Shui is still blinking and acting cute, trying to use this to calm its owner and avoid punishment. It knows everything. It just wants to cause trouble. Meng Sherwang holds it with one hand, like a little cat backpack, and taps its head with the other. Eating strawberries is fine, but next time, don't eat them so messy. And don't just eat the tips. Eat the whole strawberry. Feeling guilty, Ta Shui shrinks its head and makes its ears look like airplane wings, pretending to be pitiful under Meng Sherwang's finger. But that still doesn't stop her from carrying it to the pond to wash its face. Meow, it's a cat-killing move, no, don't bathe me. Seeing that things are not looking good, it tries to run away. Meng Sherwang firmly holds it down. If you don't want a bath, don't be naughty next time, okay? Meng Sherwang gently lifted water with her hand to wash her face and paws. The red dye stained her fur, and no matter how she washed, it wouldn't come off completely. Her white fur turned a pinkish color. Meng Sherwang decided to give up, thinking as long as the color didn't bleed onto other places, it was fine. Suddenly, she felt a bit regretful. Would this little guy sneak into the farm when she wasn't around, get strawberry juice all over himself, and then run around the RV? Thinking of this, Meng Sherwang warned her wet cat in her arms, "If you dare to make strawberry juice all over the place again, I will give you a bath. Do you hear me?" Tieshua obediently responded, probably understanding her. She told it, "Think about the cat food outside. Go out by yourself." Various snacks and canned food flashed through Tieshua's mind. The cat suddenly disappeared from Meng Sherwang's arms and went outside. Surprisingly, Tieshua's little head was quite smart and learned quickly. When Meng Sherwang went out, Tieshua was sitting on the cabinet, busy licking itself. But the pink on its paws couldn't be licked off no matter what. Meng Sherwang took out her phone to check the time. It was a little after 7. Tao Yering and her family, along with others, should be arriving at the villa soon. She took a bottle of orange juice from the fridge and took a sip. The cool, sweet flavor spread in her mouth. Meng Sherwang went to the driver's seat, used the GPS to set the destination, and started driving toward the villa area. The villa area was by the lake. It used to be a beautiful view, but now the plants were dead and only mud remained at the bottom of the river. Rows of villas looked very deserted. 2 tow trucks and a truck were parked by the roadside at the villa entrance, waiting for Meng Sherwang. They could have stayed inside the air-conditioned cabin and stayed cool, but just thinking about living in a luxurious villa made them feel like they were dreaming. Excited, they couldn't help but stand outside the gate, peering inside. People who could settle in this city didn't think the big villas were particularly noble. Even if they hadn't lived there, they wouldn't be so excited. What excited them was the interior of the villa. They heard that the villa area had no power outages or water shortages. In this extremely hot environment, the living conditions had greatly improved. Is this really the staff dormitory? The staff dormitory is inside the villa and family members can come in too. The person asking questions was a woman in her 40s or 50s, with black curly hair, wearing a brown, lightweight short-sleeved shirt and shorts. Her clothes were sticky with sweat, and she stood in the shade provided by a roadside rescue vehicle, fanning herself with a small plastic fan. Her name was Gut Suelon, and she was Chiu Zi's mother. Her father was killed during the zombie outbreak after being bitten by a zombie. Chiu Zi was an only child, and now he had only this one family member left. After entering the base, Gut Suelon stayed in a assigned room. The small room had 8 beds, stacked in 2 layers, and the air conditioning would turn off every 2 hours. The cool air disappeared quickly in the crowded room, and everyone was sweating, making the room smell sour and unpleasant. Each day, they could get 2 pieces of bread and a bottle of water, but that was not enough to fill their stomachs or quench their thirst. With constant sweating, 1 bottle of water was never enough. They were very thirsty, so she and some others from her dormitory went to the lake to fetch water and boiled it to drink. Later, the lake water dried up, and she had to endure her thirst. It was very hot, they lacked water, they were hungry, and she was slightly sunstruck, feeling dizzy and sluggish all day. Living in that assigned room for more than 2 weeks was a real torture. Because of the hardships, She saw many people suffer from heat stroke and heat exhaustion, with no medicine to treat them, only waiting for death. Now she was told she would live in a villa with unlimited electricity, air conditioning, and water, so she wouldn't be thirsty or hungry anymore.
She found it hard to believe.
Suddenly experiencing such good conditions felt like a dream to her. Chiu Zi explained, "Our team leader said it's staff housing. She's very kind, so just settle in and feel at home." Next to them, a middle-aged man asked worriedly, "Xiao Yi, what does your team leader do? She's so nice to us. Are the missions with her dangerous?" The man speaking was Su Su's father, named Su Jianzong. He had always been happy with his daughter's boyfriend, who was a young chief doctor with a bright future. After the end of the world, he was even more pleased with his future son-in-law. Not only did he become a supernatural, but their whole family could also benefit and move into a villa. It was one thing for Chiu Zi's family to move in, but even his girlfriend's family could benefit and live there, which made him a little worried. As the saying goes, there's no free lunch in the world. With such good treatment, there must have been great effort involved, possibly including dangerous tasks. Su Su's mother and younger brother both stuck their heads out, looking worried. Even Gut Suelon, hearing this, became concerned and quickly asked, "Son, is it very dangerous? If it is, we'd rather not take this opportunity. Living a good life is not as important as your safety." Chiu Zi smiled and said, "It's not dangerous. Our team leader is very amazing. Because of her, we were saved from the central hospital. Being with her is safer than being in the rescue team. Don't believe it?" asked Su Su. Everyone's eyes turned to look at Su Su. Su Su explained, "She's really, 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 really amazing." Gut Suelon asked, "If she's so great, why didn't she join the rescue team?" In her mind, joining the rescue team and working at the base was the safest choice. Su Su smiled and explained, "It's because she's too amazing that she doesn't want to join the rescue team. The leaders all want her as the team leader, but she isn't interested. Look over there, those few people used to be in the rescue team. To follow the team leader, they even resigned from the rescue team. You see how impressive that is." Hearing this, the parents felt a little more at ease. But looking at the villa in front of them, they still felt guilty. Because of their children's jobs, their whole family had started living like wealthy people, but they still felt uneasy. Meanwhile, Tao Yara's mother also had the same doubt. That house is so nice. The pay must be better than the rescue team's. Is it reliable? Tao Yara helplessly explained, "You've asked that question several times. It's very reliable. Your daughter is just lucky to have become the team leader. Others want this kind of treatment but can't get it." And Joan's wife asked, "Is it really reliable?" And Joan fanned his wife and said, "It's really reliable. Meeting the team leader is really our good luck." They repeatedly assured her, so the family felt more at ease. They used to live in the family housing provided by the rescue team, which was a bit better than the allocated housing. The air conditioning could run for 4 hours, then stop for 2 hours. Each person could get 4 buns and 2 bottles of water. The security was also better than in the allocated housing. But compared to the villa area, it still couldn't compare. They knew each other when they lived in the family building. Now they are gathered together, chatting casually. They somewhat disagree about their own children quitting the rescue team. But since a few children have already resigned, it's useless to say anything now. Leisha has injuries and is sitting inside the truck cab, enjoying the air conditioning. His parents are there, and he also has an older brother. His brother is married, with a wife and a 3-year-old daughter. Leisha's sister-in-law also brought her mother and a recently graduated younger sister. Leisha is alone but has brought 7 people with him. If he hadn't risked his life for his sister, he wouldn't know how to face Meng Shirwan. They are all just there to eat and stay for free. Some relatives like aunts and cousins also heard about it and wanted to come, but Leisha refused them firmly. If more people come, even if he risks his life for Meng Shirwan again, he wouldn't have the face to do so. Tao Yering brought her mother and a younger sister who just finished college entrance exams. And Joan came with his wife. They originally had a 3-month-old child, but unfortunately, the child didn't survive the extreme heat. Both sets of parents are not local, They lost contact after the zombie outbreak, and Joan asked for help to check if they were in other bases. The result was no, they are most likely no longer alive. In this end of the world, each family has its own hardships. The living must keep on living well. At this moment, a large group of people is approaching, looking fierce and not to be messed with. Everyone quickly gathered together. Tao Yering and Joan stood in front, watching the approaching group with wary eyes. Zhang Chong and his group, dressed in new clothes and carrying their belongings, walked confidently. Seeing the large crowd at the villa entrance, he hesitated for a moment, then immediately sensed trouble and got into work mode. The group advanced aggressively. Zhang Chong pointed at Joan's nose and asked, "Hey, what are you doing here? This is my sister's house. Don't stay here." He thought to himself that with the high salary his sister gave him, he must protect this home well. Tao Yering and Joan were both stunned. They looked at each other, confused. They had never heard of any brother for their sister. Tao Yering didn't back down. "Don't cause trouble here. This is a villa area. Believe it or not, I'll call security to throw you out." Superpowers users usually do not easily fight with ordinary people. If they accidentally cause someone to die, it will be very troublesome. Zhang Chong sneered. "Why call security? We are the new security guards here. Believe it or not, we can throw you out." As he spoke, a group of people stepped forward, ready to fight. They were determined to do their job well. "Wait," Tao Yering sensed something was wrong. She asked Zhang Chong, "Are you the security guards here?" "Who hired you?" Zhang Chong snorted. "Of course, the owner of this place hired us." "Do you think it's not?" Tao Yering was surprised. "Did Meng Sherwang hire you?" Zhang Chong was stunned. Who is Meng Sherwang? He had been calling his sister all this time but never knew her friend's name. Tao Yering was speechless. "The one in the pink RV." "Yes," Zhang Chong realized. "Do you know my sister?" A guy named Leja, who had been watching from the side, interrupted. "Haha, so my sister asked you to protect us? And you still want us to leave? But on second thought, my sister is so kind to even hire security guards. I'd really cry if I were you." Chiu Zi was also shocked. "Wow, my sister even hired security? How could a boss be so good?" A few team members were moved to tears. Seeing the situation, Zhang Chan quickly laughed awkwardly. "Hey, look at this misunderstanding. We're all family here." He was nervous inside, worried that he might offend someone before even starting work and lose his job. He thought about going back home, angry and frustrated. He was originally disabled, so it was hard to find a job, especially such a good one. He wanted to get closer to his sister, but suddenly a loud engine sound turned a corner and approached. Everyone looked back. Meng Sherwang had arrived. Zhang Chong immediately turned to flatter the main guest. "Sister, you're here." Meng Sherwang stopped the RV, and from the window, handed out a bunch of keys. "Go open the door." "Yes, sister." Zhang Chong hurried forward to take the keys and open the big door. He was especially glad now that he had only broken his arm, not his leg, so he could still be useful. Tao Yering immediately came over, her brows furrowed, almost crying. "Sister, you're so kind. Not only did you let us stay in a villa, but you also hired bodyguards. How can we thank you?" Zayao leaned out of the truck cab and shouted, "Sister, I will do anything for you." Meng Shuan's forehead buzzed, and she reached out to stop them. Stop. Isn't it hot outside? Let's go inside and talk." Zhang Chong opened the big door, revealing a yard. It was supposed to be a garden, but now it was just bare yellow earth. Meng Shuan drove the RV into the yard. Yao Rong's mother whispered, "This is your new team leader? She's so young." She looked younger than Yao Rong. Yao Rong replied, "Don't judge her by her age. She's really super talented and very kind." "Super talented? How talented?" "Oh, you'll see later. Hurry and bring your things inside. It's so hot outside." They took their luggage from the car and headed toward the villa. The villa has 3 floors. Both the building and the interior are decorated in a Nordic style. It looks very expensive. There are sofas, a TV, paintings, a hollow crystal chandelier, and everything else you'd expect. The kitchen is well equipped with delicate pots, pans, and appliances. In the living room, there's even a wine cabinet, but the bottles are gone. Everywhere shows signs that someone once lived here. No one knows where the owner of the villa is now. Maybe they weren't in the city when the zombie outbreak happened and didn't come back. Or perhaps they died during the outbreak. In any case, the villa is now ownerless and being rented out. Zhang Chong and the others were quick to see this. They opened the villa door, found a small room to put their luggage, and then, with about 10 people, hurried to collect the luggage of Yao Rong and her family. Gu Chuilan's suitcase was taken by a middle-aged woman. She felt a little embarrassed. "Oh, no need. I can carry this small bag myself. It's not heavy dragging on the ground. This is what we do as caregivers. Leave it to us." She said this and hurried into the villa with her suitcase. They had learned professional manners for security guards and caregivers online, and they looked quite proper. After helping the residents carry their luggage, Zhang Chong and the security team started working inside the villa. Everyone was busy cleaning and sweeping quickly and carefully. Tao Yering looked at the group inside the villa, working efficiently. Even the disabled person with a broken arm and bandaged head was holding a cloth, wiping the staircase handrail quickly, as if trying to make sparks fly from the wooden surface. They all worked so hard that it seemed they could turn cleaning into a treasure hunt, even though they were just doing chores. Tao Yering was amazed and stared in disbelief. "Sister, where did you hire the security team? They seem quite professional." Meng Sherwan stepped down from the camper and squatted on her shoulder, looking around. "I've met them before. Today I happened to see them, so I asked them to come." Tao Yering sighed. "Sister, the security in the villa area is pretty good. We don't really need to hire these people." A few other team members let the family members go inside to look at the house and turn on the air conditioning to cool down. Meanwhile, the team gathered around Meng Sherwan. Leisha stared at the cat on her shoulder, curious. "Sister, what breed is this cat? Its mouth and paws are pink, so pretty." Hearing this, the cat suddenly transformed into a chubby western diamondback rattlesnake, showing its small sharp teeth and reaching out with pink paws to scratch Leisha. The pink fur was so messy that it couldn't be cleaned easily, making the cat even more annoyed after a while. Meng Sherwan had just coaxed it out to play and hadn't calmed down yet. Now, hearing that its fur was pink, it got even angrier. Fortunately, Leisha reacted quickly and moved aside, still a bit scared. Such a fierce cat, just like its owner. Tao Yering slapped him on the back, making Leisha yelp loudly. "Can you speak? Your mouth is worse than a dog's. It's one thing to offend a cat, but you dare to say sister is fierce?" The irritable cat glared at him, baring its teeth and snarling, as if about to pounce and slap Leisha. Halfway there, Meng Sherwan grabbed it and held it in her arms, gently stroking its fur. All right, I was just joking." The cat instantly transformed into a small, cute kitten, snuggling in Meng Sherwan's arms, purring softly. It looked nothing like the fierce snake from before. Leisha was amazed. "This cat changes its attitude so quickly, but I don't dare say anything." Meng Sherwan spoke. "Tonight, you all should settle your families well. We'll leave the base early tomorrow morning. There's still over a month before the acid rain arrives. We must gather supplies quickly before it's too late. Animals and seeds are urgently needed. Without these, farms are useless. Additionally, items like salt and oil are also best stockpiled in large amounts." "Okay, sister," said everyone excitedly. They all looked forward to the special ability enhancement liquid, which they had been thinking about. The sooner they went out, fought zombies, and found crystal cores, the sooner they could buy the ability enhancement liquid from Sister and become stronger. They also wanted Sister's powerful fighting skills. When Meng Sherwan and the others entered the villa, the air conditioning was already on, making it a bit cooler. The villa was quite large, with nearly 20 rooms, enough for everyone. The security team was busy cleaning. Family members were wandering around, exploring the villa. When they saw Meng Sherwan come in, they all looked at her. They still felt that the new team leader their child found was a bit too young. But everyone was polite and came over to talk. Su Jianzhong smiled and said, Su didn't awaken any special abilities. She used to be a surgery assistant, but now her skills aren't needed. We moved in with Chiu Zi, and honestly, we feel a bit awkward. If there's anything you need us to do, just ask. We'll do our best, no need to worry. Seeing the conditions inside the villa, they felt a little guilty about how good it was and seemed unsure. Lei's father looked at his big family, including his eldest daughter-in-law's family, and scratched his head nervously. Yes, if there's anything we can do, just tell us. We'll do our best. Other family members nodded in agreement. Our kids' skills aren't worth such a big treatment, one said. Really, just find a small apartment to live in. Villas are so expensive, said another. Exactly. Why spend so much money? Meng Sherwan saw some guilt and unease on their faces, not greed or dissatisfaction from not getting benefits. These people have good character. She shows a gentle smile and says, "Get yourselves settled. Only then can my team focus on our tasks without worries. Just stay here and rest well. Taking good care of yourselves is the biggest help you can give us. I brought some food supplies. Tonight, we can cook something nice and have a small gathering. Tomorrow, we will leave the base." After speaking, she takes out the fruits and vegetables she collected today, along with dozens of pounds of pork, 5 chickens, some cured meats, and several bottles of Sprite and orange juice from her space. All these items suddenly appear on the ground, and there is a moment of silence. Sky, a space ability user, Zhang Chong, who is cleaning the floor, is surprised. He always thought Meng Sherwan was very capable, but never imagined she was an ability user, especially a space ability user. She clearly has space powers. At the supermarket, she only moved a small amount of supplies, not emptied the entire store. Thinking about it, Meng Sherwan has truly been kind and generous to them. He knew that his sister was a good person. After the surprise, everyone's eyes are fixed on the large pile of food on the ground, and their mouths water uncontrollably. Meat, vegetables, and fruits. Since the hot weather arrived, fresh meat rotted, and plants withered. They haven't been able to enjoy such fresh ingredients. There are strawberries and big watermelons, with leaves standing upright, and dew still on them. People, who have been eating mooncakes for over half a month, now wish they could eat these vegetables raw and taste the freshness of greens. These ingredients, common before the apocalypse, now hold everyone's full attention, and no one can look away. Tao Yarrow also swallows hard and calls out, "Stop staring. Hurry up, wash the vegetables, start cooking, put the watermelon and drinks in the fridge. Tonight, we will have a good meal and gather together." Everyone swallows their saliva and thanks her. "Thank you, Captain, for the food." They're right. "You treat us well, give us delicious food, and you're truly the best boss in the world. We're going to cook now." "Captain, try our cooking later." A group of people eagerly move the ingredients into the kitchen, ready to prepare their signature dishes. Brother Lei's 3-year-old daughter eagerly looked at the red strawberries in the box. She reached out to grab them, but her mother slapped her hand away and scolded her. "Don't eat before the food is served. Go play somewhere else." If these items had been available before the end of the world, eating a few wouldn't matter. They weren't rare. But now, even a leaf of greens is precious. Before everyone sits down to eat, children can't eat freely. Otherwise, it looks like they are greedy and trying to take advantage, which adults find annoying. The little girl, feeling wronged, covered her hand and quietly sat on the sofa in the living room, staring at the snow step on Meng Sherwan. Meng Sherwan patted Snowstep's bottom. "Go play by yourself." Snowstep jumped down and wandered around the villa, exploring this new place. "Susu, come here." Susu, who was about to help in the kitchen, heard Meng Sherwan call her and hurried over. "Sister, what's the matter?" Meng Sherwan took out her phone. "I'll transfer some points to you. From now on, you will handle their food, clothing, and shelter. If you need to buy anything, go buy it. Security will also be responsible for meals and accommodation. Each person gets 20 points a day. I've paid 3 months' rent in advance. Before it expires, remember to go to the registration center to renew. Check what's missing in the kitchen, like oil, grains, or seasonings, and go shopping with Chiozi to buy some." Susu looked at the 43,000 points added to her account, her heart pounding. She was surprised. "Sister, that's too much. Give me some first. If I run out, I'll ask for more." This time, after selling precious metals, she earned 58,000 points. She paid $15,000 for 3 months' rent, leaving $43,000, all transferred to Susu. Meng Sherwan thought that they would leave the base tomorrow and be outside for a long time, with no time to manage these people. The points wouldn't be useful outside, so she decided to transfer everything to Susu and let her handle it. But for Susu, this was definitely a huge amount of money. 50,000 points could feed one person for nearly 2 years. Over 40,000 points could keep someone from starving for more than 10 years. 10 years, by then, maybe the end of the world would be over. Such a large sum. Meng Sherwan said she would give it to her, and she did. She didn't know if Meng Sherwan trusted her ability or simply believed no one would steal her points. Still, Meng Sherwan trusted her too much and handed over such a large amount of points. No matter the reason, Su felt quite touched that Meng Sherwan trusted her. Meng Sherwan replied, "We don't know when we'll be back from this trip. The points are yours to use whenever you need. Some of the points belong to the jewelry store owner. If someone comes looking for them, share the points with them. Tao Yering has the records. Ask her to send them to you later. When we're not at the base, please take good care of these people. Only then can the team members outside feel at ease." Su didn't know why, but she felt her eyes sting. "Sister, I understand. I'll take good care of the family." She has no special abilities, so she definitely can't go with them this time. Meng Sherwan nodded. "All right, go ahead." Su called Chiozi to go shopping at the supermarket and buy some needed items. When she reached the gate of the yard, she looked back. Meng Sherwan was standing in the living room, straight and tall. She wore a loose sports short-sleeve shirt and shorts, which made her look slim. The villa was lively. The security team was busy cleaning, and others were happily discussing what delicious dishes to cook in the kitchen. Only she stood in the living room, seeming out of place in this noisy world. Her back exuded a lonely, sad aura, which looked a bit pitiful. She was obviously powerful enough to make others afraid, but at this moment, her lonely back made people feel heartache. Inside the villa, there were 20 or 30 people making noise, but none of them were her family. The only companion she had was a chubby little cat. Her biological father despised her, saying she was evil and that she should have been killed at birth. Her mother died early. Since then, she was unloved and lived in a family filled with malice. Su saw that she was usually cold and rarely smiled, only softening a little when facing the cat. But this person took good care of her teammates' families. She could have lived in the apartment complex, but she chose to spend a lot of money renting this villa and even hired security. She didn't ask this large group of people to do anything special. She spent points to support them, just so her teammates could be outside without worries. Though she was unloved and had a cold exterior, she had a delicate, loving heart. When I first met her, I only thought she was cold and fierce, which made people afraid. But after spending more time with her, I realized she is actually very gentle and has a strong personality. Chiozi saw Su staring blankly at the villa and asked, "What are you looking at? Why aren't you leaving?" Su felt her nose sting and said, "It's nothing. I just feel a little sad for my sister." Chiozi rolled his eyes and said, "Your sister is a level 5 ability user in the 8-element system. She's beautiful, strong, and capable. What is there to feel sad about?" Su shot him a look, annoyed that he was so dull. She ignored Chiozi, took out her phone, and sent a few messages in her family group chat called Happy Family. While washing vegetables, Luo Mei heard her phone ring and wondered who was messaging her at this time. She wiped her hands and looked at the screen. It was her daughter sending a message. She carefully read the messages in the family group. Luo Mei peeked out from the kitchen and saw Meng Sherwan walking toward the living room sofa. That chubby little cat and the children were playing on the sofa. Tao Yalong, Lei Zhe, and Injewen, who loved to eat, were pacing back and forth in the kitchen, staring eagerly at the meat boiling in the pot. Luo Mei retracted her head and thought, "Oh, you all shouldn't stay here. Go to the living room and chat with your team leader. It'll be a while before dinner." Su Jinzhong also saw the messages from his daughter and agreed, Exactly. Your team leader said they're going out tomorrow, right? Where are they going? Is it safe?" Do we need to prepare anything in advance? Let's discuss it first. Su sent a message asking them to find a way to talk to the team leader because she was bored sitting alone in the living room. The two older ones didn't know what to talk about with the young people, so they just shooed Tao Yalong and the others out to chat with the team leader. These people, even more greedy than a 3-year-old girl, kept circling around the kitchen. Tao Yalong's mother, Tao Lina, heard this and also thought they were in the way, so she told them to leave. Go outside, all of you. Don't stay here and cause trouble. The group was already crowded in the kitchen, and with these 3 wandering around, it became even more cramped. Reluctantly, the 3 of them left the kitchen and went to the living room. Leisha still had bandages on and asked Meng Sherwang cheerfully, "Sister, where are we going tomorrow?" Meng Sherwang looked at him and thought, despite his gunshot wound, he was still so lively. He must be the bravest. Go find the breeding farm and the seed wholesale market. Tao Yering looked at Leisha. You're injured. Can you go out? Or should you stay at home to rest? Leisha pounded his chest, feeling pain so sharp he almost fainted, but he tried to act tough. It's not a big problem. With disinfectant and proper cleaning, using my special ability is fine. Don't forget, I am now a level 4 ability user. Tao Yering rolled her eyes and ignored him. She thought he was always asking for trouble. At this moment, Luo Mei brought out a small, delicate plate and handed it to Meng Sherwang. Captain, I found a bag of white sugar in the kitchen. I mixed it with a tomato. It's sweet and sour, just like the snacks I loved as a kid. I made one for you to try. Meng Sherwang's eyes focused on the small plate in front of her. It was a finely decorated dish with 5 slices of tomato sprinkled with sugar and a strawberry in the middle. The small dish looked very delicate. She could finish it in a few bites. She refused. No, you can eat it. The 3 people nearby, along with a 3-year-old girl playing quietly beside Tieshua, all looked at the tomato slices with longing. Luo Mei forcefully handed the small plate to Meng Sherwang. Try it. Just a little snack. Meng Sherwang held the tomato slices, and Luo Mei watched her eagerly. Come on, try it. Seeing their enthusiasm, Meng Sherwang decided to give it a try. She used a small fork to pick up a piece and put it in her mouth. It was sweet and sour, quite good. If it had been chilled, it would have been even better. Leisha looked at her sadly. Auntie, am I still sick? Am I not included? Luo Mei comforted him. Wait a little while. Everyone will eat together during the meal. Seeing Meng Sherwang enjoying the snack, Luo Mei was satisfied and went back to the kitchen. She thought that to make someone feel like they belong and to show warmth, you need to treat them specially and care for them. There were many more tomatoes. Of course, she would prepare some for Leisha and the children too. That way, it wouldn't seem like she was only taking care of the captain, but showing genuine warmth. The captain definitely didn't need that small plate of tomatoes. Genuine warmth was what mattered most. Luo Mei was thinking about how to complete the task her daughter had given them, so the captain could feel the warmth of this place. Meng Sherwang, under the watchful eyes of several people, quickly finished a small plate of tomatoes to avoid them staring at her. The others looked disappointed. Who would have thought that one day they would be so captivated by a tomato? The end of the world. Meng Sherwang took out a lollipop and handed it to a shy little girl nearby. The girl was very happy and cheerfully said, "Thank you, sister." Unexpectedly, the 3 food lovers also looked eagerly at the little girl's lollipop, then looked at her with a bit of longing. Meng Sherwang really couldn't stand these mischievous ones. She took out a few more lollipops and gave each of them one. The central air conditioning in the villa was turned on, making it quite cool now. Suddenly, Meng Sherwang realized, outside, it's extremely hot, and the power and internet haven't been cut off. In her previous life, at this time, the power and internet should have already been cut. Leisha was chewing his lollipop and mumbled, "I know about that. Today, I was waiting in the car at the family courtyard. I met some colleagues from the rescue team and talked a bit. They said they're very busy now. All the metal-type abilities who are guarding the zombie slaughter field outside have been recalled to help build a protective canopy. Some metal-type abilities have been sent out to strengthen nearby signal towers to keep communication clear. The power lines to the base were also changed a few days ago, apparently to solar and wind power. It's a big project, and those abilities are all busy working nonstop. Abilities can play a big role in many construction projects. Meng Sherwan pondered. Perhaps it was Meng Qingyue's reminder that the base was already preparing in advance. Even things like power outages and internet cuts are different from her previous life. Could the future take a different path as well? We're back. Come out quickly to move things, Qiu Zi called from the yard. Tao Yerang and Enjoan got up and went outside. They saw many things piled in the large truck bed. Rice, cooking oil, salt, seasonings, and some daily necessities. Zhang Chong and the others also quickly came out to help move things. Su Su carried a big box and approached Meng Sherwan. Sister, I bought you a gift, she said.
Susuluk da little chai.
Actually, it's a gift for the kitten. I saw an automatic pet feeder at the supermarket and thought it might be useful, so I bought one. Hee, I used the points you gave me, but pet supplies aren't in high demand now, so it was really cheap. It didn't cost many points. Meng Sherwan took it and glanced at it. The quality was very good, and it seemed quite smart. In the past, it would have been expensive. Now, when she's away from the RV during mealtimes, the feeder can take care of Snowstep, so it won't go hungry. This is great. I actually needed one. Just then, Luo Mei came out of the kitchen, carrying a small plate with a piece of braised pork. Captain, try the braised pork I made. Oh, Su Su, you're back. Meng Sherwan stood up, holding the feeder. No need, I'll go test this with Snowstep. After speaking, she called Snowstep and left. Luo Mei quickly said, all right, but at least try the pork first. Snowstep saw her leaving and immediately jumped onto her shoulder. One person and one cat went out together, entering the RV parked in the yard. Su Su asked softly, so, what do you think? Luo Mei glanced at the plate of braised pork. I've really tried to be friendly, but the captain still looks so cold and doesn't talk much. Su Su suggested, she's just cold on the outside but warm inside. As long as you treat her well, it's fine.
Luo Mei nodded.
All right, I get it. She returned to the kitchen and poured the pork back into the pot. Tao Yalong's mother, Tao Lina, asked, why do you keep running over to the captain with food? Like you're trying too hard to be noticed.
Luo Mei shied.
Su Su said the captain is still very young, very capable, but she has no family. We should be more considerate and treat her kindly. The busy kitchen suddenly went quiet.
Got it.
Understood. If not for that reminder, they might have treated Meng Sherwan like a boss, showing only respect and distance. But in the end, she was just a girl in her early 20s. Before the world changed, girls her age were still chasing idols and falling in love. Yet she was carrying the responsibility of leading a team and making sure everyone survived. Back in the RV, Meng Sherwan let out a quiet sigh of relief. She still prefers to stay in quiet environments. She opened the packaging of the automatic feeder, which was light pink and matched the pastel decorations inside the RV. Placed at the back of the vehicle, she plugged it in and poured a bag of cat food into it. Little G, I'm here, owner, responded the RV's smart voice assistant. Meng Sherwan instructed, connect the automatic feeder. When I'm not here at mealtime, remember to feed the cat. Understood, owner. Shue's round eyes fixed on the cat food inside the feeder. She pawed at the transparent box but couldn't get the food out, so she sighed in frustration. Meng Sherwan picked her up and kissed her head. Come on, I'll give you some dried food. She grabbed a small handful of dried food and placed it on a small table. Shue crunchily ate it. Meanwhile, Meng Sherwan went into the driver's cabin to count how many crystal cores she had. From the collection at the central hospital and along the way back, she had gathered 342 crystal cores. She took a small box from her space and put all the cores inside. She got out of the car and opened the metal box next to the side door, which stored the crystal cores she obtained by controlling vines and digging zombie brains. She hadn't been idle on the way back, so there should be quite a few. Sure enough, the small shopping basket inside the metal box held nearly half a basket of cores. All the cores, which normally would have bits of flesh and blood, had been cleaned and disinfected before entering the base, so they were now spotless. Under the setting sun, they reflected a sparkling light. Zhang Chong, carrying a bag of toiletries toward the villa, was dazzled by the tiny, shimmering light. He turned his head to look and almost widened his eyes in surprise. He hurried over to Meng Shirwang, shielding the basket of cores with his body so no one could see. He whispered, "Sister, how do you have so many cores? There are several hundred." The most cores he had seen before were only about a dozen. That was at the points office, where a small team of about 30 people had fought zombies together.
He was very jealous then.
He even dreamed that night of finding dozens of cores, almost laughing out loud. Now, with hundreds of cores in front of him, how could he not be excited? Meng Shirwan glanced at him. The boy's eyes were fixed on the crystal core, more directly than when looking at vegetable leaves. She said calmly, "It's from a zombie's head, of course. Where else could it come from?" Zhang Chong was surprised. "Sister, aren't you a space ability user? How can you kill so many zombies and get so many crystal cores?" He just found out that Meng Shirwan has space powers. Based on what he knew about space ability users, they are usually weak at first, only good for carrying things. So why is sister so strong? Could it be that their whole team collected these cores? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Meng Shirwan's finger brushed over the crystal core, making a clear tapping sound. "Who said I'm just a space ability user, Zhang Chong? Could she have more than one type of ability?" He suddenly realized something and was even more shocked. "Sister, you're not also a dual ability user, like Meng Qingyue?" A dual ability user. When they first heard that there was a dual ability user in the base, everyone was jealous. But recently, they heard that Meng Qingyue had died. Meng Shirwan pursed her lips. "Who told you that I'm just a dual ability user, Zhang Chong? Huh? What else could you be?" He understood what Meng Shirwan meant, and his eyes nearly popped out. He even stomped his foot in place. It was hard for him to say the word multi-ability. Among all the ability users in the base, only Meng Qingyue was a dual ability user, which made her a genius. How could anyone be a multi-ability user? That would be incredible. Meng Shirwan ignored his doubt and shock. She took out a rifle, a pistol, and several rounds of bullets from her space, and stuffed them into Zhang Chong's arms. "Research these. They might come in handy at a critical moment." For Meng Shirwan's current strength, these guns weren't very useful. It was better to leave them in the villa. Zhang Chong was already carrying toiletries with one hand. Now, with these things added, he bent his waist under the weight. When he saw what Meng Shirwan had given him, he shouted, "Sister, is this real, Meng Shirwan?" She turned her head, got into the car, and closed the door. Zhang Chong threw everything on the ground, repeatedly touching and feeling the realness of the objects. Yes, the weight and feel are real. They used to scavenge outside the base, dreaming of having a pistol to scare off many robbers. Now they have a stable job, can enjoy air conditioning, eat well, earn a salary, and even hold a real gun. Look at this rifle. It's so impressive. Probably no man can resist the temptation of such a thing. "Wei Yi, come here." Wei Yi heard Zhang Chong calling and hurried over. When he saw what was on the ground, he also exclaimed, "Where did this come from?" Zhang Chong proudly said, "My sister gave it to me." He didn't know why he felt proud, but he was quite happy. "Take a look. Do you know how to use it?" Wei Yi picked it up to try. "I played with something similar at the shooting range before. The principle should be the same. I'll ask in Jiawen. He used to be in the rescue team." In a short time, they had learned about most of the residents here. Zhang Chong was very jealous. If only he didn't have a limp, he really wanted to try the power of a rifle. Back at the villa, Zhang Chong kept thinking about Meng Shirwan's special ability. He saw Tao Yaru wandering alone, touring the villa, and quietly approached her. I have a question for you." Tao Yaru looked at his missing arm and ear, looking pitiful. "What is it?" Zhang Chong asked carefully. "Is your team leader really a 3-type ability user?" Meng Shirwang said she wasn't dual type, so she must be triple type. Among the 3 types, there's also a rare space ability. That's pretty amazing. Tao Yaru rolled her eyes. "Who told you she's a 3-type ability user?" Hearing this, Zhang Chong relaxed and patted his chest, smiling. "I thought so. How could someone be a 3-type ability user? Turns out I was overthinking. She's not a 3-type. That scared me." Tao Yaru silently rolled her eyes. "I'm not a 3-type ability user. I'm an 8 type, level 5. She thought there was nothing wrong with sharing this. Recently, Meng Shirwang had been openly showing her strength, never hiding it. The higher-ups at the base already knew, and there was no need for us to keep it a secret. Zhang Chong was completely shocked and let out a loud explosion of surprise.
What?
What did you say? Are you an 8-element ability user or a level 5? His mind completely froze, as if he had encountered something too difficult to understand. This loud noise made the entire villa fall silent for a moment. Everyone who was sweeping, mopping, cooking, or stir-frying all rushed out from their rooms, dozens of eyes fixed on Tao Yering. Tao Yering's ears hurt from his shout, so she silently took a few steps back to stay away from him. Zhang Chong was still standing there like a statue, trying to process what he had just heard. Lena, holding a spatula, asked, Who? Who is an 8-element ability user? An 8-element ability user.
Who?
Are you the team leader? 8 elements? Are you sure? Or a level 5? How strong must you be to reach that? Tao Yering shrugged. Otherwise, how do you think we managed to rescue Qiu Zi and the others at the central hospital? How did we survive and come back? And why did we leave the rescue team and follow my sister? And where did she get so many points to let you all live good lives? Everyone fell silent. This news was too shocking. Since the end of the world, everyone paid close attention to ability users and knew how rare they were. They also knew how difficult it was to upgrade as an ability user. So far, they had only heard of one dual-element ability user. Now, suddenly, there was an 8-element ability user right among them. How could they not be stunned? Gu Chui Lan muttered to herself, I knew this team leader was very strong, but I didn't expect her to be this powerful. Who says she isn't? She's incredible. They had previously worried that leaving the rescue team to follow this girl wasn't a wise decision. But now, it seemed that following this team leader was the safest choice. Inside the RV, Meng Shirwan didn't know about the lively scene in the villa. She was focused on counting the crystal cores in her basket. 226, plus the 342 from before, makes a total of 568. She exhaled softly, feeling more confident with over 500 cubic units of storage capacity. This time, going out to stockpile supplies gave her some reassurance. Otherwise, finding supplies without a place to store them would be quite frustrating. However, she didn't rush to expand her space. She decided to keep it for now and wait until she really needed more room before enlarging it. This way, she wouldn't face trouble if she suddenly needed crystal cores but didn't have any available. Just as she finished tidying up, Tao Yering sent her a message, inviting her to eat. Ta Shui, want to come along? Ta Shui jumped onto Meng Shirwan's shoulder, still acting like a little follower. Since it realized that staying on Meng Shirwan outside didn't make it hot, it became more eager to go out and explore. Meng Shirwan entered the villa. Tao Yering led her to the dining room. Sister, they're looking at you strangely. Don't mind them, Meng Shirwan asked. Why do they look at me like that? Tao Yering touched her nose, trying to hide her embarrassment. I told them you're a level 5 ability user of the 8 elements.
They're still not over it.
They might even worship you like a goddess, Meng Shirwan. Susu had previously tried to make everyone more friendly and warm towards Meng Shirwan. But after this news, all that effort was wasted. They were just ordinary people living under others' roofs. They couldn't really care for someone as powerful as her. Now, their only feeling towards Meng Shirwan was admiration. Inside the villa, there was a huge dining hall with a round table that could seat dozens of people. On the table, there were many delicious dishes. When everyone saw Meng Shirwan coming, they all looked nervous, fidgeting like little kids. Lei Jia shamelessly said with a smile, Sister, today you're the guest of honor. You sit at the main seat. Meng Shirwan looked at them calmly and sat at the innermost seat. Susu brought over a child's chair and placed it next to Meng Shirwan. Cats have a place too. I even specially cooked some meat canned food for it today. Meng Shirwan patted Ta Shui's head.
Come down.
It's time to eat. Ta Shui obediently jumped down and sat in the child's chair. Luo Mei held a transparent plate and placed it in front of Ta Shui. I used to raise pets, so I know how to make slow-cooked meat canned food. It's tender and fresh. Try some, kitty. Ta Shui looked at the tender meat in front of it and didn't hold back. It immediately started eating happily. It seemed really delicious. Seeing it enjoy the food so much, Meng Shiwan slightly frowned, feeling a strange emotion she couldn't quite name. Maybe this is what it means to be a powerful person. Even her cat has a special place to eat. There were too many people, and the place was noisy, which made Meng Shiwan feel a bit annoyed. She was used to quiet surroundings since she was young. She didn't like such noisy places, but she didn't say anything, as she didn't want to ruin everyone's mood. She frowned slightly, and everyone became a little more nervous. They hurried to serve food, took their seats, and the place became quieter. At a large round table with dozens of people, some seats were still empty. The security team outside continued polishing the shiny furniture, sniffing the delicious smell of oil, and silently swallowing their saliva. They were hoping that after these people finished eating, they could get some leftover soup or scraps, which made them very happy. Soup with oil and meat juices, dipped with bread, smelled so good it made their mouths water. They hadn't eaten vegetables or meat for a long time, and this aroma was very tempting. Meng Shiwan looked up and saw the people outside working hard. She spoke, "Let them come in and eat together." Tao Yering stood at the door and shouted, "Stop working. It's time to eat, so what are you still doing? Hurry up." The security team was surprised and thought they might be hearing things. They stood still, unsure of what to do. Zhang Chong, holding a cloth, pointed to his nose and asked, "Eat? Us?" They were security guards. How could they sit at the table and eat? Tao Yering waved her hand. "Hurry up. Aren't you hungry?" Zhang Chong and the others stopped hesitating. They dropped what they were holding, went to wash their hands, and quietly sat down in the dining room. Zhang Chong, with a nasal voice, said, "Sis, you're my real sister. I never thought I could eat well in the end times." Lei Zhe was unhappy. "Don't talk nonsense. Sis is my real sister. How could she be yours?" Zhang Chong was unconvinced. "I knew her first. When she left the supermarket, I was still looking for her online everywhere."
Let's glad.
"Wow, you're the genius who said she was a kind-hearted villain?" Zhang Chong looked defeated. "I'm not a genius. I don't have much education." Meng Shiwan. How did she end up with this bunch of lively characters? She silently picked up her chopsticks and started eating first. Seeing her eat, everyone else picked up their chopsticks and began to eat too. They hadn't had meat or vegetables in a long time and wished they could swallow a whole plate of food in one bite. But they didn't want to embarrass themselves in front of the boss. They all suppressed their hunger, eating slowly and carefully. Tao Yering took out many chilled beers and drinks from the fridge. "Today, everyone must have fun and celebrate our big family's formation. From now on, we need to work together and follow sister. Things will get better and better." All these drinks and snacks were from Meng Shiwan's snack shop before, and they had been kept on the truck since then. "Okay, from now on, we all listen to sister. The captain told us to go east, and we absolutely won't go west." While they cheerfully made their promises, Meng Shiwan was already eating a bowl of stir-fried greens and braised pork with rice. She stood up. "When you're not busy, learn more about planting and traditional medicine. The more detailed and in-depth, the better. It's best to print or copy the materials and keep them safe, just in case the internet goes down someday." She had finished eating, so she continued, "You guys keep going." Meng Shiwan looked at the nearby Tieshue, who was almost done eating too. She picked up Tieshue and left the dining area. She didn't like noisy places. She was here, but these people couldn't fully enjoy themselves. It was better to go back to the RV early, where everyone could be comfortable. As for planting and medicine knowledge, in the future, as the farm expands, she wouldn't be planting all day herself. She would need helpers. With the end of the world and industry halted, don't expect Western medicine. On a farm, traditional Chinese medicine is very important for treating illnesses, so understanding herbal pharmacology is essential. She was raising this group of people not for nothing. She had already reached the door of the dining hall when everyone finally reacted. Tao Yeren called out, "Sister, let's have some drinks together." Zhang Chong said, "Sister, I'll prepare a room for you. Meng Shirwan hugged Tieshue and waved her hand. No need. We'll sleep in the RV. You all can play. Tomorrow, we'll leave the base. Don't drink too much. Tao Yering scratched her head and agreed. Okay, sister. She knew Meng Shirwan kept a lot of food in her space and probably wasn't interested in the current table of dishes. Meng Shirwan was cold by nature and didn't like the lively atmosphere. She didn't nag or insist on staying. Luo Mei sighed. Such a good meal. Why isn't the captain eating? Leisha was showing off with stir-fried sliced meat. Sister has space, so she can give us food. It means she still has some. No need to worry, Su Jianzhong asked suspiciously. It's the end of the world now. Why does the captain still want us to learn planting and herbal medicine? The land outside is extremely dry, with no living plants at all. The base is busy building a canopy, and even if no news has been shared, everyone knows more disasters might happen later. That's why the base is so tense and prepared. In such extreme conditions, planting crops is impossible. Learning farming and medicine seems pointless. This confuses them a lot. Tao Yering spoke. My sister has her reasons for making us learn. You should listen and study hard. Tao Lina thought for a moment. Okay, we live in a villa, warm and well-fed. It's just studying not too hard. It's better than before. We study seriously. We shouldn't waste this good life. Yes, yes, yes. Follow the team leader's plan. After dinner, I'll look for information online. Others are risking their lives for food, but we only need to read and learn. It's really not much. Our lives are really good. We met the team leader. Even in the end of the world, we can relax and read comfortably. Just a few days ago, I wouldn't have dared to imagine this. Talking about this, everyone feels emotional. During the power outage in the morning, they felt dizzy from the heat, their stomachs empty and weak, worried they might faint from heat stroke and never wake up again. But tonight, they are enjoying air conditioning, eating meat, vegetables and fruits, and drinking small wine. From now on, they can live well and eat enough. Their daily task is to read and learn. No matter who experiences this, they will feel deeply moved, as if dreaming. When Meng Shirwan left the living room, she took some common medicines from the space and left them there for emergencies. Outside, the sky was completely dark and the stars shone brightly. Back in the RV, Jia Shui ran to the second floor to hide and seek. Meng Shirwan turned on the monitor and continued playing her farming game. She had been busy outside all day. Now, she finally had a rare moment of relaxation. Meng Shirwan took out a watermelon from the space, cut it in half, and sat on the sofa with a spoon. She ate the watermelon while holding it and played her game with the controller. System. I remember you helped me install the blade wheels and crystal core collection box on the RV. Do I need 50 crystal cores? The system heard this and knew a deal was coming. Yes, yes. Do you want to upgrade it? Leave it to me. You can trust me. Meng Shirwan stuffed cold, refreshing watermelon into her mouth. Make it cheaper. The system replied. That's not possible. For the system, everything else is easy to handle, but it refuses to give up on earning crystal cores. Meng Shirwan also knows its stubbornness, so she changes her request. Then give me another service. System. What kind of service? Meng Shirwan says, I'm planning to install blade rollers on a few more vehicles. Those vehicles don't have immunity to all damage. You should strengthen the metal of the blade rollers, make them better quality, and avoid them breaking easily. The system hears this and thinks it's a big deal. It immediately promises, don't worry, the quality of what I make is top-notch. I'll handle the after-sales. I won't charge you for the crystal cores, but you'll need to prepare the metal materials. Okay, let's go to the base tomorrow. We'll find the materials first. Meng Shirwan thinks that making a set of blade rollers for one vehicle costs 50 crystal cores. But a vehicle in a zombie-dense area can collect over 100 crystal cores in a day, so it's quite worthwhile. After eating watermelon and playing some games, she washes up and goes to bed. Tieshue naturally lies in Meng Shirwan's arms, with her and the cat keeping each other company. Inside the villa, the noise from the dinner party has just ended. They drank some wine and, in a slightly tipsy state, talked about everything. It was the most relaxed day since the apocalypse. The security team was very responsible, acting both as guards and caretakers. They quickly cleaned up the dining area and tidied the place. Su arranged suitable rooms for everyone, and each person took their luggage to sleep. Perhaps because they were too excited. Except for Tao Yeruang and others who slept soundly, most of the family members couldn't fall asleep after seeing the beautifully decorated rooms. Since they couldn't sleep, they decided to get up and study. They immediately picked up their phones and searched online for planting literature and information. When Meng Sherwan woke up, it was around 8 a.m. The air conditioning in the RV was just right, comfortable within the perfect range. She stretched lazily on the soft bed. Tieshue was also awakened and, imitating Meng Sherwan, lay on her back with her paws stretched out wide, yawning. Meng Sherwan didn't miss the chance to sneak attack. She immediately placed her hand on Tieshue's chubby belly and rubbed it twice. So soft. She got up, pulled aside a corner of the curtain and looked outside. The sun was blazing hot. In the morning, the temperature was already shockingly high. The air was distorted by heat, like a furnace. She picked up her phone to check. 5 minutes ago, Tao Yering sent her a message. "Sister, wake up and come have breakfast, or should I bring it to you?" Meng Sherwan was not interested in their fuss and replied, "I'm eating in the RV." She got out of bed, stepped on the snow, raised the adjustable bed, washed up, and took the clothes out of the washing machine to hang on the second floor. Only then did she start thinking about what to have for breakfast. Shui, the cat, was waiting to be fed. Meng Sherwan asked it, "Canned food?" Then she asked again, "Cat food?" Shui looked uninterested. Feeling inspired, Meng Sherwan looked at it with a doubtful gaze. "You wouldn't want to eat last night's canned food again, would you? That canned food from yesterday was indeed good. Delicate meat, tender-looking." Shui let out a meow and took a big bite. Meow, meow, meow. Sure enough, when Shui heard this, its big eyes lit up immediately. It even stomped its little paws and wagged its fluffy tail. Watching its expectant look, Meng Sherwan felt helpless. What could she do? Of course, she spoiled her little cat. She called Tao Yering on voice chat. The call was answered quickly. "Sister, come have breakfast." Meng Sherwan said, "I'll send some vegetables and meat to the living room. Please help make some cat food." She controlled the vines inside the villa, took out some beef, chicken, fish, shrimp, and various vegetables like broccoli and carrots. Hearing this, Tao Yering headed to the living room. "It seems the cat really liked last night's canned food. I'll have them make more. Fish, live fish.
Come catch the fish."
That last part wasn't meant for Meng Sherwan. The fish and shrimp she took from the pond were fresh and lively, probably bouncing around in the living room now. She hung up the call and looked through the car window at the group inside the villa, busy catching fish on the ground. The scene made her feel strangely amused. Meng Sherwan patted Shui's head. "Someone's already making it for you. You can have cat food this morning. How about some milk to soak it?" Shui reluctantly agreed. Meng Sherwan didn't make breakfast. She took out a sandwich, a small box of cake, and a durian from her space. Shui was alert. "Oh no, the owner is going to eat something gross again." Meng Sherwan tapped its head. "This isn't gross." She took out a large metal tumbler and made a small cup of passion fruit drink filled with plenty of toppings, along with lots of ice. The hearty breakfast was ready. She sat on a stool in front of the cabinet to enjoy her meal. Sweet durian and cake always bring happiness. After she finished eating, she turned on the monitor to play some games. Tao Yering came over with a plastic storage box and knocked on the door. The camper has good soundproofing. When Chu Snow saw someone outside, she gently called out, and Meng Sherwan only then noticed. She got up and opened the door. Tao Yering carried the storage box. "Sister, I made many flavors, all packed in separate containers. When the cats eat, just take a box." Meng Sherwan glanced at the box, which was full, probably dozens of containers. She reached out and put the entire box into her space. "Let's go." After all this, it was almost noon. "Okay, sister. I'll go call Leisha and the others." Before leaving, Tao Yering secretly looked inside the camper. She realized for the first time what Meng Sherwan's camper looked like inside. There was a sofa area, a fridge, a TV, and even a gaming setup. All kinds of functional zones, with bright pastel colors like macarons. Most importantly, the camper was very cool inside. She could feel the cold air, even standing at the door. And she smelled durian. Her sister still had durian to eat. Tao Yering's eyes filled with envy, and tears unconsciously slipped down her face. She licked her lips. Leisha and Jiawen, Qiuji were leaving. They came out of the villa, followed by a bunch of family members. Be careful and stay safe. Come back early. Listen to the team leader. Leisha, watch your wound. Don't get infected. They waved to reassure them. These people were carefree, with no sadness about leaving family behind, only excitement about following Meng Sherwan. Leisha ran at the front. I want to drive the tow truck. These minor injuries won't stop me. Tao Yeren called out. Don't overexert yourself. Leisha snorted. I'm not overexerting. I'm just strong. He confidently jumped into the tow truck, though only he knew the pain from pulling his wound. And Jiawen also got on the tow truck, so Qiuji had to sit in Tao Yarong's truck. Qiuji said, let me drive. Tao Yarong didn't trust his driving skills. Forget it, I'll drive. You watch from the side and learn. Qiuji. He turned to wave at Su Su. Stay at home and wait for me. Send me a message if you miss me. Su Su was a bit worried. Be careful and take care of yourself. I know. You too. Tao Yarong couldn't listen anymore. She stepped on the gas and drove off quickly. She was afraid she would get goosebumps if she kept listening. There were many family members around, yet the two of them were acting lovey-dovey. When no one was around, they probably acted even more clingy. Two tow trucks led the way, with the cargo truck in the middle. Meng Sherwan was driving a camper from the yard behind them, following closely. The small convoy left the base, heading toward the outskirts through the same entrance Meng Sherwan had first come in. Along the winding wall at the edge of the base, some powerful individuals were working tirelessly to build. It was noon now, and there were hardly any people on the road. As the hot weather continued, humans had adapted to living during the night and resting during the day. The convoy slowly moved along the road outside the base. The tall parasol trees on both sides of the road were now just dry, broken branches. On one of the tall branches, a figure was sitting. The man wore baggy shorts and a wide-brimmed bamboo hat to block the scorching sun. He watched the slowly departing convoy and took out his phone from a large pocket in his shorts. Behind the phone, there was a cooling device connected to a power bank, so it wouldn't overheat in the hot sun. Hey, the target has left the base. A voice came from the phone. Keep an eye on them. Only they can find that thing. Do whatever it takes. The item must not fall into Meng Sherwan's hands. Got it, got it. The man hung up, stood up from the tree trunk, and jumped out. An invisible wind wing formed behind him, allowing him to fly freely through the air, chasing after Meng Sherwan's convoy. As the convoy moved farther from the base, more zombies wandered around. They heard the roar of the vehicles and rushed toward the convoy. The rescue truck led the way, ruthlessly crushing zombies beneath its wheels. Leisha used lightning to strike the zombies in front, while Tao Yering followed behind, using vines to extract crystal cores from their heads. Meng Sherwan drove the RV at the back, controlling numerous vines to attack the surrounding zombies with fierce claws. Only in Jiawen, with earth element powers, and Qiuzi, with water element powers, watched helplessly. And Jiawen could attack zombies with earth spikes, but with his current power level, he couldn't kill them with a single strike. Qiuzi's water powers were better suited for defense and support. They could only watch as Leisha and Tao Yering worked well together, one killing, the other collecting, yet they had no good way to get crystal cores themselves. At this rate, when would they have enough crystal cores to buy the energy enhancement liquid? Qiuzi and Tao Yering sat in a car, watching Tao Yering occasionally send back a crystal core with vines. He was so anxious, he kept scratching his head. He didn't want to wait until Tao Yering and Leisha could buy the enhancement liquid, only to find he hadn't collected a single core. Such a frustrating situation. Just then, Leisha added to their worries. Tao Yering, how many crystal cores do we have? When can we buy the energy enhancement liquid? If I drink one more, I might reach level 5, maybe even as strong as my sister. Tao Yering teased him. Even if you reach level 5, you can't be stronger than my sister. She's a multi-element user and you're single element. Don't compare yourself to her. Including what we got after returning from the central hospital, we probably have over 100 cores. Leisha looked discouraged. Only 100? It'll probably take several more days to gather enough. He and Tao Yering split the collection evenly. To buy the enhancement liquid, they need 400 cores. Qiu Zi scoffed. What do you mean only 100? Can't you be less boastful? I don't have any cores right now. What did I say? He was already anxious, scratching his head, and now Leisha's words made him even more nervous. Leisha was lost in thought, only thinking about when he could buy the enhancement liquid and become a level 5 user. He forgot that in Jiawen and Qiu Zi's powers made collecting cores difficult. He hesitated and then fell silent, changing the subject. Sister, where are we going? Meng Shiwan was looking at the map, searching for the places they needed to visit, and finally decided on a route. First, go to the nearest agricultural machinery market, then head toward the industrial zone to find the breeding farms and salt factory, and finally visit the germplasm bank. The germplasm bank is on the edge of the industrial zone, almost outside the city. A large area of farmland surrounds it, which is used as experimental fields for the germplasm bank. If you ask where the most seeds are, it must be the germplasm bank. Right now, Meng Shiwan's only concern is whether the people at the base or others have taken the seeds, since they are important supplies. No matter what, she has to check. Before heading out, there's something even more important, collecting crystal cores. Without crystal cores and enough space, it's useless to take the seeds, so she can only watch helplessly. Because of this, the matter can't be rushed. Got it, sister, Leisha replied in the group chat. They had no objections to Meng Shiwan's plan. Where she said to go, they would go. 2 clearing machines led the way, so there was nowhere they couldn't reach. They cleared obstacles and fought zombies along the way, pushing everything aside with ease. Other scavenger teams driving nearby were all stunned when they saw them. I seriously doubt that our apocalypse is the same as theirs. We're always chased by zombies and look terrible, but they seem so impressive. That's because they're a team of mutants. They have plant-type and lightning-type mutants, and zombies can't get close to their vehicles. They just take them out one by one. We can't compare. Mutants, huh? If only I had powers, I wouldn't have to live such a hard life. The scavenger teams looked at each other with envy. Many people out scavenging just want to survive, and only dare to wander around outside the base. There are fewer zombies near the base, so it's safer, but many people come to scavenge, leading to a shortage of supplies and fierce competition. If they go further out, there are more supplies, but it's also more dangerous. Ordinary people don't dare to go too far. After driving for another hour or so, it's hard to find other people. And Jia Wen's voice appeared in the group chat. There's a delivery truck ahead. Should we check it out? Although Meng Shiwan had some space, going out was not easy. It was best to bring more trucks and carry more supplies. Without Meng Shiwan needing to speak, Qiu Zi stuck his head out and said, Yes, 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 of course I want to. I hate not having a truck to carry supplies. And Jiawen cleared the cars around to the side of the road, leaving the truck in the middle. Tao Yering drove the truck level with the delivery vehicle. Qiu Zi looked over and saw a male zombie inside, baring his teeth and glaring at him. It was probably a driver who turned into a zombie during the outbreak and had been trapped inside the cab ever since. After more than a month of high heat, the zombie's flesh and water evaporated, leaving only dry bones wrapped in mummified skin. It had little hair on its head, cheeks like wax, sunken eye sockets, and a wide-open mouth, looking quite disgusting. Tao Yering used a vine to reach through the open window and directly stabbed the zombie to death. Then she used the vine to hook the door handle and open the door. The zombie collapsed onto the ground limp. Qiu Zi looked at the zombie flesh stuck inside the cab and felt like vomiting. He really wanted to say this truck was not worth it, but then he thought he might be a bit too delicate. He forced himself to endure the discomfort, using his water ability to wash the cab repeatedly. However, the zombie flesh was stuck on the seats, and no matter how much he washed, it wouldn't come off. He was starting to break down. Just then, the vine Tao Yering controlled grew a few leaves on its head. It brushed over the seats and steering wheel covered in flesh. All the stubborn flesh that wouldn't come off was scraped away. Seeing this, Chiu Zi's mind went blank. He felt something was a bit strange about this scene, like scrubbing a pot with a steel wool pad. He looked back at Tao Yerang, confused, and asked, "Your ability can be used like this." Tao Yerang shrugged. "Why not, Chiu Zi?" He didn't know what to say. After the water ability washed the cab clean, he still felt a bit uneasy. Maybe it was a doctor's instinct. He always felt there were a lot of bacteria inside. While he was mentally preparing himself, another vine stretched over from behind. This vine was thicker and stronger, and it carried a large bottle of disinfectant. Chiu Zi looked up the vine and saw Meng Shirwan sitting in the RV driver's seat, chewing an old popsicle, petting the cat's head, looking very relaxed. He was so touched that he shouted in the group chat, "Thank you, sister. You really saved my life." He took the disinfectant and sprayed it all over the opposite driver's cabin, including every corner, under the chairs, and even his shoes, spraying twice on each part. Only then did he feel relieved. He sat in the driver's seat, started the engine, and said, "Sister, we're out of fuel, Meng Shirwan." She controlled the vine, reached into the fuel tank, unscrewed the cap, filled it with fuel, and it back on. She also refilled the fuel tanks of the other 3 vehicles. Chiu Zi watched this with some envy. This wood-type supernatural power really works well. The convoy, which previously had 4 vehicles, now became 5 and continued moving forward. The agricultural machinery trade city was not far away. By around 3 p.m., the convoy arrived. There weren't many zombies here. There were quite a few zombie corpses on the ground, probably from other rescue teams. Chiu Zi and Jewen just stopped the car when they grabbed their bone hammer and rushed out of the cabin, swinging at the zombies. One hit, and the zombies had exploded. Luckily, the zombies had no intelligence. Otherwise, given how brutal they were, even zombies would run away when they saw them. On both sides, the shops had lost all their large agricultural machinery, leaving only some small machines. This was enough for Meng Shirwan. System, equip all 4 vehicles with blade rollers. The system quickly appeared. Got it, that will cost 200 crystal cores. Meng Shirwan confirmed. Okay, she didn't even need to pick them up. The system immediately took 200 crystal cores from the small box with the cores and started modifying the other 4 vehicles. Chiu Zi and Jewen were busy killing zombies. Tao Yerang also just got out of the car. Leisha, who was injured and afraid of heat, sat inside the vehicle. At this moment, the machinery in the surrounding shops suddenly started moving on their own. They inexplicably disassembled and reassembled, then zoomed and crashed into the fronts of the 4 vehicles, transforming like robots. In the blink of an eye, 2 tow trucks and 2 cargo trucks had blades and rollers similar to Meng Shirwan's RV. It all happened very quickly. When they finally realized what was happening, everything had settled down, and all the modifications were complete. The 4 of them stared with wide eyes, like bells ringing, as if they had been greatly shocked. They thought they had seen enough of Meng Shirwan's abilities, so they wouldn't be surprised by anything she did. But now they still felt amazed. They couldn't understand how Meng Shirwan managed to control various parts in a short moment and modify 4 cars. A level 5 metal element psychic? Is she really that powerful? Leisha shouted, "Sister, what kind of ability is this? How do you control parts remotely and make such precise modifications so quickly? Does the metal element psychic have this kind of power?" Tao Yerang exclaimed, "Sister, every time I think you're amazing, you always have something even more impressive waiting for me. How many abilities do you have that we don't know about?" And Jewen only said 2 words, "So cool." Chiu Zi sighed, "We still know very little about sister's abilities." They talked and gathered around the front of the car, looking left and right to figure out what was going on. Meng Shirwan ignored them. In her mind, she silently asked the system the same question, "How did you do it?" The system proudly replied, "You don't understand technology at all." "Anyway, I have this ability." Meng Shirwan thought about it. Since the system even set up a space farm shop and had these abilities, it didn't seem surprising anymore. She called out in the group chat, "Let's go." The people studying the blade rollers quickly returned to the driver's cabin and started the vehicle. 2 rescue vehicles turned around and led the way, with 2 trucks in the middle. Meng Shirwan's RV was at the back, maintaining this formation as they headed toward the industrial area. Before leaving, Meng Sherwang looked at the tools and felt a bit regretful. They would definitely need these in the future. But her current space was reserved for more important things, so she had to temporarily give up on them. Now she was suddenly very envious of those with unlimited space abilities, who could store everything without worrying about space limitations. Leisha watched the zombies being rolled into pieces by the blade rollers, quickly turning into meat pulp and splattering out. He shouted in the group chat, "Not bad. It looks like a harvesting machine for zombies. Pretty cool." Tao Yering, keep looking for crystal cores and the meat pulp behind. This was not even worth reminding him. Tao Yering had already looked for it. No luck, not a single one. Maybe we haven't encountered zombies with crystal cores yet, or they might be wrapped in flesh and I didn't notice. Meng Sherwan listened to their chat and explained, there should be a transparent box under or beside your central armrest. Zombie crystal cores are collected in that box. The 4 of them. Is there such a feature? They all started searching inside their vehicles. Xiao Zi exclaimed, "It's true. My box already has one. This was the first crystal core he got after leaving the central hospital, and he was quite excited. If it weren't for the zombie blood on the crystal core, he'd want to examine it carefully. Their 4 cars didn't have large water tanks, so they didn't clean the crystal cores. The crystal cores in the collection box still had some zombie blood and flesh on them." Tao Yering also found the collection box, which was empty for now, but she couldn't hide her excitement. "The car was modified by my sister, so these crystal cores probably belong to her too, right?" Her question carried a bit of suspicion. Normally, they should give the crystal cores to Meng Sherwan, but she still had a small hope. They couldn't help but listen eagerly, wanting to hear Meng Sherwan's answer. Meng Sherwan replied calmly, "They're yours. You can use these crystal cores to buy my ability enhancement serum." For Meng Sherwan, no matter what, these resources wouldn't go to outsiders. Anyway, the crystal cores would eventually end up with her. She gave some ability enhancement serum to the others, which also boosted their team's strength. It was a fair deal, but this made the others feel very touched. Leisha hummed, "Sister, you're so kind. If anyone ever says you're mean or bad, I'll be the first to disagree." Tao Yering added, "Yes, yes, yes. Besides my parents, you're the best person to me." And Joan was moved. "When the rescue team sent us to die before, Sister always thought of us and had good stuff for us. As team leader, how come you're so different?" Xiao Zi hesitated for a moment and said, "Sister, you'll be my real sister in the future." They all genuinely admired Meng Sherwan. They appreciated her strength and were grateful for her kindness. Truly, she is a teammate who can share life and death together. Meng Sherwan. She now has many family members. With the crystal core collection box, they kept busy along the way. Leisha and Tao Yerwang continued working together to collect crystal cores. Meng Sherwan was behind, clearing out all the zombies she could find nearby. Where the convoy passed, there were zombie bodies everywhere. Their group chat was never quiet. "My collection box has 5 crystals now. I have 10 crystal cores. I'm a bit short, only 7. There's a convenience store ahead, sister," Leisha said, the sharpest eye among them, already salivating. They left the base without much food, relying on scavenging along the way. Now, snacks are eaten sparingly. Once these foods expire, Leisha can't imagine what life will be like for people in the future. Given the current situation, natural disasters probably won't end soon. If they last 3 or 5 years, various calamities could prevent planting, causing most food to expire or be destroyed. At that time, humans might be eating food worse than pig feed. The era of abundant and diverse food will disappear completely, and humanity will face another great famine. Just thinking about the future makes Leisha feel nervous. The uncertainty of what's to come is frightening. Meng Sherwan activated her wood element supernatural power, extending vines into the convenience store, quickly grabbing all kinds of snacks and drinks. The vines then curled back like a snake, reaching several cars, and threw a bunch of snacks into each driver's cabin. Leisha sat happily among the snacks he longed for, exclaiming, "Sister's wood element power combined with her space power is just perfect. Meng Sherwan is no longer the same as in the past." When the zombie outbreak first happened, she had to pull a trailer, moving one vehicle load after another into the RV. Now, she only needs to sit inside the RV, and as long as the vines can reach, she can easily store supplies into her space. It's very quick and simple. Haidong City is large. From the base to the industrial zone, they almost had to cross half the city. Plus, the road-clearing vehicle was slow, so by the time they reached the farm in the industrial area, it was already 3 days later. Over the past 3 days, except for a few hours of sleep and bathroom breaks each day, they've been on the road. Along the way, they encountered jewelry stores and grain shops. Now, they don't need to get out of the vehicle. Meng Shawan's vine extends out, collecting everything into her space, then placing it into 2 trucks. They need to stockpile important supplies like gold, silver, jewelry, rice, flour, oil, and medicines. Earlier, only they were collecting supplies, so there was no rush. But now, their base is home to a large family, so they must prepare more supplies. The farm Meng Shawan chose is the largest comprehensive farm that can be found on the map. It has many types of poultry and livestock. If luck is on their side, they might gather most of the animals from this one farm. The convoy stops outside the farm's gate. The grand, bright gate already shows how big the farm must be inside. Before entering, they have an even more important task: counting crystal cores. In the past, Meng Shawan was the only one who liked to count crystal cores. Now, all members of the Dawn Squad enjoy it too. Leisha eagerly says, "We've been traveling for days. Seeing the dense crystal cores in the box, I've been itching to count them. Now I can finally exchange some for ability enhancement liquids. The study in Jiawen also looks forward to it. There should be over 200. Exchanging for an ability boost is no problem. Tao Yereng and Qiu Zi have no time to talk. They find a snack bag or box, cover their hands with plastic bags, and silently take out the bloody crystal cores from the collection box. After Tao Yereng finishes collecting the crystal cores, she holds the snack bag filled with them and sticks her head out of the car window. Qiu Zi, help me wash the crystal cores. At this moment, Qiu Zi's water-based ability is very useful. He can clean the cores quickly and thoroughly. Meng Shawan sits cross-legged in the driver's seat, very focused, counting the number of crystal cores in the collection box one by one. 344 cores, 681 collected by the vine, plus 368 remaining in the box. I now have a total of 1,393 crystal cores. As she counts, Meng Shawan's usually calm eyes light up. This is the richest she has ever been in crystal cores. This is not all. Several team members still have energy cores. Meng Shawan asked in the group chat voice message, "How many energy cores do you all have?" Tao Yereng's voice was the first to respond. "Sister, I have 602 cores, which is just enough to buy 3 ability enhancement potions." She sounded excited and a little shaky when she said this. Previously, Meng Shawan mentioned that 2 ability enhancement potions could upgrade someone to level 5. She is about to become a level 5 ability user, which means she can produce hundreds of vines and kill thousands of zombies at once, just like Meng Shawan. Level 5 ability users. Only ability users understand how hard it is to improve their abilities. Abilities are very different from the cultivation in stories. Cultivation can grow through practice, but improving abilities depends on how often you use them and your physical fitness. It's not just about trying hard. Now, she only needs 400 energy cores and 2 ability enhancement potions to reach level 5. If she told others, many would envy ability users worldwide. "Sister, I have 598 cores. Tao Yereng, can you lend me the 2 extra cores you have? That way, I can buy 3 ability enhancement potions too." Leisha and Tao Yereng worked together to collect cores. After sharing equally and adding the cores collected in the car's storage box, each of them had about 600 cores. This shows that the 2 of them have been working very hard these past 3 days, killing zombies and collecting cores without any laziness. Tao Yereng smiled and said, Sure, I'll lend you the cores. Pay me back with interest 3 cores, Leisha." Our relationship. He wanted to say that their relationship shouldn't matter about repayment, but Tao Yereng interrupted. "Our relationship? Even 4 cores, I wouldn't mind." Meng Shawan. She was very familiar with this scene. The way they refused to give up cores was exactly like the system. And Joan sighed. I only have 335 cores, so I can only buy one ability enhancement potion. Tao Yering and Lijia could buy 3 each, but he could only buy 1. The gap was a bit too big. Zi was about the same. I have 342 cores. He thought quickly and said, and Joan lend me 58 cores. You can only buy 1 potion anyway. Let me gather 400 cores first to buy 2 potions. Next time, I'll lend you some. We help each other. And Joan? The clown is only himself. Why didn't you lend it to me? Zi smiled and said, I'm a water-type ability user, so I'm more useful. After I become a level 5 ability user, I can condense more water to help you wash or drink. Don't you carry water when you're off the car? Or ask my sister to use water to help you bathe. And Joan. Fine, I'll lend it to you. Lijia looked suspicious. And Joan, you agreed so quickly. Are you not charging interest? Zi quickly responded, interest? We're family. I might need to borrow crystal cores from him in the future. It's complicated to keep track of everything, right? And Joan? Lijia was annoyed. Tao Yaru, look at others. They lend you 2 crystal cores and still charge interest. Tao Yaru chuckled. I'm a wood-type ability user. When I reach level 5, I'll be as strong as my sister. I can easily gather crystal cores then. When that happens, I won't work with you anymore. You often ask to borrow crystal cores from me, so I have to charge interest. They had no argument. Their abilities couldn't compare to Tao Yaru's wood-type ability, which made gathering crystal cores much easier. While they argued and fussed, Meng Shirwang quietly calculated. Including the crystal cores in their hands, she had a total of 3,270. This was a real fortune.
She was truly rich this time.
All the crystal cores you have, give them to me. The extras stay with me first. The crystal cores in their hands weren't very useful to them, but in Meng Shirwang's hands, each extra crystal core meant more space. She controlled vines to reach the car windows of the others. They hung their crystal cores on the vines, which then delivered them to Meng Shirwang. She took each crystal core from their bags and opened her phone's notes. And Joan has 77. After borrowing back and forth, only Joan had remaining crystal cores. Meng Shirwang opened the shop and bought ability enhancement liquids. Tao Yaru bought 3 bottles, Lijia bought 3, Zi bought 2, and Joan bought 1. A total of 9 bottles, costing 900 crystal cores. She still had 2,370 left. Meng Shirwang used her vines to deliver the ability enhancement liquids to each of their car windows. Tao Yaru took the 3 slender, milky white tubes, looking surprised. Is this the ability enhancement liquid? Such a small, thin tube, but it has so much energy. She carefully examined it in her hands. Lijia asked, Sister, is it okay to drink 3 bottles at once? And Joan didn't have this worry. After drinking 1, it was light and bland, with no special feeling in the body. He used his special power, making the soil under the nearby cement road move. His strength was definitely more than several times stronger than before. Meng Shirwang asked the system, is it okay to drink 3 bottles at once? The system proudly replied, my ability-enhancing liquid is pure and free of impurities. It is completely safe. You can drink as many bottles as you want at once. Meng Shirwang told Lijia, no problem. With Meng Shirwang's reassurance, they relaxed and drank all the ability-enhancing liquid in their hands, one after another. Tao Yering activated her wood-type power again. Vines grew long and, in the blink of an eye, split into hundreds of smaller vines, waving wildly in the air, looking very impressive. The vines also became thicker than before. When they shot out, zombie heads were smashed like eggshells upon contact. Level 5 ability. I am now a level 5 ability user too. Ha ha ha. Tao Yering let out a very wild laugh. She had envied Meng Shirwang's level 5 ability for a long time. Now that she had finally become a level 5 ability user herself, she couldn't be more excited. After drinking, Lijia touched his chest wound and found it no longer hurt. He pressed down hard and it really didn't hurt anymore. He quickly peeled back the gauze to check.
Wow, it had healed.
All he could see was new pink flesh growing, with a faint scar. Sister, can ability-enhancing liquid also heal wounds? Is it that powerful? Meng Sherwan? She wasn't very sure about this either. Maybe the ability in the blood strengthened and promoted wound healing. So far, Leisha, Tao Yering, and Qiu Zi were all level 5 ability users. And Joan only drank 1 bottle, so he was probably a level 4 ability user. Everyone was excited, using their abilities wildly. Zombies that appeared were quickly destroyed, testing their current powers. Meng Sherwan thought that since her team members' strength had increased, she, as the leader, also needed to improve. She calculated that she now had 2,370 crystal cores. She planned to buy 3 bottles of ability-enhancing liquid and drink them. Before, Meng Sherwan had drunk 4 bottles. With this times 3 bottles, she had consumed a total of 7 bottles of ability-enhancing liquid. Superpowers are definitely stronger than before, but she isn't sure if she has reached level 6. She needs to go back to the base to test it. The breakthrough in superpowers doesn't feel any different. The level is mainly determined by the concentration of blood-based abilities. She has 2,070 crystal cores left. 2,000 of these cores will be used to upgrade the U-shaped sofa cabinet space, and the remaining 70 are kept as backup. After organizing everything, she returns to the RV. She sees Tieshue lying on the sofa, chewing on catnip. This catnip, with 2 leaves, was picked by Tieshue herself from the farm. Since Tieshue learned how to come and go from the farm, it no longer stays confined in the small RV. Its life has become much more interesting. Sometimes, it goes to the farm to watch fish, eat strawberries, or pick some catnip, feeling very free. Sometimes, Meng Sherwan also notices red strawberry juice on its mouth, but it's rare, less messy than when it first ate strawberries. Tieshue, do you want canned food? Tieshue, still happily chewing on the catnip, hears the word, canned food, and immediately lifts its head. After a slight turn of its little head, it gives up the catnip and walks toward Meng Sherwan. It now has some immunity to the catnip. At least for now, the canned food seems more tempting than the catnip. Meng Sherwan takes a can of food from the space, pours it into Tieshue's small dish, and it starts eating happily. He then takes out a box of spicy fried pork rice, opens it to show off, and carries it back to the driver's seat. The convoy starts moving toward the farm. The workers at the farm are not as densely packed as in a factory. On the road through the farm, only a few zombies are wandering around. Before they even notice the convoy, Leisha uses his lightning-based superpower to strike and eliminate them all. There's a zombie ahead, seems to be biting at pigs, Leisha says uncertainly. As they get closer, they see clearly it really is a zombie biting at pigs. The scene makes everyone grimace. Meanwhile, Meng Sherwan drives while showing off his food, unaffected. Having experienced so much in his past life, he's already immune. They don't know how this pig managed to escape from the factory. It was caught by a young male zombie holding onto its leg. Before the zombie died, its stomach was likely torn open by another zombie, creating a large hole. Its intestines and internal organs spilled out and dragged on the ground. After being baked at high heat, the remains turned into dark brown, dry, and shriveled pieces hanging on its body. It grabbed a pig's leg and fiercely chewed on the pig's rear end. The pig was still alive, but half of its backside had been eaten away. It was lying on the ground, crying out in pain. The zombie-like face was pressed against the bloody, torn flesh, biting off chunks of meat, swallowing them, and then some of the blood and tissue dripped out through the torn belly. There was a large pool of blood and broken meat on the ground. The pig, losing too much blood, was too weak to struggle and twitched on the floor. Animals do not carry the zombie virus, so this pig could only endure it, which was almost like torture. Tao Yering couldn't watch anymore. She extended a vine and directly killed the zombie. She also ended the pig's suffering, giving it relief. This scene was clearly seen by someone upstairs in the administrative building. That person turned and ran upstairs, shouting, "Director, someone is here and it's an ability user." Upstairs, dozens of people gathered. On the office desk, there were large pieces of braised meat. Various pig bones and bottles of alcohol were scattered on the floor. People, full and satisfied, indulged in. Several women were repeatedly dragged into a small office by men. Shouts, crying, calls for help, and pushing sounds filled the chaotic, unruly atmosphere. This person hurried to the director's office. When he pushed open the door, he saw two intertwined, pale bodies on the desk and heard a woman's heart-wrenching cry. Ma Gao quickly closed the office door and shouted outside, "Director, someone is here." Inside, Luming Liang's angry voice rang out, "Even the King of Heaven has to wait until I finish my work." Ma Gao shrank his neck and whispered, "But it's an ability user." The noise inside stopped, followed by the sound of clothes being hurriedly put on. Hearing the shouting, Ma Gao pushed the door open. Luming Liang had already dressed in loose short sleeves and shorts. His large belly made the clothes look tight, almost like a second skin. On the nearby desk, a young woman was curled up, completely, sobbing and gasping for breath. Ma Gao secretly glanced several times, sighing regretfully. This young woman had just graduated and started working at the factory as an office clerk. Young, innocent, energetic, with a good figure and pretty looks, she's definitely the factory flower. Many people chase after her, but she doesn't pay attention to any of them. Someone like Li Mingliang wouldn't even get a glance from the factory flower before the apocalypse. Unfortunately, when the end times came, such a good girl was repeatedly mistreated by the fat, bald factory manager. Ma Gao quickly shifted his thoughts and spoke about the main matter. "I've figured out what it is. It's a wood-type ability user. They move a vine very skillfully, killing zombies and a pig. There are 5 vehicles in total. I don't know how many people are with them. Maybe more than one ability user. Could it be a rescue team? If survivors from other places heard that a rescue team had arrived, they would definitely be happy and excited. But they couldn't be happy now. Compared to living a hard life at the base, where they often went hungry, they preferred to stay here and enjoy themselves. The breeding farm has a power system. Even if the outside circuits are damaged, they can generate their own electricity, enjoy air conditioning, and stay cool. They have plenty of poultry and livestock to eat. After clearing out the shops in the factory, they have meat, alcohol, and women. How could they possibly want to give up such a carefree life?" Lu Mingliang frowned. "We can't follow the rescue team to the base. We need to think of a way." He had seen online that people at the base only get 2 buns and a bottle of water a day, enough to survive but not full. If they wanted to live well, they had to risk their lives to leave the base and fight. Is that really living? The pigs they are raising now are better off than those days. Ma Gao suggested, "Director, maybe we should hide and stay silent. When the rescue team sees no one here, they'll leave naturally." Lu Mingliang scratched his bald head and cursed, "Are you stupid? They're ability users. How could they not notice us? In front of ability users, ordinary people like us have nowhere to hide. There are signs of animals being fed and human activity in the workshop. Anyone not blind can see there are survivors here." Ma Gao was at a loss. "Then what should we do?" Lu Mingliang thought for a moment. "Gather everyone and tell them to stay quiet. If the rescue team really comes here, we all refuse to go to the base." "I don't believe they can force us to go." Ma Gao nodded. "All right, I'll gather the brothers now. We stick together." They didn't believe it and refused to go to the base. The rescue team couldn't forcibly take away their dozens of people. It turned out they were overthinking. The convoy passed the administrative building without even slowing down and headed straight into the factory area. Ma Gao leaned against the window, watching the convoy below with a confused look. "Aren't the rescue team here to find us? Could it be they haven't discovered us hiding inside the administrative building?" Next to him, a group of men gathered, leaning their heads out to look down. Someone warned, "Is it possible that the rescue team's real goal isn't us, but the animals here? Our factory is the biggest integrated farm in Haicheng." Ma Liang's heart skipped a beat. Could they be here to steal the animals? If they take the animals, what will we eat? No, wait, we have so many animals here, they can't take much. But what if there are space ability users among them? Ma Gao suddenly felt nervous. If there were space ability users, the entire farm wouldn't be enough to move everything. He pushed through the crowd and went to report to the factory director. If there really were space ability users clearing out the farm, staying here would be pointless. The convoy stopped in front of a row of factory buildings. Leisha jumped down from the vehicle, walked to the door of a building, and looked inside. Then he waved at Meng Sherwan. "Big sister, come quickly. This is an incubation factory. There are many incubation boxes inside. Nowadays, farms are mostly mechanized. Temperature control, feeding, watering, even egg collection are all done by smart machines. All that's needed is staff to operate these machines. A few employees can manage several buildings, so the farm staff is sparse." Since they entered the farm, they hadn't seen many zombies along the way. Meng Sherwan got out of the car, stepping on the cracked ground baked by the scorching sun. She walked over to Leisha and saw rows of incubation boxes inside the building. The digital control screens on the incubation boxes flickered, and the indicator lights were on, showing they were still working. Meng Sherwan chuckled softly. It seems the survivors here want to develop steadily. On their way here, they saw many places with power lines on fire and large-scale power outages. Meng Sherwan was also worried that the animals in the farm might have already died from the heat. Now, it looks like the equipment in the large farm is well-equipped, even with large generators supplying power to the buildings. The survivors, if they want to wait for rescue, only need to raise enough animals in a few factories for food. They even carefully manage the incubation factories, clearly considering resource regeneration. They breed animals continuously as food, aiming for long-term development here. Meng Sherwan walks inside, where rows of large incubation boxes fill the entire factory. Each one is about 2 to 3 meters tall and 7 or 8 meters long. She opens one of the incubation boxes, revealing many eggs packed tightly inside, at least a few thousand. Upon closer look, some eggs already have cracks in their shells. In a few days, the chicks inside will hatch. Meng Sherwan closes the door and efficiently stores the entire large incubation box into her space. Based on previous experience storing live fish, she knows that space can hold living creatures if time is paused. Later, when needed, she can take out the incubation box, turn it on again, and continue hatching the chicks inside. One incubation box can hatch thousands of chicks, which is a significant number, and it doesn't take up much space. This method is very suitable for Meng Sherwan, who values her hard-earned space for gathering supplies. Leisha also opens another incubation box and exclaims, "Wow, these rows of tiny eggs look like quail eggs. This box probably has over 10,000 eggs. The density is so high that even someone like me, who isn't afraid of tight spaces, feels a bit overwhelmed." Tao Yering and others also come in, surprised to see the still operating incubation boxes. They check each one. "This box has duck eggs. And these are goose eggs. This egg is so big, I've never seen anything like it. What kind of egg is this?" Leisha leans in to look, exclaiming, "Wow, turkey eggs. They're raising turkeys here too." After inspecting, Meng Sherwan begins to store the boxes into her space one by one. There are 10 large incubation boxes in total, 3 with chicken eggs, 2 with duck eggs, 2 with goose eggs, 1 with quail eggs, 1 with turkey eggs, and 1 with pigeon eggs. If all hatch, there will be tens of thousands of poultry, a very large number. Right now, she is collecting them in a space-efficient way, feeling quite pleased. After clearing out the factory, Meng Sherwan walks outside to a humming room. Inside is a large diesel generator, with about 10 barrels of diesel nearby. She presses the emergency stop button to shut down the generator, then stores the diesel barrels into her space. "Big sister, this factory houses several types of livestock," Tao Yering called out from the door of the neighboring workshop. Meng Sherwan walked over and saw cows and horses standing calmly in their pens, munching on feed. Inside the factory, there were also pigs and sheep. They had generators to keep them cool and automatic feeding machines to give them food on a schedule. These animals, which are not very smart, are relaxed and unaware of the huge changes happening outside. Meng Sherwan didn't rush to collect them. She asked a few people, "Can any of you tell which are male and which are female? Check if they have been castrated." The farm castrates animals to help them grow faster. Animals that are castrated can be used for meat, but they can't reproduce. Reproduction is very important in this post-apocalyptic world. It's also very important to Meng Sherwan. Zi, who was looking around another workshop, ran over and said, "I can tell. I learned about animal bodies when I was in school." He ran into the workshop and looked closely at a yellow cow from behind, stretching his neck to examine it carefully. Leisha looked uncomfortable. Even the yellow cow seemed annoyed by his stare, flicking its tail and kicking its hoof as if to shoo him away. Luckily, Zi reacted quickly and dodged. He awkwardly said, "It's my first time seeing this. I need to study it. This is a bull, not castrated." He continued to look at the next animal. After examining several animals in a row, he looked a bit stunned. "They're all animals that can still breed, sister, have you noticed?" "Yes, I have," Meng Shirwan replied, meanwhile summoning vines to gather all the animals into her space. Seeing that Meng Shirwan didn't say anything further, Tao Yerang was confused. "What did you notice?" Zi explained, "There are 20 cows, dairy cows, horses, sheep, and pigs here. 10 males and 10 females, all well cared for in this workshop. Clearly, they are bred for future reproduction. Just like the hatchery earlier, these are survivors being raised specifically to prevent running out of resources and to keep breeding for the future." Tao Yerang understood. "I see now," she nodded. "That's why different animals are kept in one workshop. It's for backup. These items are now cheap for Meng Shirwan, so she doesn't have to look everywhere for them. She originally wanted to take away the automatic feeding machine, but she changed her mind. The space is better used to store important supplies." After collecting these items, her newly expanded 2,000 cubic meters of space is almost half full. Although 2,000 cubic meters seems like a lot, it can't hold too many things. The remaining 1,200 cubic meters are all used to house pigs with the highest meat yield. Castrated pigs can't reproduce and are only raised for meat. One pig might need about 2 to 3 cubic meters of space, so at most 1,200 cubic meters can hold around 500 pigs. Meng Shirwan told them, "Let's go find the pigs." "Okay, sister." They didn't drive but followed the smell of manure to find the pig farms. In the administrative building, Lu Mingliang held binoculars and looked through the windows of the farm. He watched helplessly as the animals and machines inside disappeared, and he was so anxious that his head was sweating. Just as we feared, among those people, there really is a person with special abilities. They took our incubation boxes and breeding animals. Everyone around was panicking. This can't happen. Without them, we can't breed the next generation. When the current animals are gone, we'll go hungry. Exactly. Why are they taking only the important things? What should we do now? The factory area was large, but to save feed, diesel, and other resources, not all animals were kept. It would be too wasteful. They only raised animals in a few buildings, enough for their needs. Later, they planned to breed and eat, and the supplies stored in the factory could last a long time. But now, the animals and incubation boxes they relied on for future survival have been taken away. It's like cutting off their future, and they are very anxious. Lu Mingliang scratched his head, which had only a few hairs left. "You ask me what to do, but who should I ask? They're all with special abilities. We can't fight them. What can we do?" Ma Gao stomped his feet in frustration. "Without these things, are we really going to follow the rescue team to the base and live a hard life? I don't want to go hungry fighting zombies just for a bite to eat. What do we do now? What can we do?" They're all with special abilities. After the apocalypse, these people lived reckless lives, acting arrogantly and doing whatever they wanted to women. Just after starting this carefree life, none of them wanted to give it up. Lu Mingliang clenched his teeth and said, "There's no other way. We can't hide anymore. We have to face the rescue team. Either we ask them to leave us half of the incubation boxes and breeding animals, or we go with them to the base. Without these things, staying here means waiting for death once the animals are gone." In this situation, the base might actually be safer. The group discussed and agreed that following the rescue team to the base was their last option. Before this, they tried to persuade the rescue team to leave some supplies for them. The rescue team was there to serve the base and the people, so they should be easy to talk to, right? Meng Shirwang and a few others had just come out of the pig farm. At this moment, her space was packed full. In the last corner, she collected 6 white rabbits from the neighboring factory, squeezing them into the corner. She refused to waste any space. Tao Yering asked, "Sister, should we go to the germplasm bank next? They had a good harvest today, everything went smoothly, and there were hardly any zombies." Tao Yering felt that they had become stronger now, so she believed this trip would go well. Meng Shirwang replied, "Yes." After collecting the animals, the most important thing now is the seeds. However, Meng Shirwang didn't have high hopes for the germplasm bank. Since it was the place with the most complete seed storage, the base wouldn't give it up easily. They probably had already moved everything out. She decided to check, and if the germplasm bank was empty, they would look for seeds at the agricultural university or the seed wholesale market. It would also be a good chance to gather more crystal cores. Fellow psychic warriors, please wait. Just as Meng Shirwang and the others were about to leave in their car, a distant shout was heard. They turned around and saw a group of men running toward them. Leading the group was a bald man with a big belly, running out of breath and sweating profusely. He was wearing a tight short-sleeved shirt and shorts, soaked with sweat dripping to the ground. The group looked flushed and healthy, not thin at all, indicating they had been doing well during this past month of the apocalypse. And Joan frowned and said, "They probably want us to take them to the base. But we're not rescue team members." A large group of people ran closer and facing several superpowered individuals, they all wore cautious smiles. This look was very different from their previous boldness in the office. Lu Mingliang stood still, took a deep breath, wiped the sweat from his face, and said, "Dear superpowered individuals, we are glad you came here. We hope." Leisha was about to refuse, saying their team was not here to help and they had no time to them to the base. But Lu Mingliang interrupted, saying, "We hope you can leave us some incubation boxes and animals for breeding, so we can survive." His words surprised everyone except Meng Shirwan. This group came not to ask for help to go to the base, but to get incubation boxes? Are they planning to stay here forever at this farm? Earlier, Tao Yering and others went on missions, and every survivor they met hoped to follow them safely to the base. But this is the first time seeing someone who doesn't want to go to the base. And Joan asked confusedly, "Why don't you want to go to the base? It's safer there." Lu Mingliang, with a shy smile on his chubby face, replied, "Honestly, we saw many stories online from survivors at the base. Life there isn't very good. Here, we're safe and have enough food. Life feels better than at the base. We just want to stay here as long as we can. When we can't survive anymore, we'll go to the base. With incubation boxes and animals, we can hold on longer here." He spoke sincerely, and it didn't seem unreasonable. In the end of the world, everyone just wants to live and live better. The others looked at Meng Shirwan. She needed to make the decision. Normally, in this situation, giving them 2 incubation boxes and a few pairs of animals wouldn't be a problem. Surviving in the end times is hard, and everyone tries their best to stay alive. As long as it's not too extreme, helping each other survive is a kind of support among humans. But everyone knew that Meng Shirwan was not an ordinary person. Her way of doing things was different from most, so Tao Yering and the others didn't dare to suggest anything and decided to follow Meng Shirwan's lead. Meng Shirwan stared coldly at the group of people in front of him and asked, "Who is the boss?" Lu Mingliang quickly replied, "I am the factory manager." Meng Shirwan frowned, looking impatient. I asked, "Who is the boss?" According to Meng Shirwan's usual way of doing things, if the boss was present, this was their property and they could discuss any requests. If the boss was not here, in this special end-of-the-world environment, these items belonged to no one, and anyone could take them based on their ability. Lu Mingliang wiped the sweat from his forehead and smiled. The boss died when the zombies appeared. Now, I am taking care of this factory. Meng Shirwan turned and headed toward the camper. "Let's go." Her attitude was very clear. She had no intention of returning what was hers. Tao Yering and the others shrugged and followed Meng Shirwan away. Leisha caught up with Qiu Zi. "Water, water, water. Let me take a shower. I'm sticky all over." Qiu Zi looked speechless and gathered a water ball to pour over Leisha. The cold water washed away the stickiness, making him feel refreshed. His wet clothes quickly dried in the high temperature. The water on the cement ground evaporated with a sizzling sound. Seeing Leisha looking refreshed, and Joan said to Qiu Zi, "I want one too." Tao Yeren called out, "Me too." After rinsing off, they sat comfortably in the driver's cabin, feeling much better with the air conditioning. The group was busy showering, chatting, and laughing as they headed toward the parking area. Meanwhile, dozens of people stood there, all looking confused. Ma Liang was incredulous. They just left? Why did they leave? The others were also confused. Shouldn't they invite us to the base? Why did they just turn around and leave? Aren't they rescue teams? Maybe they're going to drive over, pick us up, and take us to the base. Are we really going to follow them to the base? This was completely different from what they had imagined. Even if these mutants didn't return their belongings, they should have called for everyone to leave together for the base. Why did they just leave without saying a word? Lu Mingliang, grimy and sweating, said, "They're mutants. If they don't return our stuff, there's nothing we can do. According to our previous plan, if we don't get our things back, we might as well follow them to the base. It's better than just sitting here and wasting time." Although they didn't want to, they still stood in place, waiting for the others to arrive by car. They also felt sad, as their happy days of just over a month were about to end suddenly. The convoy slowly approached, with dozens of people reluctantly waiting to get on the cars. But then, they saw the convoy didn't slow down when it reached them and went straight toward the factory gate. They immediately sensed something was wrong. A group of people hurriedly chased after and stopped the convoy. Leisha led the way. When the group suddenly blocked their path, he stuck his head out of the window of the rescue truck and said, "Do you have something to say? We can't return the things to you. If you're smart, step aside." Lu Mingliang sneered angrily. He walked to the vehicle and said, "You ask us what's wrong? It doesn't matter if you don't return our things. Shouldn't you have taken us to the base? Why are you leaving without us?" Leisha was speechless. "Who has the time to take you to the base?" Lu Mingliang. They had thought that the rescue team called them to the base, and since they had no other choice, they reluctantly followed. But now, it seemed these people had no intention of taking them to the base at all. He was confused. "Aren't you the rescue team? Shouldn't you be taking survivors to the base?" Leisha curled his lips. "Who said we're a rescue team?" Lu Mingliang suddenly felt something was wrong. His eyes became wary as he looked toward the base. "You're not a rescue team? Just robbers. If they weren't rescue workers, didn't take them to the base, and just stole their supplies and left, abandoning them, that's pure robbery." Leisha didn't want to hear that. "What do you mean robbery? These aren't your belongings. We're here to collect supplies." Lu Mingliang. He immediately became alert. He exchanged a glance with Ma Liang, and the group understood instantly. Dozens of people surrounded the vehicles. They had stolen their supplies and refused to take them to the base. Leaving them here to wait and starve was unacceptable. They couldn't let these mutants leave freely. Lu Mingliang's face grew colder. "Either leave some incubation boxes or take us to the base. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving." Leisha became interested. "Oh, threatening us? What if we all refuse? What are you planning to do with us?" Lu Mingliang secretly cursed in his heart. What can they do to the ability users? They can only act stubborn. "If you don't agree, we won't move. The vehicle won't be able to go out. I don't believe ability users can bully us ordinary folks." Leisha pursed his lips and coldly stared at these people. Instead of encountering difficult zombies here, he met a stubborn group of people. Suddenly, he remembered a sentence Meng Shiwan had said before: "Moral people get kidnapped. Immoral people don't." But now, we probably can't just drive over them, right? Basically, these people just want some things to survive well. There's no need to cause a deadly conflict over this. Leisha wanted to say more and ask these people to move aside, but then Meng Shiwan's voice rang out in the group chat. "Drive over." Her tone was firm and calm, as if she was dealing with annoying flies. Leisha was stunned.
Huh?
"Sister, that's a bit much. Let Tao Yaru use vines to pull these people aside. As long as it doesn't affect our driving, there's no need to crush them." They had ways to make these people step aside, but there was no need to take their lives. Meng Shiwan's voice remained calm, but very firm. "Drive over." Leisha looked at the survivors, scratched his head. No matter what he did, the accelerator wouldn't respond. Although the other side was unreasonable, they didn't deserve to die. He really couldn't bring himself to run over people. He knew Meng Sherwan was tough on outsiders, but maybe she wasn't that ruthless. There were other ways. Why must they be run over? Even if Leisha thought pressing the accelerator might make these people dodge, it would be safer to have Tao Yaru throw them far away. The survivors saw Leisha didn't speak anymore and thought their stubborn tactics worked, so they became even more arrogant. Give us back the incubation chamber. Return the animals we bred. We just want a part back, not everything. Don't go too far. Chiu-Zi looked at the survivors outside. They looked like they had just been pulled out of water, pitiful and miserable. He spoke in the group chat, "Sister, I also think it's not necessary to drive over them. Maybe I can use water abilities to push them further away, so they'll move aside." Survivors who have lived this long are not easy to find. As mutants, they shouldn't just refuse to help. Killing people is too much. Meng Sherwan doesn't feel much about their softness. She bites into a cold, sweet treat and says calmly, "Don't you think these people have problems?" After speaking, she tears off a small piece and feeds it to a nearby greedy little cat. Meng Sherwan doesn't care about whether these people live or die. But now that they are threatening her, her fierce side comes out. She thinks if she doesn't kill a few, these people will think they are clever and powerful. Hearing Meng Sherwan's words, everyone turns to look at the crowd outside. These people look healthy and not too thin. They probably won't go hungry guarding the farm. But after more than a month of surviving in the end times, they look much more ragged than before. Their hair has grown long. Some shave their heads to stay cool. Their clothes are wet, dirty, and tattered, like homeless people. At first glance, aside from being messy, they don't seem to have big problems. At this moment, Tao Yaring's deep voice sounds, "There are no women among the dozens of survivors." Does that mean no women survived? And Jiawen also realizes the issue. Statistically, it's unlikely that there are no female survivors. Maybe it's too hot outside, and the women haven't come out. They might be waiting inside the building. Leisha feels something is wrong. They are all preparing to get in the car and go to the base. If there are female survivors, they would definitely follow us so they don't get left behind. Chiu-Zi observes these people, his face gradually turning cold. Many of their clothes have hard stains. Even if soaked with sweat, you can see marks. It looks like dried fluids. He points out that some men's arms and faces have scratches or bite marks, and a few have love bites on their necks. This isn't a case of no female survivors. Rather, these women have been treated unfairly. They are imprisoned and haven't come with the others. Leisha immediately gets angry. What is this? I thought these people seemed honest and simple, and I thought they were tough survivors. But now you're telling me they're animals? Actually, this kind of situation is easy to guess. Women's biological structure makes them weaker than men. In a society without order, women are often bullied, abused, and taken advantage of. Leisha stood up and stepped on the gas pedal wildly. Run them over. I will run them over right now. Unfortunately, the tow truck's speed and power were not high. Before rushing forward, those people saw trouble and quickly moved aside. When it was time to fight desperately, they actually retreated. Lu Mingliang cursed. What's wrong with these people? Didn't we say that mutants shouldn't bully ordinary people? Are they really driving over us? Tao Yaruang was almost furious when she heard this. Mutants usually don't bully ordinary people, but they can kill animals. The vines wrapped around the front of the car suddenly surged. They quickly entangled those people, and she stepped on the gas to move forward. These people were dragged on the ground by the vines, rubbing against the hot pavement. They screamed loudly, like pigs being slaughtered. It hurts. It hurts so much. Don't drag me. I can walk by myself. You guys still have things, and you didn't even take us to the base. Why did you suddenly attack? You're mutants, and you're hurting us ordinary people. Do you have a conscience? Tao Yaruang was even angrier when she heard their curses. Not only did she drag them along, but she also controlled the vines to throw them forcefully onto the ground a few times. Several of them were dizzy and battered, unable to curse anymore. They didn't know about this before, but now that they do, they must take action without delaying their main task. They can't let these animals continue to harm people. Otherwise, All their efforts as level 4 and level 5 mutants would be wasted. Meng Sherwan saw that the team members who had been soft-hearted earlier suddenly became fierce. She felt quite speechless. She decided not to interfere and drove the RV behind them, eating snacks and watching the scene. The convoy stopped near the administrative building. Tao Yaring stuck her head out of the car window and shouted, "Is anyone upstairs? If there is, make a sound. We caught these animals. Take a look and tell us what to do." As her voice fell, several heads appeared one after another on a certain floor upstairs. A sense of satisfaction grew in her heart as these villains finally faced their punishment. Shun Jingqi shouted downstairs, "Wait for us, we're coming down now." She turned and yelled loudly, "Hurry up. There are people with special abilities down there, tying up those villains. It's time for us to get revenge." She grabbed a fire extinguisher and forcefully smashed it against the glass door lock. The glass shattered loudly. The other women heard the noise and looked downstairs, then hurried to follow Shinjingqi. For them, the past month had been a nightmare. These villains had humiliated, beaten, and abused them, even using broomsticks to hurt them in sensitive places. Their actions were worse than those of invaders from many years ago. They wished they could kill these people, but with more than 10 women, they were too weak to fight back. They thought they might die from the abuse, but unexpectedly, a person with special abilities came to save them. Tao Yara saw a group of women rushing down, their faces bruised and swollen, with purple and blue marks all over their bodies. Their eyes burned with intense hatred. "We've the people. You can decide what to do with them," she said, releasing her anger and seeking a chance for revenge. Shinjingqi looked at Tao Yaro. "Thank you." She took out a small fruit knife from her pocket and, with a fierce look, walked toward Lu Mingliang. Lu Mingliang was tightly bound. Seeing Shinjingqi holding the knife and approaching him fiercely, he was so scared, he curled up on the ground like a fat worm. "Jingqi, I'm sorry. Really sorry. I just like you so much that I force my love on you. I truly like you. Please stay calm. I promise to treat you well in the future. I'll give you everything I have. Don't be impulsive. Put down the knife. Sorry, I can't assist with that request." Ma Gao was backing away, saying, "Calm down, stay calm. We will have a good life in the future. I don't dislike you. I treat you well. Please don't hit me." The woman stepped forward, picked up a stone, and threw it at Ma Gao's head with a loud bang. "I dislike you.
Who wants you to be kind to me?
Who wants to live with you? Do you think saying such things is charity? Where do you get the confidence? Saying you want to live with me, do I have to be grateful? I only want your life now." Each time she spoke, she threw another stone. After a while, Ma Gao was lying on the ground, completely still, with half his head sunken in. Other women also started fighting, hitting and killing without mercy. The scene was bloody and filled with screams. Once these people were dead, more than 10 women sat on the ground, feeling scared and confused. Meng Shuan's voice sounded softly. Tao Yaring withdrew her vines and looked at these helpless women, feeling sorry for them. She couldn't bear to see them suffer, so she explained, "We have other things to do, so we need to leave." Shinjingqi looked up at her and forced a weak smile. "Thank you." Tao Yaring was surprised. She thought these women would beg to be taken to the base. But when they heard they were leaving, they had no other requests, just a simple thank you. They still sat on the ground, seeming to be in shock from what just happened. Tao Yaring hesitated, scratching her head, and finally asked, "What about you?" She knew that even if she asked, there was no way to take them to the base, but she still wanted to know their plans. She was worried these women might lose hope and give up on survival. Shun Jingqi explained, "Don't worry about us. Your convoy can come through, which means the road to the base is open. Sister Lu will drive the truck and we will drive our own trucks to the base." Tao Yaring was surprised. These women were stronger than she thought.
"Good.
You should reinforce the trucks, especially the windows. Fill the fuel tanks. As long as you don't get out of the vehicle, you can safely reach the base." Shun Jingqi nodded. "I understand. Thank you." She watched several vehicles slowly leave and then stood up from the ground. "We need to take care of ourselves. Can a group of women do it?" Shin Jingqi encouraged them, saying, "We can do this." As women, we have to rely on ourselves. We can't trust men anymore. Our factory has a cold chain truck. Let's go and kill all the animals still alive there, load them into the truck, and head to the base. These meats should earn us a lot of points at the base. When we get there, we can split the points and live a better life. She spoke confidently, giving the women a clear direction. They all got up from the ground, determined to survive. Tao Yering was still a bit worried. Sister, do you think they will survive? Meng Shiwan thought for a moment. They probably will. In the end of the world, women who can let go and be ruthless often survive longer. In a world without order, it's harder for women to live. Leisha sighed. Human nature is the scariest thing in this world. People are capable of anything. As they talked, they drove toward the germplasm bank. The germplasm bank was in the suburbs. They had to pass through the industrial area, which might take 2 days. Usually, there aren't many pedestrians or vehicles in the industrial zone, so the road was clear. They didn't see many zombies along the way. The journey was smooth, and they felt a bit strange not seeing any zombies. Leisha muttered, "Without zombies, where can we find crystal cores? If I don't fight zombies or look for cores soon, I feel uncomfortable all over." Tao Yering agreed. Me too. But without zombies, we can travel faster and be a bit more relaxed. Relaxing is good, but without crystal cores, Meng Shiwan can't expand her space. Without space, even if they see seeds at the germplasm bank, they won't have anywhere to store them, which is quite frustrating. She looked at the sky and suggested, "Let's not rush tonight. We should find a place to stay, an electronics factory." In Meng Shiwan's memory, electronics factories were the places with the most people. One assembly line might need dozens or hundreds of workers. A workshop has about 10 lines, and a building has several workshops. Inside, there are countless workers and now countless zombies. Spending the night there should yield many crystal cores. The women had no objections to her suggestion. And Jia Wen checked the map. There's a mobile phone factory nearby. We can go there. The convoy moved forward, and from a distance, the sound of zombies howling loudly could be heard coming from the factory. The roar of the vehicles created ripples in the air. Hearing the noise, zombies from various factory buildings poured out and rushed toward the convoy. Leisha immediately became excited. Zombies. So many zombies, so many. Since the crystal core could be exchanged for abilities-enhancing liquids, the zombies he used to dislike now became quite interesting. Several vehicles' blade rollers started at the same time, cutting down the incoming zombies continuously. Then, they found a relatively open space to stop the vehicles and turn off the engines. Leisha's voice buzzed excitedly in the group chat. Tao Yeruang, want to team up to kill zombies? The vehicles stopped here, and since they didn't have much else to do, they decided to hunt for crystal cores. Tao Yeruang refused. I can kill zombies myself now. No need to team up. In the past, she needed Leisha to kill zombies first, then she used vines to find the crystal cores faster. Now, as a level 5 ability user, her vine's attack power greatly increased. One strike could kill hundreds of zombies, so there was no need to kill them all first. It's unnecessary. Qiu Zi shouted, I'll team up. I can work with you guys. His water-based ability is more defensive and less effective at attacking. Teaming up with them to find crystal cores is the best option for him. And Jiawen suggested, Leisha, Qiu Zi, the three of us can work together. Our abilities can only kill zombies. We still need to dig out the crystal cores ourselves. Leisha can use his ability to kill zombies, while I and Qiu Zi focus on digging out the cores. How about splitting the loot equally? Leisha thought this was a good idea. Alright, the three of us will team up. The three got out of the vehicles and moved to a spot a little away from the cars so as not to interfere with the blade rollers. Leisha used his lightning ability to strike and kill zombies within dozens of meters around him. Soon, more zombies pushed forward, and he kept striking. And Jiawen and Qiu Zi carried bone hammers, hiding behind Leisha, knocking zombies' heads one by one, searching for crystal cores. Tao Yeruang felt much more comfortable. She sat in the car, controlling her vines to hunt zombies in the distance and using them to dig out the crystal cores. She didn't need to get out of the car and could enjoy the air conditioning.
Let's invite.
Why is the wood-type ability so useful? Unlike us, who are hot and sweaty like otters and still have to work, Chiu-Zi knocked on the zombie's head and smiled. It's okay. I can take some time to use my water ability to give you a bath and cool you down. It might make you feel better. Thank you very much, she replied. Meng Sherwan saw them working so hard and encouraged them. Keep it up. I'll cook a hot pot, and tonight we can all enjoy it together. When Leisha heard this, he immediately cheered. Hot pot. Zombies, get ready to be defeated. Chiu-Zi and Joan also knocked their heads, working even harder. A hot pot. In this difficult time, being able to enjoy a quiet meal like hot pot was truly exciting. Meng Sherwan hummed a little tune as she returned to the RV, preparing ingredients for tonight. Her previous idea was right. Finding more teammates to gather crystal cores was much faster than doing it alone. Shuo was playing on the second floor. Meng Sherwan didn't bother her. She took a chicken and some ribs from her space, chopped them into pieces, stir-fried them, then put them into a pot to simmer for the hot pot broth. Shuo, I'm going to the farm, she called out. Without waiting for a reply, she went straight to the farm. Shuo followed her shortly after. To Meng Sherwan's surprise, Shuo wandered around after entering, not rushing to find catnip like before. It seemed that in the past few days, Shuo had been coming in and out of the farm and was now resisting the temptation of cat grass. She took out a plastic storage box and squatted in the field to pick ingredients. She picked some water spinach, perfect for hot pot, and also cut some chives. She gathered more green beans, dug up a few potatoes, all suitable for hot pot. She picked over 10 tomatoes and cucumbers, which could be eaten as fruit. She also collected green onions, garlic, chili, and cilantro. These seasonings were necessary. Finally, she picked 2 large watermelons and plenty of strawberries for dessert. The large plastic box was almost full of various fruits and vegetables. Meng Sherwan carried the box to the pond, tossing the 2 watermelons into the water to chill. The green watermelons floated gently on the clear water, while fish and shrimp swam freely among the water plants underneath. She filled the box with water from the pond, washed each piece of produce carefully, then poured the water back into the pond. She rinsed everything again, making sure the fruits and vegetables were clean. She picked a strawberry, put it in her mouth, and enjoyed its sweet, delicious taste. She picked up a few more pieces and put them in her mouth before leaving the farm. The soup base was almost ready. She took a packet of hot pot ingredients from under the cabinet and added it to continue cooking. She also took out beef, lamb, pork, and offal like beef and lamb stomachs from the space, all sliced thin and ready. Then she caught a lot of seafood from the fish pond, fish, shrimp, and prepared them in a large soup pot. The meat, seafood, vegetables, and fruits were all plentiful, enough for everyone to eat heartily. Meng Sherwan even carefully cut various seasonings and made a big bowl of dipping sauce with sesame paste. Once everything was ready, she pressed the remote control, lifted the car roof, creating a 4-sided open-air terrace on the second floor. The outside heat flowed inside, so Meng Sherwan used her ice powers to cover the second floor, making a cool space. The tables and chairs from her last barbecue were still upstairs. She placed an electric stove on the table and set the cooked soup pot on it. She also brought up a large pot filled with sliced meat and seafood and placed it on the table. She took out storage boxes with washed fruits and vegetables, placing them on the floor at the edge of the table. Finally, she went downstairs to prepare a large jug of fruit tea with plenty of ice and took out more than 10 bottles of chilled beer from the fridge, placing them on the table upstairs. The feast was ready. By now, the sun had set and the sky darkened. The warm light from the second-floor terrace of the RV lit up a small patch of the world. The people busy fighting zombies had already smelled the hot pot broth and their mouths were watering, but they had to hold back. Until they heard Meng Sherwan call out, "Dinner is ready." They quickly ran toward the RV, their hunger almost impossible to resist. Leisha urged, "Chiu-Zi, hurry and take a shower. Don't get blood on my sister's RV." Chiu-Zi quickly used his water powers to wash everyone from head to toe. The RV door was still closed. Leisha climbed up the ladder beside the RV to the second floor. Seeing the abundant ingredients, His stomach growled loudly. They all sat obediently in the chairs upstairs, waiting for the meal to be served. They didn't look downstairs or wander near the stairs, showing good manners. Finally, Tao Yering came over and saw the table full of food, her eyes wide with amazement. Vegetables,
Fruit.
seafood, and fruit tea. Oh my goodness, this is so abundant. She took a strawberry from the nearby storage box and put it in her mouth. The sweet juice of the fruit burst in her mouth, making her feel like her soul was soaring with happiness. Being able to eat such fresh fruits and vegetables in the end-of-the-world situation feels like a dream. They had been snacking on treats for several days, and the temptation of fresh ingredients was overwhelming. Everyone eagerly stared at the bubbling hot pot. Thick red oil was boiling and swirling, and the delicious spicy aroma filled the air. Meng Sherwan took out a can from her space and poured it into a small rice bowl, placing it on the floor on the second floor. Meow meow meow. Tieshua happily followed Meng Sherwan, busy eating. After preparing food for Tieshua, she turned around and saw a few people drooling and staring eagerly at the table full of food, sitting still and silent. What's wrong? Just sitting here smelling the food, and you think that's enough? Leja felt a little embarrassed. We're waiting for my sister to eat together. Come on, sit down. Once Meng Sherwan sat down, the hungry group immediately got up and started adding ingredients to the hot pot.
Hollow vegetables went in.
Seafood went in. Meat slices went in. They each served themselves some dipping sauce, opened a can of beer, and started fishing out chicken and ribs from the hot pot, focusing on their meal. The chicken was spicy and hot, and they inhaled sharply before putting it in their mouths. The spicy flavor combined with the rich aroma of sesame sauce was incredibly delicious. Paired with a sip of beer, it was just perfect. Leja tilted his head back and sighed. This is so tasty. I've never imagined hot pot could be this fragrant. Chiu Zi scooped up a piece of hollow vegetable, its crisp leaves coated with red oil and meat broth, giving it a unique flavor. He mumbled, meeting such a great team leader is truly the luckiest thing in my life. They enjoyed delicious food, safely arranged their families, and had villas with bodyguards. There was also a special ability enhancement liquid that could easily boost their strength. With these benefits and treatment, there was no one else in the world quite like them. Meng Sherwan took out a piece of beef tripe. All right, just eat. No need for speeches, I know I'm great. Since meeting these people, Meng Sherwan had heard nothing but praise about herself. She listened so intently that her ears almost became calloused. Tao Yeruang said seriously, Sister, we're not just flattering you. You're really good in every way, so good that I can't count all of it. They weren't just bragging, they truly felt this from their hearts. Meng Sherwan. Forget it, she thought. Better to stay quiet and enjoy her meal. A few people sat on the terrace on the second floor, eating hot pot and chatting happily. Around them, zombies were crowding, howling and growling under the night sky. Some careless zombies tried to climb onto the RV, but Tao Yeruang used vines to whip them away. At this moment, even if the sky fell, it wouldn't stop them from eating hot pot. The stars in the night sky shone brightly, and the Milky Way stretched across the sky like a silver ribbon, looking very spectacular. The warm light from the RV created a small cozy spot in this vast world. On the rooftop of a factory in the northwest corner, a figure hid in the shadows, crouching at the corner, nibbling on a compressed biscuit. Jiang Peng sniffed hard, inhaling the smell of hot pot in the air, and bit into the dry biscuit fiercely, imagining it was hot pot meat slices. He muttered, They only told me to follow them up there, but they didn't say how hard it would be. He sighed, finding the biscuit hard to swallow. The smell of hot pot was so tempting that he had the urge to rush over and take a few bites. How could these people enjoy themselves so much? Even among the zombies, they could still eat hot pot that smelled so delicious. The large amount of ingredients Meng Sherwan prepared was completely finished by everyone. Leja ate the last bowl of hot pot noodles, leaned back with his round belly, and said comfortably, That's so good. Meng Sherwan took out 2 chilled watermelons from the pond, and everyone looked up before lying back on their chairs again. Tao Yeruang patted her stomach. I can't eat any more. Really, I can't. They all ate until they were full, and this hot pot meal was truly satisfying. Meng Sherwan shooed them away. Eat enough and go do your own things. Leisha stood up, looking at the zombies below. I still have so much energy. Come on, let's go kill some zombies. And Joan and Chiozi also stood up, got out of the car with Leisha, and continued fighting zombies. Tao Yeruang also stood up. Sister, I'll help you clean up. She poured the remaining food scraps from the pot into the howling zombie horde and collected the dishes to put into the pot. Meng Sherwan gave her a damp towel to wipe the table, while she took the utensils downstairs to wash and rinse. Tao Yeruang finished cleaning the trash on the second floor, wiped the tables and chairs, and arranged everything neatly. Sister, I'm leaving now. I'm going to fight zombies too. Besides eating, their most active activity was killing zombies to find crystal cores. After Tao Yeruang left, Meng Sherwan lowered the roof hatch, sealing the RV for safety. She went to wash up, put her clothes in the washing machine, lowered the fold-down bed and lay down. Shue Shue instinctively got into bed and lay in Meng Sherwan's arms, ready to sleep. Meng Sherwan closed her eyes, but did not sleep. Instead, she controlled the vines outside the RV, hunting the zombies that kept coming from various factories. She had drunk 3 more bottles of ability-enhancing liquid, causing her powers to surge again. Now, the vines she controlled were thicker and more numerous. Thousands of vines swung like dense water plants, quickly sweeping through the zombies in waves. Tao Yeruang watched the scene in shock. She had thought that, as a level 5 ability user, she could control a few hundred vines and be as powerful as Meng Sherwan. But she realized that not only was she getting stronger, Meng Sherwan was also becoming even more powerful. Meng Sherwan's vines grew several times larger and more impressive than before. Compared to her, if Meng Sherwan's vines were like tall trees, her own would be more like small trees struggling for sunlight. Tao Yeruang sighed. Sister is still the best. I need to keep working hard and buy more ability-enhancing liquids to strengthen myself. Leisha, Chiozi, and Joan were on one side. Tao Yeruang was on another side, and Meng Sherwan occupied a large area. They all fought like ants, harvesting zombies from all directions. Some zombies managed to reach the vehicle, but were cut down by rolling blades. The terrifying number of zombies in front of them was almost too much to see. With their current strength, these zombies were like newly born chicks. Killing them was effortless. The group unleashed a fierce attack with their abilities, showing great power. Jiang Peng, sitting on the corner of the rooftop eating compressed biscuits, watched with a frown. The information above is correct. These few people are indeed very strong. Isn't it true that each base's research on crystal cores is still in the early stages, far from developing a special energy boost liquid? How come these people are so powerful? How does the higher-ups know they are so strong? The higher-ups only told him to track these people and to be careful, so as not to alert them. They said these people's special abilities are probably around level 5, so he shouldn't underestimate them. They also mentioned that only Meng Sherwan can find the item they're looking for. Once discovered, they should seize the opportunity to take it. Jiang Peng also has many questions. For example, it's only been a little over a month since the end of the world. Besides their base developing a perfect energy boost liquid that greatly increases abilities, other bases are only just starting to research crystal cores and haven't yet developed such liquids. Why are these people so strong? Another question is, what exactly is the item they're searching for? Why can only Meng Sherwan find it? The higher-ups gave orders, and Jiang Peng is only responsible for carrying them out. He doesn't know anything else. He only knows that the people in his base are paying special attention to Meng Sherwan. But he doesn't know what exactly they are concerned about. Meng Sherwan and the others worked until dawn before each returning to their cars to sleep. The next morning, Meng Sherwan woke up, opened the curtains, and saw Leisha and the others outside killing zombies. Tao Yara's vines were also swinging vigorously. He didn't know when they woke up, but they had already started working. Meng Sherwan yawned, turned over, and got out of bed. She first took the clothes out of the washing machine and hung them on the second floor. She went to the bathroom to wash up, then prepared breakfast. Today she cooked instant noodles with a spicy beef flavor, adding sausage, vegetables, marinated chicken leg, tiger skin chicken feet, pork knuckles, and shrimp. The ingredients were quite rich, but she forgot to include eggs. She had stored plenty of meat and vegetables in her space, but forgot to stock eggs. She needs to raise some hens on the farm when she has time, so she can have eggs. After cooking, she carried the small pot to the sofa area, turned on the monitor, and played a lighthearted comedy show while eating and watching TV. The upgraded instant noodles tasted very satisfying. Leisha started a group chat. Sister, what time are we leaving? Meng Sherwan was biting into a chicken leg with one hand, while the other hand rested on Tia Shui's head to prevent it from sneaking into the small pot to steal food. She thought for a moment and said, "We won't leave today. Let's clear out the zombies here first, then set off tomorrow morning. There are enough zombies here. Clearing them out should yield a good number of crystal cores." Leisha was excited. All right, sis. They also wanted crystal cores, so this plan suited them perfectly. After finishing breakfast, Meng Sherwan started hunting zombies. The sun grew hotter, and Leisha and the others once again envied Tao Yering and Meng Sherwan's wood-type abilities, which allowed them to stay cool inside the car and easily hunt zombies. Leisha looked up at the blazing sun and said, "No, it's too hot. Let's go to the shaded area inside the factory." They fought while moving toward the nearest factory building. Today, they didn't slack off while hunting zombies. From morning till night, they fought in the electronic factory, which had an alarmingly large number of zombies. They managed to kill most of them, gradually reducing the zombie numbers. On the now empty ground, piles of zombie bodies lay thick, and none of the zombie heads were intact. By dawn, the number of zombies had sharply decreased. Only dozens of zombies wandered on the large open space, a stark contrast to the dense crowd when they first arrived. Leisha was exhausted but still eager. So many zombies just disappeared. "Chi-Zi, give me a bath, and then we'll go to your car to split the crystal cores." Chiu-Zi used his water-type ability to wash away the bloodstains on their clothes. He also carefully cleaned the plastic bags holding the crystal cores in his and in Jiawen's hands. Now it was time to settle their gains. It was already 1 a.m., but they didn't feel tired at all. Meng Sherwan was also sorting her crystal cores. Including those in the collection box and the metal box outside the RV, she had a total of 985 cores. "That's really good," Meng Sherwan said, very satisfied with this number. Her ability had been strengthened, and the increase in vine growth made hunting zombies and collecting cores much faster. In less than 2 days, she had gathered over 900 cores. Tao Yering's voice came through. "Sis, I have 432 cores. I want to buy 2 more ability enhancement liquids." She used vines to hang the plastic bag filled with crystal cores and brought it to the window of the RV. Tao Yering didn't clean the cores. They still had blood on them. Meng Sherwan took them, used her water ability to wash them, and then placed them on the cabinet. They quickly opened them all, bought 2 bottles of ability-enhancing liquid, and placed them in a bag hanging on Tao Yar's vine. Meng Sherwan opened the phone's notes and recorded that Tao Yaru had stored 32 crystal cores. The 3 of Leisha were still counting their gains. After dividing the crystal cores, and Jiawen and Leisha returned to their cars to check the number of items in their collection boxes. Then they borrowed and lent items among themselves until finally they handed everything to Meng Sherwan. And Jiawen gave Meng Sherwan 323 crystal cores. Along with the 77 he had stored before, that made 400 crystal cores, enough to buy 2 ability-enhancing liquids. Leisha gave Meng Sherwan 301 crystal cores, enough to buy 1 ability-enhancing liquid, and kept 101 in reserve. Chiu-Zi gave Meng Sherwan 239 crystal cores, enough to buy 1 ability-enhancing liquid, and kept 39 in reserve. Now, Meng Sherwan had a total of 1,750 crystal cores. She used 1,500 crystal cores to upgrade the U-shaped sofa cabinet for more space, which she would use to store seeds later. She kept 250 crystal cores as spare. After organizing everything, they all went to sleep peacefully. They woke up after about 10 o'clock, ate some food, and then the convoy set off. Their destination was the germplasm bank. On the road, there were still very few zombies, and the journey was smooth. However, as they got closer to the suburbs, the number of zombies on the road inexplicably increased. Meng Sherwan observed for a while and found that the zombies, which were increasing on the road, were actually coming out from various factory areas and gathering on the street. The direction the zombie horde was moving in was the same as the direction of the germplasm bank. And Joan said in a deep voice, "Something seems a bit off." They had hunted so many zombies and knew their characteristics well. Zombies have no intelligence. If they reach a corner and there's no new noise behind them to attract their attention, they will keep turning and hitting the wall. But now, these zombies actually knew how to come out from nearby factories. They knew how to turn, avoid obstacles, and all were heading in the same direction, which was very strange. The closer they got to the germplasm bank, the more zombies gathered on the road, making the scene as crowded as when they first went to the central area. Fortunately, they are now all level 5 mutants, so they are no longer helpless against these zombies. One by one, they use their powers to make the zombies around the convoy fall down, which does not significantly slow their progress. Leisha leads the way, using his lightning ability to kill the zombies in front, while the rescue vehicle crushes many bodies and moves forward slowly. Big sister, these zombies are heading in the same direction as us, also going to the germ bank. What are they doing gathering there? They have never heard of such a situation before. Zombies have no intelligence and don't hold parties, so why are they gathering together? Xiao Zi uses his water ability to push the zombies surrounding his truck away, so they don't block the way. Whenever something unusual happens, there must be a reason. There must be something going on at the germ bank. We should be more careful. Meng Sherwan frowns and thinks for a long time, coming up with only one possibility: Zombie King. She didn't see a Zombie King in her previous life, but she heard about it from people in the base. A Zombie King can control the normal zombies around it and launch attacks, making it very hard to deal with. In her past life, she only heard about the Zombie King a few times. It is very powerful, and its evolution conditions are strict, so it rarely exists. But those were during the last 3 years of the apocalypse. Now, it's only been a little over a month since the end of the world. How could a Zombie King have evolved so soon? Tao Yaro asks, "Big sister, what is a Zombie King?" Meng Sherwan explains, "Zombies can evolve, just like mutants. After evolving, zombies gain intelligence and their own special abilities. Their strength depends on how advanced their evolution is. The higher the level, the stronger they are. The Zombie King can control normal zombies to move. These zombies heading to the germ bank might be summoned by the Zombie King." Hearing this, everyone becomes tense. The name Zombie King sounds very powerful. They just became level 5 mutants and thought zombies wouldn't threaten them anymore. They finally felt safe outside, no longer worried about being killed by zombies. But within 2 days of feeling safe, a Zombie King capable of evolving appears. These zombies don't even have intelligence. How could they evolve? In her previous life, Meng Sherwan was an ordinary person. She fought hard against the most common zombies and never had the chance to see a Zombie King. People in the base always speak of the Zombie King with fear, saying it is very strong and even mutants are no match for it. As for how powerful the Zombie King is, Meng Sherwan isn't quite sure. The group doesn't dare to underestimate the enemy. During the next part of their journey, no one talks much. They all stay alert and watch their surroundings carefully. The germ bank has only one building, but it covers a large area. From a distance, it looks like a huge creature. The convoy pushes through the crowded zombie horde and stops at the entrance of the germ bank. Meng Sherwan observes the situation outside. All the zombies are gathered here, their heads pressed close together, so crowded there's no space between them. Inside the building's lobby and on the nearby streets and roads, zombies are everywhere. They are howling and growling, pushing and shoving each other, scratching at everything. They seem very excited, as if responding to something. Looking up, you can see faint shadows of zombies inside the windows upstairs. It seems this building is filled with zombies. Other than that, there's nothing unusual and no sign of the Zombie King. Leisha stops joking around and becomes serious. "Sister, should we go in and fight? If these were just normal zombies, even if they piled up like mountains, they wouldn't be afraid." But now that they know the Zombie King is here, they have to be extra careful. Before Meng Sherwan can speak, a huge flame bursts out from inside the lobby. A group of zombies, with their heads close together, are burned alive in an instant. In that moment, 3 people rush out from inside. The surrounding zombies smell the blood and become agitated, rushing toward the 3. Suddenly, nearby zombies are frozen into ice sculptures and shattered into pieces. Using fire and ice powers alternately, they clear a small safe zone, giving the 3 a chance to escape. All 3 are men, covered in bright red blood, clearly human blood. Their bullets and grenades are all used up. One man, in the middle, clutches his stomach as he runs, blood pouring out with each step, showing he's badly hurt. Lu Yu grits his teeth, alert for anything chasing them from behind, while trying to tear through the dense zombie crowd to escape. It's very difficult for them, low-level supernatural users, to do this. One mistake could mean death here. Just as he's panicking about how to survive the zombie tide, he looks up and sees a line of vehicles ahead. Looking closer, he recognizes familiar faces. Leisha, help us out quickly. There's a ghost chasing us from behind. Leisha. He saw Lu Yu was also very surprised. Without time to ask how they got here, he quickly used his lightning power to kill the zombies within a radius of dozens of meters around them, giving them a chance to breathe. Lu Yu and the others were initially happy to see a familiar face and think they had a way out, but then they were hit with a huge shock. They watched helplessly as zombies with sharp teeth and claws tried to bite them from all directions within dozens of meters. Suddenly, the zombies collapsed to the ground, charred and blackened. They were all stunned with fear. Using lightning powers to kill zombies was not unusual. But whose lightning power could kill zombies within dozens of meters? That would require an extremely strong power. All 3 of them looked at Leisha with wide eyes, like bells. Leisha shouted, "What are you standing there for? Get in the car." The zombies surged again, and the 3 quickly ran to the vehicles. Lu Yu got into Leisha's driver's seat, while the other 2 entered in Joan's. Lu Yu sat close to Leisha and asked, "When did your power become so strong? What level are you now? Judging by the attack range, you must be at least level 5, right?" Lu Yu, the others, Leisha, Tao Yering, and Joan all knew each other. They had been on the rescue team at the base before, and their relationship was pretty good. They had trained and worked together before, so they knew each other's abilities well. Back then, they were all low-level powers, at levels 2 or 3. How come in just a few days, Leisha's strength has skyrocketed to level 5? That's unbelievable. Leisha, facing Lu Yu's intense gaze, definitely couldn't reveal the team's secret. He changed the subject. "Let's not talk about that. You said a ghost was chasing you. What happened?" Hearing this, Lu Yu's expression turned serious. "The mission we took was to transport seeds from here. We thought it wouldn't be too dangerous. The gene bank is in the suburbs with fewer people and zombies, so the danger isn't high. But collecting the seeds is very important. More powers were sent along. Our team originally had 8 members." Hearing this, Leisha's heart sank. Could it be that they came with 8 people but only 3 are out now? The other 5 are probably in serious trouble. Lu Yuchen nodded seriously. "Yes, they all died. When we arrived, there were no zombies here. We don't have space abilities, so we plan to go inside and gather seeds, loading them little by little onto the truck to bring back to the base. But after we stepped into the building, strange things kept happening. First, Lao Lin had a mysterious scratch mark on his back, like sharp claws. At that time, there were no zombies around except for us. Lao Lin was standing in the middle of the hall, and there was nothing sharp nearby. The scratch looked like it appeared out of nowhere, very strange. While we were trying to figure out what was happening, Lao Lin's eyes started to turn gray, and he tilted his head, acting crazy. It was a sign he was turning into a zombie. We had to kill him to stop his transformation. He was bitten by a zombie, but we never saw any zombie at all. Soon after, the 2nd and 3rd people showed the same signs. We knew something was very wrong and prepared to retreat. Just then, we saw a horde of zombies coming toward us. After fighting for a while, only the 3 of us managed to escape. If we hadn't met you, I think we would all have died here. Leisha asked, are you saying that your 5 teammates all died from zombie bites, but you never saw the zombies? Luyu replied, yes, from the beginning to the end, we never saw the zombies that attacked us. The injuries appeared mysteriously on them, and we had no idea what kind of zombie caused it. Their conversation was shared in the group chat, heard by everyone. For a moment, the atmosphere grew heavy. Chiu Zi analyzed, even in the end times, I still believe there are no ghosts in this world. Earlier, Meng Shiwang mentioned that there might be a zombie king here. But based on the description, that zombie king's power sounds terrifying. Meng Shiwang said in a serious tone, it's a speed-type zombie king. Only speed-type zombies can kill people silently in front of you. And this zombie king is quite powerful, able to hide its presence completely. Lu Yu's face turned pale instantly. A zombie king. And it's a speed type. In Meng Qingyue's prophecy, the zombie king was mentioned. Once a zombie king appears somewhere, that place becomes a forbidden zone. Even abilities users who go there might never return. To defeat a zombie king, you might need a very powerful psychic or a group of psychics working hard to kill it. I didn't expect there to be a zombie king here. Speed-type abilities are already very strong. Speed-type psychics can defeat others of the same level instantly. So, a speed-type zombie king. Luyu can already imagine how terrifying it must be. Let's retreat. If that zombie king chases us, we will all die. Right now, all they can do is run fast to save their lives. Even though Leisha has become very strong now, he might not be able to fight the zombie king. Meng Shiwang thought for a moment. Let's try. Luyu was stunned. Try what? Meng Shiwang said, I'll go see how strong the zombie king is and see if I can fight it. Luyu immediately shouted, are you crazy? That's a speed-type zombie king. You want to kill it? Are you overconfident? Leisha quickly patted him. Hey, watch your words. That's our captain, and he's much stronger than me. Luyu? Stronger than you? How much stronger? Leisha is a level 5 psychic. Could he be a level 6 psychic? A level 6 psychic. If such a person really existed, Luyu wouldn't be so surprised if a speed-type zombie king appeared. Meng Shiwang ignored their doubts, turned off the engine, and unfastened her seatbelt. This seed bank is the most comprehensive in the province for storing seeds. She really needs it. No matter how strong this speed-type zombie king is, she has to try. If she can fight, great. If not, she runs. Seeing her get out of the car, Snowy quickly rubbed its head against her arm. The pet is going hunting again. Meng Shiwang patted its little head. Be good. Wait for me at home. She opened the door, got out, and used her ice abilities to cool down, while her wood abilities hunted the dense surrounding zombies. Luyu blinked. A wood-type psychic? So many vines, reaching almost a small forest. That's really impressive. But that's a speed-type zombie king. Leisha snorted. A wood-type psychic? Humph. Luyu was confused. What are you humping about? Am I wrong? We can't beat the zombie king. Meng Shiwang walked over to Leisha's rescue vehicle. Leisha quickly rolled down the window, and a wave of heat hit them. Sister, I'll go with you, he said. No need. Meng Shiwang reached out to Luyu. Hello. This sudden gesture confused Luyu. Why was such a beautiful and capable woman, who had just braved the zombie horde outside in the heat, coming to shake his hand? Why not shake hands with the others? Why only him? Luyu nervously wiped his hands on his clothes, then reached out to shake her hand. Hello. My name is Luyu. I'm part of the rescue team. The moment his hand touched Meng Shiwang's delicate fingers, he shivered. The outside heat was intense, but her fingers felt cold like ice. Meng Shiwang, having gained her fire-type ability, turned and headed into the building. 1,000 vines waved around her. The zombies that had been troubling Luyu and the others couldn't get close to her. As her vines swung, hundreds of zombies were headshot, their crystal cores dug out and stored in her space. Tao Yeruang called out, Sister, we're coming with you. Meng Shiwang waved her hand, leaving only a cool, slender silhouette. No need. I'll check the situation first. Tao Yeruang was moved to tears. You're so good, sister. You rush in first when there's danger. letting us hide safely. We'll never find such a great leader again. Lu Yu looked at Meng Shuan's back and asked Leisha, "Are you still accepting new members? Can I join?" He knew Leisha's team had left the rescue squad to form this team. Seeing how beautiful and strong she was and how she took action when needed, Lu Yu felt a little tempted. Leisha, feeling proud, said, "Our team members are carefully chosen by the leader. Not just anyone can join." Lu Yu argued, then suddenly worried. "That zombie king is very strange. Your leader must come out safely, okay?" As soon as he finished speaking, everything in front of him suddenly turned bright red, hurting his eyes. Lu Yu closed his eyes to avoid the glare. When he opened them again, he saw the first-floor hall filled with orange flames. Zombies struggled in the fire and slowly fell to the ground. A strong smell of roasted meat filled the air, drifting in with the flames coming from the doors and windows. The people staying in the car all looked shocked, watching helplessly as fierce flames ravaged the hall, burning all the zombies inside to nothing. When everything calmed down, only a pile of charred bodies and Meng Shuan's back as she stepped onto the stairs remained in the hall. She moved easily and steadily, climbing each step one by one. Her figure, reflected against the dense blackened corpses behind her, gave an impression of great strength and impact. Lu Yu almost lost his jaw, trembling with fear and speechless, and said, "There's also a fire-type ability. It turns out she's a dual ability user. This is only the second dual ability user I've seen. Their power is terrifying. Are they level 5 or 6? Could she be a level 6 dual ability user? Oh my god. Not only are the zombies secretly evolving behind my back, but now even humans are quietly evolving too." At that moment, Lu Yu felt a cold chill all over his body. He had a strange feeling that the whole world was secretly getting stronger behind his back. Meanwhile, Lei Jie and the others also exclaimed in surprise. Fire-type ability? How can there still be a fire-type ability? My goodness, a 9 ability user. 9 abilities. How many other abilities haven't we seen yet? Are there some we don't know about? We underestimated her strength. She's simply a monster. Hearing this, Lu Yu's body was no longer just cold. He felt like thunder was crashing in his head, as if countless thunderclaps were exploding inside. He almost lost his voice and quickly grabbed Leisha beside him. "What did you say? What did you just say? A 9 ability user? Who? Where? When?" Leisha sighed in amazement. "Do you think we left the rescue team just because of petty tricks? Those 2 who were giving us trouble are long gone." Lu Yu was overwhelmed with shock. "Your beautiful team leader is a 9 ability user? And possibly a level 6? A 9 ability, level 6? Are you serious? You're not joking, right? You really aren't joking? 9 abilities. How is it possible for someone to have 9 abilities in this world? Is this just a fantasy after I die?" He desperately shook Leisha's shoulders, as if trying to shake his head off. Leisha was dizzy from the shaking. Really, you're not dead. Our team leader is a 9 ability, level 6 user. He wasn't entirely sure if she was level 6. She might still be at level 5. But Meng Shuan's level 5 was definitely much stronger than theirs. After Lu Yuzhen was shocked, he sat slumped in his chair, muttering, "If only you had come earlier, or if we had come later, they wouldn't have died or sacrificed themselves. Unfortunately, there are no what-ifs in this world." Jiang Wen's voice suddenly sounded. "Jiang Yuan, what's wrong?" Jiang Yuan, sitting beside him, looked pale and weak, saying, "Too much blood loss. I feel like I might die." They had been discussing other things and forgot about the injured person. Jiang Wen quickly shouted, "Tao Yerwang, get the medicine. Qiu Zi, check if this guy can still survive." As he spoke, Jiang Wen carried the injured person to Qiu Zi's vehicle. Jiang Yuan felt like he was dying even more. On the way, they raided several pharmacies, stockpiling various medicines. Tao Yerwang took some from the car and used vines to deliver them to Qiu Zi. Qiu Zi disinfected, stitched, and bandaged the wound. "Nothing serious, just rest and recover." Tao Yerwang looked at the building with concern. "Why has there been no movement for a while? We don't know what's happening inside. Letting sister go alone is risky. We're a team, so maybe we should go in and check." With our current strength, we should be able to protect ourselves. Leisha couldn't sit still anymore. He jumped down from the vehicle immediately, saying, "Let's go, go, go." In dangerous times like this, hiding isn't right. Whether it's dangerous or not, we all need to fight alongside sister. Luyu also wanted to get out of the car, but Leisha slammed the door shut, trapping Luyu inside. "You better stay here. Your strength alone is just a burden." Was he being looked down on? Recently, how had Leisha become so strong? Just look at him now. He's acting so arrogantly, unlike before. The three of them stayed in the car, while Tao Yeruang, Leisha, Jiang Wen, and Qiu Zi got out and headed toward the building. Because of the strange zombie king Luyu mentioned, they moved very carefully. At the same time, each used their special abilities to clear the dense crowd of zombies. The lightning power, which could reach dozens of meters, swung hundreds of vines with the wood element, and earth powers caused countless spikes to emerge from the ground, knocking zombies down and stabbing them to death. A water element created a wave that pushed zombies far away. This left Luyu stunned. These were all level 5 powers. A few days ago, when these 3 people left the rescue team, they were still low-level abilities. Otherwise, the rescue team wouldn't have released them so smoothly. It's really only been a few days, and now they're all level 5 abilities? At this moment, Luyu feels like this world has become unreal. He even doubts that one day people might be able to travel in space, while he's still busy fighting zombies. On the 3rd floor, Meng Shirwan hasn't arrived yet. Countless ice hammers strike out, clearing the crowded zombies inside. The sound of footsteps grows closer. Meng Shirwan steps onto the 3rd floor and sees a large seed storage room. The temperature here is very low, and the cooling system is still running. Seeds need to be stored at temperatures between -4 degrees Celsius and -200 degrees Celsius to ensure long-term preservation and a high germination rate. The seed bank contains thousands of types of seeds, including crops, wild plants, and trees. It stores many native plant seeds. People process these seeds through various steps, selecting the best quality and highest germination rate seeds to put into cold storage. Some seeds can be stored for decades or even over 100 years. There are also rare plant seeds stored here. When a certain plant species goes extinct outside, seeds can be taken from here to grow again. Honestly, the seeds in this seed bank, if planted properly after the end of the world, could help restore the environment quickly and promote plant diversity. From a certain perspective, the seed bank is a strategic national resource. Before the apocalypse, all cultivation and preservation were done very carefully and meticulously. They also considered issues like power outages and disasters, implementing strict preventive measures. Because of this, even after more than a month of the end of the world, the power supply here is still maintained, ensuring the cold storage operates properly and the seeds remain safe. Inside the storage, shelves are lined up with small compartments, each labeled with a number and seed name. Meng Shirwan walks up and casually opens one compartment. Inside is a small glass jar containing tiny seed particles. The jar also has detailed information about the seeds. It includes the name, genus, family, or seed type, as well as growth conditions and preferred climate. Meng Shirwan looked at the rows of tightly packed storage boxes. Over 1,000 vines stretched out, pulling open the containers to collect all the seeds inside. According to the seed bank rules, each plant seeds are usually stored in quantities between 3,000 and 5,000. Thousands of plant species seeds are kept in this building. This time, Meng Shirwan's daring entry was quite rewarding. Just as she finished on this floor and was about to go to the 4th floor, she suddenly felt a chill behind her, as if something was approaching. She quickly turned around and saw a zombie rushing toward her at high speed. The zombie was dressed in a suit, slim in build, but unlike the ones outside that looked wrinkled from the heat, its skin was smooth and elastic, appearing very lively. However, its skin and eyes had turned gray-white, giving it a creepy look. Its long nails waved as it reached out with its right hand toward Meng Shirwan. Fortunately, Meng Shirwan also had a speed ability, allowing her to catch its swift movements. She immediately dodged to the side and gathered an ice spear to attack from behind the zombie king. Everything happened in an instant. As Meng Sherwan moved, the zombie king's claw nearly reached her face, but she narrowly avoided it. At the same time, she launched the ice spear toward the back of the zombie king's head. The zombie king was very alert. Seeing that attacking Meng Sherwan was unsuccessful, it quickly changed direction, dodging the ice spear, and disappeared into the rows of cabinets. Meng Sherwan was shocked. How can this zombie king be so strong? In just one fight, neither side suffered a clear loss, but neither gained an advantage either. Their strength was surprisingly equal. This made Meng Sherwan very confused. In her previous life, the zombie king only appeared in the 3rd year. Now, just over a month into the apocalypse, how could a zombie king appear? Moreover, this zombie king's strength was on par with hers. She had gained her power because of the system and the cheat device, the ability enhancement serum, which boosted her abilities rapidly. But why had this zombie king evolved so quickly? Meng Sherwan always felt that her rebirth this time was very different from her previous life. In her past life, Meng Qingyue's rebirth had influenced her, and the base had prepared early defenses against future disasters, greatly reducing human casualties. That explanation made sense, as it was influenced by a reborn person. But what about the zombie king? What influence caused it to evolve so quickly in just over a month? A loud explosion echoed from upstairs. Immediately after, the zombies gathered around the tall building seemed to go crazy, rushing wildly into the building. They ran, pushed, and clawed wildly, acting a bit frantic. Some zombies pressed against the wall, frantically scratching at the zombies in front of them, trying to squeeze inside. Others fell down, trampled by the zombies behind them, one stepping on another, gradually stacking up and forming a small pile along the wall, climbing upward. Within a short time, these zombies had stacked up to the 2nd floor, smashing open the windows, flooding inside, and then rushing toward the 3rd floor. When 4 team members reached the 2nd floor, preparing to go to the 3rd, they were all shocked by the crazy zombie tide. Leija desperately used his lightning powers. What's going on? Why are these zombies suddenly going mad? With his current strength, he could clear out zombies within dozens of meters with one use of his power, creating a brief vacuum zone that made their actions much easier. But now, after going mad, these zombies were running much faster than before. He released his power, and just as the lightning faded, new zombies had already surged in front of him. The 4 of them simultaneously used their powers, barely keeping the zombies at bay. Qiu Zi formed a water shield around them to prevent any zombies from slipping through and harming them. The scream earlier must have come from the zombie king, he said. These zombies received orders from the zombie king and went berserk. Zombies are not afraid of pain. No matter what attack hits them, as long as their heads are intact, they can crawl up and keep biting. Now that the zombies are berserk, their speed and attack power have increased greatly, making them even harder to deal with. The 4 initially thought that their current strength was enough to walk freely among ordinary zombies. But reality told them that if they were careless today, they might not make it out alive. Tao Yaru clenched her teeth. Quick, let's regroup with sister. The 4 desperately used their powers to hold back the rampaging zombies and rushed toward the 3rd floor. The endless tide of zombies kept chasing after them, refusing to stop until they were all dead. Sister, these zombies are crazy, they said. As soon as they arrived, they saw Meng Sherwan walking toward the stairs. Meng Sherwan looked at the frenzied zombies behind them, then used her metal powers to melt the nearby metal cabinet, forming a thick metal plate to block the stairs securely. The zombies became even angrier, wildly smashing into the metal panels, creating deep dents with each hit. This metal panel probably won't last much longer. Meng Sherwan looked serious. I fought the zombie king. It's very strong. Be careful, stay close to me, and don't fall behind. Based on Meng Sherwan's strength, they managed to dodge the zombie king's attacks. If the zombie king suddenly attacked them, they might notice its presence, but they probably couldn't avoid the attack. And Jiawen analyzed calmly. Sister, should we retreat? Given the current situation, retreating is the safest choice. Meng Sherwan looked at the metal panel, which was banging loudly from the rampaging zombies. We can't retreat now. Outside, there are too many zombies. Escaping won't be easy, and the zombie king might not let us leave safely. So, let's fight our way up. She wanted to see what was special about this building that allowed such a powerful zombie king to evolve. The group quickly ran toward the 4th floor. Meng Sherwan didn't collect seeds from the storage anymore, only fighting zombies. They searched floor by floor for the zombie king, also observing if anything was unusual about the building. System, check how many crystal cores are in the 5 cars, including my space. The system quickly responded. A total of 637. She had 250 crystal cores saved for later, plus the ones gained from the cars during the journey. Roughly this amount. Give me 4 bottles of ability enhancement liquid and 4 bottles of ability recovery liquid. No price increase. I will use the crystal cores I get from killing the zombie king to buy more. If you raise the price, I won't give you any. This was a straightforward threat. But the system was good at doing business. Meng Sherwan now had 8 bottles of liquids. She gave 4 bottles of ability recovery liquid to her teammates, and the other 4 of ability enhancement liquid, which she drank all at once. Today, she was determined to fight the zombie king to the end. The zombie outbreak caused the originally slow and stiff zombies to become like out-of-control robots, with attack power beyond imagination. When they appeared on the 4th floor, the zombies inside looked like locusts, rushing toward them. Meng Sherwan used her lightning ability. The zombies visible in the corridor were all scorched black. Her lightning, as thick as a pillar, crackled wildly through the corridor. Any zombie caught in it was quickly turned into a blackened corpse.
Les stared wide-eyed.
The 4 special ability enhancement liquids are really powerful. My sister's strength has improved a lot. They worked together to clear the 4th floor. They didn't see the zombie king, or notice anything unusual. Meng Sherwan added another metal plate on the stairs to block the zombies rushing up from below. The group continued fighting on the 5th floor. They seemed determined to break through this building. After clearing the floors and reinforcing the stairs, they reached the 7th floor. The zombie king finally couldn't hide anymore and appeared again, attacking them. As soon as the zombie king showed up, everyone sensed his presence.
But he was too fast.
Before they could react and use their abilities, the zombie king was already beside Jeon, slashing with his sharp claws at her arm. Jeon, they shouted in panic, but couldn't stop him. Just as his claws pierced her flesh, a vine about the thickness of a small arm wrapped around the zombie king's wrist, stopping him. Seizing the moment, Jeon controlled the soil inside a flower pot in the corridor, forming a long spike that shot rapidly toward the back of the zombie king's head. At this critical moment, the zombie king suddenly disappeared in front of them. The soil spike missed and slammed into the nearby wall. Teleportation? This zombie king has evolved a teleportation ability. Meng Sherwan was surprised. That makes him even harder to deal with. He kept sneaking out for surprise attacks. When he failed, he ran away. They couldn't catch him, so tricky. Luja was angry. This zombie king is really cunning, like a fly. You can't kill him or chase him away. So annoying. The building has 18 floors. As they moved upward, the zombie king kept sneaking out for surprise attacks. Everyone stayed alert, watching their surroundings closely, afraid of any slip. Thanks to Meng Sherwan's vigilance, the zombie king didn't hurt anyone. But since the zombie king had the ability to teleport, they also failed to catch him. They were deadlocked, each wanting to kill the other. As they climbed higher, the zombie king's sneak attacks became more frequent. Meng Sherwan concluded, the zombie king is getting more impatient. To stop us from going upstairs, his abnormal behavior must be happening at the top floor. They did not go to other floors, but directly climbed the stairs to the 18th floor. Surprisingly, there were no zombies waiting for them inside. Instead, the floor was very quiet, with no zombies in sight. The group stood back to back, carefully watching their surroundings. This floor seemed to be used for storage, with various instruments and test samples piled everywhere. Looking around, the entire floor was filled with clutter and supported by concrete pillars. It was messy and empty. Tao Yering whispered, "Sister, it doesn't seem to be anything strange here." Chiu-Zi kept a close eye on the piles of clutter behind them, afraid that the zombie king might rush out from there. There are no zombies here, which is very strange. The zombies downstairs didn't follow us up. Why are they coming here? Leisha asked. Is the zombie king stopping them? Or are they afraid to come? Meng Shirwan looked at the clutter along the wall. She controlled vines to spread in all directions, gathering everything into her space. Suddenly, the entire floor was cleared, completely empty and visible. Sister, over there, and Jiawen shouted. Meng Shirwan looked in the direction and Jiawen pointed. Without any obstacles, the zombie king, baring its teeth, charged at them. Unlike before, the zombie king was holding a cube-shaped head, dark and shiny, like metal. Thousands of vines shot up, forming a large net that covered the zombie king. In the next second, the zombie king appeared inside the net's range, right in front of Leisha. Leisha was startled and desperately gathered lightning, trying to strike the creature down. Zombies have no pain sensation. Unless it's a fatal, attacks don't affect them much. Qiuzi was ready the moment the zombie king appeared. A thick water wall separated Leisha from the zombie king, preventing it from harming Leisha. Tao Yering used vines to wrap around Leisha's waist and quickly pulled him back to escape. Everything happened in a split second. If anyone had been a little slower, Leisha might have been injured by the zombie king, and there might have been no way to save him. Leisha, having survived, gasped and said, "That was so scary. It was a tough fight, and if anyone had been careless or slow, someone could have died." Meng Shirwan condensed dozens of ice cones and threw them like rain at the zombie king. With her speed ability, she could clearly see the zombie king's next move. As the zombie king tried to escape, she also moved forward quickly, and thick lightning struck the path the zombie king was about to take. The zombie king stubbornly endured the lightning and angrily attacked Meng Shirwan. Meng Shirwan's body turned metallic, and she faced him head-on. They exchanged blows back and forth, making it hard to tell who was winning. Two shadowy figures flickered rapidly, making the others dizzy. Tao Yering said in a deep voice, "It seems the zombie king has become stronger." "Maybe it's because of what it's holding." Leisha scratched his head nervously. "What should we do now? We can't just watch." Based on Meng Shirwan and the zombie king's strength, plus their speed abilities, the four of them couldn't help much. They would probably just get in the way and not see the zombie king clearly before being hit. And Jiawen thought for a moment. My sister and the zombie king are evenly matched. We need to find a way to create an opportunity for her, trap the zombie king, and let her deliver a final. Qiuzi asked, "What should we do?" And Jiawen gritted his teeth. "Using wood, water, and lightning abilities in combination. I'll attract the zombie king's attention." Tao Yering and Leisha looked at Jiawen but said nothing, starting to prepare. Attracting the zombie king's attention is very dangerous. If not careful, it could be deadly. But the situation is urgent, and we can't avoid it just because it's risky. Qiuzi looked confused. "What do you mean by a combination attack?" Tao Yering controlled vines, weaving a large pond on the ground. She shouted to Qiuzi, "Fill it with water." Qiuzi didn't understand what they were planning but obediently did as told, releasing his water ability to fill the vine-made pond with water. And Jiawen gathered a lot of soil from the field behind the building, forming small balls that rained down on the zombie king. The zombie king moved very quickly, so Jiawen could only throw randomly. Most missed, but a few small soil balls hit the zombie king. Sometimes, a few accidentally hit Meng Shirwan. There was no real damage, but the insults were very harsh. Even simple-minded zombies are annoyed by the small dirt clumps that keep hitting them from time to time. The zombie king, who was fighting Meng Shirwan, couldn't take it anymore. He looked at Jiawen and decided to deal with the small dirt ball first. He saw Jiawen still holding a small dirt ball, throwing it at him one after another. Angry, the zombie king's eyes turned red. He decided to first deal with this little pest and lunged toward Jiawen. And Jiawen shivered in fear, dropped the dirt ball, and jumped into the water. The zombie king wouldn't let him go. He rushed into the water, trying to smash his head. Tao Yering shouted loudly and controlled a vine to grab Jiawen from the water. Leisha, who had already gathered lightning, threw it into the water without hesitation. The lightning flickered back and forth in the water, making even the zombie king momentarily sluggish. Meng Shirwang followed closely behind. His metal arm used all its strength to strike the zombie king's head. As Meng Shirwang entered the water, Leisha quickly withdrew his lightning. Just as the zombie king was about to use his powers to escape, Meng Shirwang's fist hit his head. Suddenly, black blood spread in the water, polluting the entire pool. Meng Shirwang's metallic hand tightly gripped the crystal core inside the zombie king's head, pulling it out with all his strength. The zombie king's skull shattered completely, and his body collapsed limply into the pool. Everyone let out a sigh of relief.
He's dead.
This troublesome guy is finally gone. Meng Shirwang picked up the black cube the zombie king had been holding and walked out of the pool. Qiu Zi, who had good judgment, quickly formed a water sphere and rinsed the blood off Meng Shirwang from top to bottom. Meng Shirwang's metallic body slowly faded away. She looked at the objects in her hands. The zombie king's crystal core was similar to a normal one, clear and white, shaped like a diamond. But it was bigger. Normal crystal cores are about the size of a thumb, but this one was the size of an egg. Leisha stepped forward. Is this the zombie king's crystal core? It's so big. Meng Shirwang handed it to him and told him to look at it himself. She was examining the black cube the size of a head. It felt cold to the touch. Its texture was hard to describe, somewhat like metal, but also like stone. She had never seen anything like it. Tao Yaruang looked around at the cube and couldn't see anything unusual. The zombie king holding it seems to have increased his strength. Could this be the reason why zombies mutate faster? Meng Shirwang was also unsure. Maybe. What exactly is this thing? It was quite heavy in her hand. She turned it over and examined it. On one side, there was a frosted number 1. Made by humans, Meng Shirwang wondered. It was an Arabic numeral. If there were no numbers on it, she might guess it was naturally formed or came from somewhere else. But this shiny number, 1, clearly shows human civilization. Whether or not this object was made by humans, it must have been handled by humans. After studying it for a while without understanding, Meng Shirwang decided to put it into her space and study it later when she had more time. But surprisingly, she didn't put it in. She kept trying to put the object into her space several times, but it stayed firmly in her hand. She thought maybe her space had a problem, so she threw out all the clutter she had stored before. Everything seemed normal, no issues. She tried again to put the black cube into her space, but it still wouldn't go in. Why can't I put this thing into my space? What exactly is it? Meng Shirwang became even more curious about this strange object. While she was examining it, a figure quietly jumped in through the window. Who is that? Meng Shirwang noticed and turned around. A person with long wings had already flown in front of her, grabbing the black cube in her hand and heading toward the window outside. Not done yet, huh? Meng Shirwang's anger flared up. She had just dealt with one problem, and now another appeared. It was so annoying. Vines followed closely behind, spreading out and tightly wrapping around Jiang Peng's feet, pulling him down. Jiang Peng lost his balance and was startled. The vines dragged him, and he fell heavily into the room through the window. He quickly got up, ready to fly again, but Meng Shirwang was already close, grabbing his arm tightly. He wouldn't give back what he had taken no matter what. He twisted like a slippery eel, breaking free from Meng Shirwang's grip, and decisively jumped out the window. With wind wings, he glided through the air, slowly rising higher. He even flew back up to the 18th floor, making a silly face in midair. Can't catch me, can't catch me. Throughout this journey with Meng Shirwang, he knew how powerful she was. But no matter how strong she was, she couldn't fly, so she couldn't catch him. Jiang Peng didn't expect that this mission would be so easy to complete. He flapped his wings happily and cheerfully flew off into the distance. Leisha clenched the crystal core, furious enough to spit blood. Sister, what should we do? The thing we worked so hard to get has been snatched away by that sneaky bird. Huh. Meng Shirwang's mouth curled into a cold smile. This smile was very cold, making the 4 people feel uneasy. Based on what they knew about Meng Shirwang, it seemed she had a big move planned. The next moment, they saw Meng Shirwang jump out of the window directly. Tao Yering was so scared her heart skipped a beat. She quickly climbed up the window to look outside. Sister, this is the 18th floor. Even if you're amazing, you can't just jump. She couldn't finish her sentence because she saw Meng Sherwan flying. With very fast speed, she glided on wind wings, chasing after the man who had taken the item. Leisha's face turned pale with shock.
Wow, wow, wow.
Did I see that right? Qiuzi was stunned, completely frozen. Sister can fly? When did she learn to fly? Tao Yering almost lost her voice. She's now a 10th level ability user? That's too terrifying. Many ordinary people wish for special abilities, but can't get them. And now, a 10th level ability user appeared right in front of us? This is even more incredible than a monster. And Jiawen spoke in a hoarse voice. We thought we knew Sister's strength pretty well, but now we realize we knew nothing. Who knows how many ability types she has? New abilities keep appearing every now and then.
Who can handle that?
Tao Yering thought for a moment and hesitated before asking, Did you notice a detail? The three men looked at her with puzzled expressions. Tao Yering recalled a small detail from her time knowing Meng Sherwan. There was a pattern. At the water plant, Sister beat Meng Qingyue and Gu Jincheng fiercely, then showed us her space and ice abilities. At that time, Sister was cold and icy, with a terrifyingly cold gaze. I had no doubt that if she had the chance, she could have torn those two apart. But such a cold person still came to us three, shook hands, and introduced herself. Back then, Sister was already a top-tier multi-ability user. Why do you think she shook hands with us? Is she just friendly? My sister is not the kind of person with that personality. Later, when we went to the central hospital to do a task, we discovered that she also has wood, lightning, and earth abilities. Yes, all three of our powers. Could all of this be just a coincidence? She didn't analyze it at first, but once she did, everyone found it hard to believe. The small details they had ignored before now slowly came to mind. Qiuzi exclaimed, Yes, yes, yes. After she saw me, she even reached out to shake my hand. I was quite surprised, thinking she admired me. Not long after, I saw her use water abilities. Leisha was excited, and there's more. Downstairs, after she got out of the car, she went over and shook hands with Liu. They don't know each other well, so why did she go over to shake his hand? Then, you saw her use fire abilities, and Jiawen thought deeply. It all makes sense now. After she caught that flying man, she started to fly too. So, she isn't awakening multiple abilities, but rather, she has a very powerful ability that allows her to gain the same powers as any other ability user she contacts. By the end of their analysis, they were all shocked. Tao Yaru could no longer find her voice. What kind of incredible ability is this? Just touching other ability users, and she can get their powers. Leisha clicked his tongue. That means her ability might be more than 10 types. If she keeps coming into contact with other ability users, her powers will keep increasing. By the end, besides being stunned, only these two words remained in their minds. They had always known Meng Sherwan was powerful, but they never imagined she could be this incredible. This is no longer just extraordinary or amazing. They couldn't find words to describe how impressive Meng Sherwan is. If she keeps growing, they can't even imagine how strong she'll become in the end. They stared at the two shadows circling in the sky, completely stunned. They weren't so worried about Meng Sherwan's safety now. Instead, they felt a bit of sympathy for that man. Meng Sherwan's strength is obvious, but more importantly, her personality. Messing with her is like hitting a brick wall. Jiang Peng didn't expect that this beautiful girl could be as strong as steel. When he saw Meng Sherwan catching up, only one thought ran through his mind. Why can she fly? Why can she fly? Can someone tell him why this person can still fly? He had been following her all along and carefully observed her special ability, confirming she had no wind-based power. But now, she was lively and flying behind him, about to catch up. Jiang Peng could only use all his strength, making sharp turns in the air, trying to create distance from Meng Sherwan this way. Just moments ago, he was showing off at the window, mocking Meng Sherwan for not being able to fly and saying she couldn't catch him. Now, he couldn't smile at all, even feeling like crying. Meng Sherwan was already annoyed. Seeing this guy zigzag in the air, slippery and tricky, made her even more irritated. She took a vine seed from her space, and the vine instantly grew long, flexibly moving toward Jiang Prung. Seizing the moment, the vine wrapped around one of his legs. Meng Sherwan pulled the vine and turned to fly toward the rooftop. Jiang Peng was dragged along forcefully, floating in the air like an unstable kite. He was shocked. "You promised to race at flying speed. How can you cheat? Let me go, and we'll have another race." Meng Sherwan silently rolled her eyes. "Idiot." She landed on the rooftop, and the vine moved around Jiang Peng, tying him up like a dumpling, making him unable to fly. He was heavily knocked onto the balcony. He held a black cube in his arms, rolled a couple of times on the ground, then lay still. Meng Sherwan walked over calmly, bent down, picked up the black cube, weighed it in her hand, and looked at Jiang Prung, who was. "Speak," she said softly, with a hint of impatience. Jiang Peng struggled for a while, realizing he couldn't break free, so he gave up and lay quietly on the ground. He wasn't really an idiot. He knew he couldn't escape now, and this woman wouldn't let him go. He decided to give up. "Say what?" Meng Sherwan looked down at him from above. "Tell me why you stole this black cube. What is this thing?
Who are you?
Where did you come from? Since he came to steal it, he should have some idea about this strange object." Since Meng Qingyue said the end of the world was just a trap, and she was already at the center of the storm, she claimed that the key to breaking the crisis was in her. Meng Sherwan's view of the end of the world was no longer just about struggling to survive. She always felt like some conspiracy was revolving around her, but she couldn't figure out what it was. Jiang Peng leaned on the vines on his body and spread out on the ground. What if I don't say anything? He was now a prisoner, and whether he could survive was uncertain. He definitely couldn't reveal any secrets before dying. Meng Sherwan smiled instead. Her smile looked very beautiful on her pretty face. But her smile didn't reach her eyes. Jiang Peng felt a cold shiver behind him, which was quite creepy. He twisted on the ground to ease his discomfort. "What are you smiling about?" Meng Sherwan slowly walked over to him. "It doesn't matter if you don't say anything. I have some tricks up my sleeve." Jiang Peng looked at her cautiously. "What are you going to do?" For some reason, seeing Meng Sherwan's calm but slightly restless eyes made him feel very nervous. Meng Sherwan took out a few small seeds from her space. "I'm not very patient. I'll ask you one last time. Will you tell me or not?" Jiang Peng gritted his teeth. "There's nothing to say. If you have the guts, just kill me. Dream on." Meng Sherwan sprinkled the seeds on him, activating her wood element power. The tiny seeds slowly sprouted, their branches soft yet tough, and they carefully drilled into the vines binding him, piercing into his body. A numb pain spread through Jiang Peng, as if tiny things were burrowing into his flesh. Gradually, the pain intensified, like little snakes desperately tearing open his skin and crawling inside his organs. Wow, you're a freak, aren't you? Are you crazy?" Jiang Peng shouted in terror. Feeling the vines digging deeper and deeper, he became truly scared. He was terrified. This woman hadn't killed him yet, but she had come up with such a cruel method, almost like torture. Tao Yaru and the others saw him flying back and hurried to the rooftop. They saw Jiang Peng screaming in agony. Thick vines wrapped around him in circles, and thin vines squeezed through gaps, growing downward slowly. Blood spreads beneath him, dripping onto the hot concrete floor and sizzling away, releasing a burnt, foul smell. Whenever they thought about those thin vines piercing into the man's body, they clenched their teeth and stood there, feeling itchy all over. Stop, I said. Isn't that enough?" Jiang Peng couldn't bear it anymore and had to give in. It was too painful. He couldn't imagine how terrible it must feel when those vines reach his internal organs. This is truly inhumane. Killing him might be a relief. Meng Sherwan withdrew his supernatural power, causing the vines to stop growing, and looked at him. "Speak." Jiang Peng's head was dizzy from the pain, tears welling up. "What did you ask just now?" Meng Sherwan frowned. "What is this black cube?" Jiang Peng grimaced in pain. "I don't know. Feeling the little snake inside him start to twist and crawl again, he almost cried. My ancestor. I really don't know. Even if you kill me, I won't know. Seeing that he didn't seem to be lying, Meng Shiwan continued. Why did you want to steal it? Jiang Peng replied. The people above gave me a task. They told me to follow you because you would find something strange, and then I was supposed to steal it back. When I saw the zombie king holding that dark, dull thing, I found it very strange. So I took it. Meng Shiwan's brow furrowed even deeper. The more information he got, the more confusing it became. Why would someone know that she would find something strange and send someone to follow and steal it? Even she didn't expect to encounter this black cube. She originally just wanted to collect seeds. Who are the people above? Where are you from? Jiang Peng was silent for a moment. From the Chuangyuan base. I only know that the people above are paying special attention to you. They said only by following you could they find this thing, and only you could encounter it in the shortest time. So just follow you and steal it at the end. That's my task. I really don't know anything else, including what this black cube is for. Chuangyuan base, Meng Shiwan was confused but finally found a breakthrough. The people there must know more than she does. Maybe she could learn something from them. Meng Shiwan circled around Jiang Peng and asked, Are you an intermediate ability user? Low-level wind-type ability users can only glide low in the air. They can't fly at all. This person flying freely in the air must be an intermediate ability user. Based on the progress, more than a month after the apocalypse, there shouldn't be any intermediate ability users. They all gained their strength from the ability enhancement liquid. So why is this man so strong? Seeing the other person nod, Meng Shiwan asked again, How did your strength become so strong? You didn't just evolve naturally, right? Jiang Peng looked at Meng Shiwan with a complicated expression and said, What else could it be? I just became stronger the way you did. This surprised Meng Shiwan. Ability enhancement liquid. In her previous life, during the 3 years of the apocalypse, the base hadn't developed a decent ability enhancement liquid. Now, she hadn't heard of any progress in this area from the base. But this Chuangyuan base had already used ability enhancement liquid to raise ability users to an intermediate level. How did they manage to do this in just over a month during the apocalypse? Does your ability enhancement liquid have side effects? Are all the ability users in your base very strong? If that's true, she might need to hold back her desire to visit the Chuangyuan base for now. The Chuangyuan base had been watching her. They were very strong, and if she went there, she might not come back. Jiang Peng snorted. I told you, can you let me go? I know you're not very kind, but I only took your stuff, and I haven't even taken it all. We don't have a big grudge, so there's no need to kill me. Moreover, I'm telling you so much useful information. When Meng Shiwan agreed quickly, Jiang Peng was surprised. Really? Meng Shiwan pursed her lips. A gentleman's word is hard to take back. All right. With this promise, Jiang Peng answered honestly whenever asked. Our ability enhancement liquid has no side effects. I've drunk several bottles and had no problems. Our base sells it regularly, 1 crystal core in exchange for a bottle. For ability users, getting crystal cores isn't too hard. Many are willing to risk their lives to buy it, so the ability users in our base are all quite strong. 100 crystal cores for a bottle? Meng Shiwan was deep in thought, wondering why the selling price was the same as the system's listed price. She asked, What does your ability enhancement liquid look like? Jiang Peng thought for a moment. A small test tube, milky white. Meng Shiwan's heart sank. Not only was the selling price the same, but even the appearance was identical. The more she learned, the more complicated things became. What exactly is the Chuangyuan base? Why does it have the same ability enhancement liquid as hers? Did she develop it herself? Or is there someone inside the Chuangyuan base with a trading system like hers? Could this person have provided the ability enhancement liquid to the base, making it so powerful? Any of these possibilities went beyond Meng Shiwan's understanding of this post-apocalyptic world. Where is the Chuangyuan base? Jiang Peng was speechless. We're not hiding from the world. The bases are connected. Just go back and ask. Why ask me? Before he finished speaking, thick vines pierced into his heart. Jiang Peng couldn't believe it. You said you wouldn't kill me. Meng Shiwan shrugged. A gentleman's word. It's not like I'm one. When you followed me and tried to steal from me, you should have been prepared to die. Jiang Peng's eyes widened in anger, then slowly lost focus as he lay motionless on the ground. Meng Sherwan snorted coldly. They had already tried to take her head, yet they still thought they could live and leave. He didn't take her things because he was weak. If he were stronger than her, he wouldn't have returned what he took. Meng Sherwan's gaze fell on the zombie horde still howling downstairs and the distant flat fields as her mind analyzed the information she had gained. It seemed that the Chuangyuan base was not simple. They probably knew many things she didn't. But since the base sold ability enhancement liquids and had powerful ability users, she couldn't rush in blindly. Right now, her goal was to become stronger. If she became stronger, her team would become stronger, and even the base would grow stronger. Only then could they have the absolute power to face even more formidable enemies. We should build our own base. Meng Sherwan's voice was still calm and light, but it carried deep emotion and pressure. The 4 team members watching nearby were stunned, then nodded in agreement. Yes, whatever the captain says, that's what we'll do. With my sister's strength, not building a base would really be a waste of talent. I also think a base is great. It's our own territory, so we don't have to worry about others spying on us. It's safer. I believe that only by building a base and using my sister's amazing copying ability can we make the most of it. Meng Sherwan turned around with a questioning look. How do you guys know I have copying powers? Tao Yering chuckled. Just guessing. We've been following sister for a long time, so we figured some things out. Meng Sherwan. Now that these people had figured it out, others would soon too. She let out a deep breath, trying to clear her mind of all the messy thoughts. No matter what schemes or plans there are, if she can't see the clues, she won't chase after them. The most important thing for her now is to keep getting stronger. When trouble comes, she will face it head-on. As long as she is strong enough, any plot or trick that comes her way can be shattered. Let's go clear out the zombies and gather supplies. Meng Sherwan turned and headed downstairs, with the others happily following behind. They fought their way up, but didn't pick up any seeds or zombie cores from the floors. Now that the danger is gone, it's time to collect the rewards. Leisha jogged up to Meng Sherwan and handed her a core about the size of an egg. Sister, here. Meng Sherwan took it. As soon as it landed in her hand, her system suddenly went crazy.
Core. Core.
Give me. Give me. Meng Sherwan still couldn't understand why her system, just a program, was so obsessed with cores. Whenever it saw a core, it was like a dog seeing a meat bun. If it had a physical form, it probably would have jumped up now. She asked in her mind, "First, tell me the value of this core." If it was just a normal core, she wouldn't agree to trade. The system quickly calculated. You usually get first-level cores. 10 first-level cores equal 1 second-level core. 10 second-level cores equal 1 third-level core. And so on. You have a 5th-level core, which is equivalent to 10,000 first-level cores. It can exchange for a space of 1,000 cubic meters. Hearing this, Meng Sherwan's eyes lit up. 1,000 cubic meters. That means she can store a lot of things now, and she won't have to live with such tight space constraints anymore. However, Meng Sherwan didn't agree so quickly. Give me more space. This crystal core is hard to get, she said. The system refused. There are precise conversion units for crystal cores. The price is fair. Meng Sherwan knew it was stingy, so she made a different request. Okay, but you have to promise me one thing. No matter when I buy things from you in the future, you can't raise the price randomly. The system always tries to cheat her a little whenever it gets the chance. Last time at the Central Hospital, when she bought a special ability enhancement liquid outside the RV, it increased the price by 20%.
Deal.
Where do you want to expand the space? I can help you directly, the system agreed happily. Meng Sherwan thought for a moment. Expand the second floor. Later, she needed to store some miscellaneous supplies. She was too lazy to organize them carefully, so she decided to just put everything in one big space. Got it, the system said, taking the crystal core from her hand. Expansion complete. The space is now available. With enough space, Meng Sherwan no longer had to carefully plan what to store. All the seeds were placed in the U-shaped sofa cabinet, within the 1,500 cubic meters she expanded last time. She also stored useful information or cultivation devices in the new 10,000 cubic meters on the second floor. As for the zombies on the floors, without the zombie king coming out for sneak attacks now and then, ordinary zombies were no longer a threat to them. On each floor, Meng Shirwang was responsible for killing zombies and collecting supplies. The other 4 members each tried to find ways to hit zombie heads and look for crystal cores. Tao Yaruang was doing okay. Her vines could smash hundreds of zombie heads at once. Lei Zhe, Qiu Zi, and Jiuwen's abilities didn't help much when it came to digging for crystal cores. They could only use bone hammers to hit zombie heads one by one. Lei Zhe let out a light sigh. Aren't there 2 idle people below? Bring them up to help smash heads. He didn't want good labor to go to waste. Immediately, he took out his phone and called Lu Yu. Lu Yu answered quickly, sounding anxious. How are things upstairs? Is anyone hurt? Did you catch that zombie king that looks like a ghost? Since they went up, he had been worried. Their strength was strong, but that zombie king was really strange and hard to deal with. Leja replied to him, It's all taken care of now. We're just finishing up and letting the injured rest. You 2 come up and help out. Wow, you guys are amazing. We haven't even seen the zombie king's shadow, and you've already taken care of it. Lu Yu was very surprised. He gained a clearer understanding of these people's strength. Leja boasted, Of course. We are the Dawn Squad. We're pretty powerful. Don't waste time, come up quickly. Lu Yu looked out the car window. The zombies that had recently been rioting suddenly became quiet. Probably because the zombie king was dead. Without the king's control, these zombies returned to their aimless state. Even so, with so many zombies outside, the 2 low-level abilities users couldn't fight their way through. Lu Yu was anxious. Do you think we're very strong? There are too many zombies. We can't fight them all. Leja sighed. You 2 get out of the car and lock the doors. I'll have Tao Yaruang bring you up. Lu Yu was confused. He looked at the nearly 20-story building. Would the vines break and cause them to fall to their deaths? He thought about it, but still decided to follow the plan. Lu Yu sent a message to teammate Ma Jiandong in another car. They looked at the crowded zombie horde outside. Gritting their teeth, they got out, closed the doors, and used their abilities to create a small safe zone around them. Even for ordinary zombie groups, it was very difficult for low-level ability users like them to fight through. If they had no escape route and couldn't break out, they might be exhausted and overwhelmed by the zombies. Tao Yaruang, busy searching for crystal cores, sighed helplessly. We're on the 16th floor. I'm worried my vines won't reach that far. What if they break and we drop them? He turned to Meng Shirwang, who had just finished gathering supplies. Sister, I need your help. Meng Shirwang walked to the window. She saw the 2 outside struggling to defend against the attacking zombies. She used her wit ability, extending 2 vines down to the ground, wrapping around the 2 men's waists, and pulling them up forcefully. Lu Yu and Ma Jiandong felt their bodies suddenly lift off the ground, soaring upward. The cars and the dense zombie heads below shrank rapidly. They screamed in fear. Before they could finish shouting, they felt their bodies sink, and suddenly they were inside the 16th floor window. The first thing I felt was a rush of cold air, followed by a strong smell of blood. When I looked down, I saw the corridor filled with piles of zombie bodies. Each head exploded. Meng Shirwan used a nearby metal tool to make 2 bone hammers and handed them to us. Just regaining my senses, Lu Yu and Ma Jiandong, both looking confused, took the bone hammers and crawled up from the ground. Leja shouted, Don't stand there dazed. Let's go to the next floor. There are so many zombies, and some might have crystal cores. We can't waste this chance. Okay. They quickly clenched the bone hammers and followed behind as we went downstairs. On the 15th floor, the zombies hadn't been cleared before. When they smelled living people, they roared and rushed toward us. The zombies behind pushed and shoved the ones in front, hanging their heads and opening their blood-red mouths. Some had their guts and intestines hanging out, looking like dried mummies. The scene was really ugly. As low-level supernatural users, Lu Yu and Ma Jiandong, even at the back, felt their scalps tingle and their bodies tense up, ready to fight at any moment. Meng Sherwan led the way, releasing ice powers. Countless ice spikes shot out, each capable of killing several zombies in a row. In just a moment, half the office's zombies collapsed and fell to the ground. Meng Sherwan used her powers again, and the remaining zombies were also taken out. Before they even entered the office, all the zombies inside had been completely cleared. Lu Yu's eyes widened like bells.
This
is amazing. He had never seen such a scene before. The zombies that could have killed them were all taken out in just a few moves. It was too terrifying. Leisha put an arm on Lu Yu's shoulder. Don't get too excited. That was just a small scene. You haven't seen my sister fighting the Zombie King and that Birdman. That was truly impressive. Lu Yu was shocked. It's only been a little over a month since the end of the world. How are your skills so strong? Do you have some secret? If he only saw Meng Sherwan's strength, he might think she was naturally talented and had powerful awakened abilities. But he knew Lei Jie and the others well. When they were in the rescue team, they were all low-level supernatural users with similar strength. It's only been a few days since they left the rescue team, and they've become so powerful. Anyone with a brain would see something was wrong here. Lei Jie and the others surely know a good way to quickly improve their special abilities. Lei Jie withdrew his hand and cleared his throat. Hey, you're talking too much. Hurry up and get to work. There are so many zombies, it will take a while. This building has offices and laboratories. Meng Sherwan went inside the lab to see if there were any seeds or seedlings. There are also some cultivation machines and medicines, which will be stored away. The other 6 people are in the office area, working together to hit the zombies' heads. They cooperate, clearing one layer at a time. By the time they reach the first floor, it's already very dark outside. On the square and main road outside, there are still many zombies. It will probably take another day to finish clearing them. During the zombie outbreak, all the windows and doors on the first floor were sealed. Once the first floor is cleared, the zombies outside can't come in, so they finally have some time to rest. Lei Jie covered his stomach, which was growling loudly. Sister, I'm hungry. They had been busy all morning and were very hungry. Meng Sherwan checked the time on his phone. It was already past 10 at night. The building has power, so the air conditioning and lights are working normally. They didn't notice that outside it was getting dark. Let's clean up a safe area and then eat, Meng Sherwan spoke, and everyone sighed in relief, then started working on their tasks. Tao Yering used vines to throw the zombies in the hall onto the stairs. Qiu Ziyi used water to wash away the bloodstains on the floor. Lei Jie ran to the vending machine by the wall and took out drinks and snacks. And Joan moved a small gap in the dirt wall at the entrance and said, I'll bring the injured person from the car. Only Lu Yu and Ma Jiandong stood awkwardly to the side, holding bone hammers, unsure what to do. They both felt useless. In the base, ordinary people admired and looked up to them. Now, being with this group, they felt like useless waste. Qiu Zi cleaned a large, clean space, then looked at the 2 standing quietly nearby. He formed a water ball and washed away the blood on their bodies. Then he turned to wash Lei Jie and Tao Yering, Lu Yu and Ma Jiandong. Now they felt even more useless. Meng Sherwan asked, What do you want to eat? Tao Yering, Lei Jie, and Qiu Zi all said together, Hot pot. In this tough environment, after finally having a good meal, they definitely chose hot pot. The 2 simple-minded guys' eyes lit up. They couldn't believe they were going to have hot pot. The mutants are treated pretty well at the base, 3 dishes and soup with meat, vegetables, and seafood. But none of that compares to the fresh, spicy, and flavorful hot pot. Meng Sherwan took out an electric stove, a large pot, hot pot ingredients, cooking utensils, various meats, and stored vegetables from the space, placing everything on the clean ground prepared by Qiu Zi. She even brought out 4 big watermelons and 2 8-inch cakes. Tao Yering and the others were very happy. Such a feast. We can eat well again today. Lu Yu and Ma Jiandong were both stunned. They thought, not only is this team incredibly strong, but they also eat like this? But it seemed Lu Yu found his purpose. He volunteered, I'll do it. I graduated from New Oriental. Everyone? Ma Jiandong went over to help, then I'll lend a hand. They quickly started working. Chiu became the water faucet, washing vegetables and boiling soup, needing to turn on the water. Ma Jiandong's ice ability was also busy. He froze a bunch of ice cubes on the ground, buried the watermelons and drinks in the ice, and placed the cakes on top of the ice. Surprisingly, using their abilities in daily life was quite convenient. Meng Sherwan hugged a black cube, trying to enter the farm and jump back into the RV. She realized she was still in the same spot and remembered that the black cube couldn't enter the space. She headed toward the door and saw An Jeon carrying an injured Jiang Yuan coming in from outside. An Jeon greeted Meng Sherwan with a smile. "Sister, where are you going?" Jiang Yuan, leaning on An Jeon, also grinned at Meng Sherwan. "Captain, hello." He had just heard some of what happened inside the building from An Jeon and felt nothing but admiration and respect for Meng Sherwan. He never thought he would get to eat with such an incredibly powerful boss. Meng Sherwan replied calmly, "Just going back to the RV." And Jeon smiled. "All right, sister. We'll go in first." Meng Sherwan stepped out of the small hole in the earthen wall at the gate. A wave of heat hit her face. She wrapped herself in frost to block the surrounding heat waves from coming closer. Zombies caught her scent and stretched their necks to bite her. Before they could open their mouths, flames swept over, burning the zombies to ashes. She raised an eyebrow and looked around. All she saw was a desolate scene. The moon and stars in the sky still shone brightly, casting a silver light on the ground. This light made the already broken world look even more sad. The crops in the fields had withered long ago, leaving behind dry cracks like spider webs. Once lively humans had turned into mindless zombies, driven by instinct to find flesh to eat. The once peaceful and prosperous world had become a hellish place. Even someone as cold as Meng Sherwan felt a twinge of sadness when seeing this bleak scene. She muttered, her voice echoing in the lonely night. The mastermind behind this apocalypse was truly to blame. She used her water element power to clean the dirt off her body, then used her wind power to dry herself before entering the house. Inside, the warm yellow light from the lamp and the meowing of her cat, Ta Shui, running toward her with its tail up, brought a small touch of warmth to this cold world. Meng Sherwan placed the black cube on the shoe cabinet and picked up Ta Shui. The little cat rubbed its head against her chest, purring happily, adorable as ever. She couldn't help but give it 2 gentle kisses on its head, then stroked its fur. "Good, I'll get you some treats." She took out a can of soup, opened it, and placed it on the cabinet. Ta Shui was attracted by the smell and ran to eat a few bites. Then it turned to nuzzle her arm, ate a few more bites, and kept rubbing against her, busy and happy. Meng Sherwan chuckled. "All right, eat your food. I'll take you out to play later." Ta Shui finally sat down happily, enjoying its treat. Meng Sherwan turned to stand in front of the shoe cabinet, carefully examining the black cube that was as big as a head. The surface was very smooth, so smooth it looked like a non-metal, non-stone material that reflected a clear shadow. One side had a large number 1 with a matte texture. The black color was pure, and from a distance it looked like a black hole, cold, and a little creepy. "System, what is this thing? This thing can actually make zombies evolve faster. Just for that, it's already quite impressive." "System. I don't know." Meng Sherwan was speechless. "What can you know? When Meng Qinghua died, you said you didn't know. Now you still don't know. You're a system. Aren't you supposed to be super powerful?" This made the system silent for a long time before it finally replied, "I don't know." Meng Sherwan asked, "Then what do you know?" "Collecting crystal cores. My task is to gather as many crystal cores as I can within my abilities." Meng Sherwan asked again, "Where did you put the collected crystal cores? Are they stored in the same space?" The system looked confused. "I don't know." Meng Sherwan. "This system is completely clueless." She stared at the black cube for a while, thinking about whether to give it to the base after returning to the seed farm. The researchers there are very skilled. Maybe they can figure something out. Most importantly, Meng Sherwan was worried that this thing might not be good. Leaving it in the RV for a long time could be unsafe. Researching strange and mysterious objects like this is risky. It's better to stay away. Even if it's a treasure, she can't understand it. If it's a danger, She should be the first to face it. Safety and staying alive are more important. Meng Shuan picked up the black cube and tossed it into the corner of the second-floor trailer. When she came down, she saw Tieshue had finished eating and was licking the edge of the jar. She picked up the chubby Tieshue. "Let's go out and play." Tieshue obediently lay in Meng Shuan's arms, blinking happily with big round eyes. She took Tieshue back to the first floor. The hot pot was almost ready to eat. They didn't know where they found the table and chairs, but the hot pot was placed on the table, surrounded by a full array of ingredients. The table was covered with tin foil, with slices of meat, vegetables, meatballs, chopped watermelon, small pieces of cake piled like a little mountain. Around the edges, there were various drinks and beverages, with droplets of water on the bottles. Meng Shuan even saw skewers and grilled fish. Where did these come from? She noticed many ingredients she didn't have, like different kinds of meatballs, rich seasonings, and also Leisha dismantling disposable bowls. Tao Yering smiled and said, "Sister, we found the cafeteria here. Since there was no power outage, the fridge is stocked with plenty of meat and various seasonings." Lu Yu used his fire ability to cook some barbecue. Meng Shuan. "We've really understood their special abilities now." Meng Shuan sat down with Cha Xue in her arms. Tao Yering brought over a chair for Cha Xue and also prepared some boiled meat for it. It was probably prepared in advance, expecting Cha Xue might come to the feast. Honestly, among the crowd, Meng Shuan is quite important, and Cha Xue's presence makes it even more special. They are treated quite well. Cha Xue sniffed the boiled meat but didn't like it much. It reluctantly ate a few bites, then stretched its head to reach the small cream cake on the table. Meng Shuan broke off a small piece and placed it in front of Cha Xue. The cat lowered its head and ate seriously. "Such a cute cat, so chubby and round," Lu Yu said, looking at Cha Xue, which was as round as a ball, and couldn't help but marvel. Then he received a glare from Cha Xue, and Lu Yu quickly shut up. Cha Xue is a long-haired Maine cat, and with its already chubby body, it looks quite fat. But cats also have pride and don't like others to call them fat. "Eat up, eat up." Leisha had already been drooling over the fragrant hot pot. He first served Meng Shuan a chicken leg, then grabbed a big rib for himself and started eating. When one person started eating, others didn't hold back either and began to dig in. They scooped meat, served dishes. Tao Yering took a piece of cake and took a bite, eyes squinting happily because it was so delicious. Meng Shuan picked up a skewer of grilled meat to taste. Not bad, sure enough. She graduated from New Oriental, and the flavor was really good. Everyone fell silent for a moment, focusing on their food. Eating hot pot, taking a sip of chilled, sparkling water. Life couldn't be happier. Lu Yu chewed on a beef ball, quietly observing Meng Shuan's expression. After a moment of hesitation, he cautiously spoke. "Sister, is your team still recruiting? How about me? I'm a good cook. As long as there are ingredients, I can make anything you want. Plus, I have a fire ability which your team doesn't have." Everyone who was busy eating was stunned. They looked up at Lu Yu, who looked expectant. Leisha was surprised. "Wait, you're just volunteering yourself now?" Ma Jiandong and Jiang Yuanfu sincerely spoke up, worried about being left behind. Ma Jiandong put down his bowl and said, "Sister, I have ice-type powers. Your team doesn't have anyone like me. I work hard and am very dependable." Jiang Yuanfu covered his stomach injury and said, "I have wind-type powers. We trained together with Tao Yering and the others before. We know each other well, and we work well together. We can even do combined moves. Please let me join your team." They were very eager. 7 or 8 other power users entered, almost causing a total wipeout inside. But this Dawn Squad's members came in, and within a few hours, they cleared the entire building. Now, there isn't even a single moving zombie left. The difference in strength is huge. Moreover, the atmosphere of this small team is surprisingly relaxed. After the big fight, they were sitting around a hot pot, eating a hearty meal. They also longed for such good days. Most importantly, joining the Dawn Squad would greatly increase their strength. Tao Yering and the others are perfect examples. In every way, this Dawn squad is the best. Meng Sherwan put down her skewer and said calmly, joining our team is dangerous. You might die in the future. She was not exaggerating at all. Meng Sherwan didn't know who her enemies were. She only knew that the Chuangyuan base was already very difficult to deal with. Lu Yu and the others looked at each other, then said in unison, we still want to join. No matter what we face in the future, we are willing to face hardships together. This time they were serious, not joking around. Where is there no danger? Even in the rescue team, they have to undertake life and death missions. The 5 team members who died today are still fresh in their minds. The seed base is good, but they want something better. Meng Sherwan looked at the 3 young men, all in their 20s, with serious expressions and a fearless attitude. Joining the Dawn squad means facing death, and you can never leave later. There will be very dangerous things ahead. Strong power comes with greater responsibility. Think carefully. Since she decided to build the base and recruit team members, gathering people was inevitable. These 3 seem decent. If they join, so be it. As for their character, that can be checked over time. If someone's behavior is bad and they do things that harm the team or the base, then they should be eliminated. For her, it would be an easy task. Fortunately, these 3 people do not have special abilities, which are not present in the team. After they joined, the basic 7 types of abilities, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, ice, wind, were almost complete. In the future, new team members will have special abilities or other unique skills. The 3 of them still firmly said, we are willing to join. Meng Sherwan smiled and said, welcome to the team. Haha, now we are also members of the Dawn squad. Come on, let's toast to celebrate, Lu Yu said excitedly, raising his beer. Leisha made a face and said, I didn't expect that after leaving the rescue team, we could still be teammates. Everyone raised their glasses and drank happily, celebrating the growth of the team. Tao Yering joked and sighed. It's all a bunch of old men. Sister, when will we recruit some girls to join us? Meng Sherwan looked at these mischievous kids and said, we should recruit some girls. Maybe we will meet some in the future. It's all fate. If we meet someone, that's great. If not, there's nothing we can do. Lu Yu put down his bottle, ignoring the hot pot, and took out his phone to make a call. When the call connected, Lu Yu said first, Captain, we want to resign. Wu Ming, who had finally gone to bed early after a busy day, heard this and felt like the sky was falling. He sat up suddenly and asked, resign?
Why?
All of you? Is it you 8? Lu Yu knew that the 8 of them went to the seed bank to carry out a mission. The mission was personally assigned by him. They were just transporting seeds. Why did they suddenly call to resign? Right now, all the abilities users and special soldiers in the base are busy dealing with the upcoming natural disasters. They are setting up shelters, stockpiling supplies, and working tirelessly. Each person is doing the work of 2. At this moment, talking about resignation only adds to the chaos. Lu Yu's voice lowered slightly. Only I, Ma Jiandong, and Jiang Yuan are resigning. The other 5 have sacrificed themselves. Wu Ming was completely unsettled now. He got out of bed and paced back and forth in the bedroom. How could they sacrifice? The seed bank is remote with few zombies. How did your 8 abilities users sacrifice while transporting seeds? Hearing that 5 people had sacrificed themselves made him even more anxious than hearing about the 3 resignations. Each psychic's value is very high. Losing any one of them is truly heartbreaking. Lu Yu briefly explained today's events. There is a zombie king here. Luckily, we met members of the Dawn squad, so the 3 of us could survive. Now, we want to resign and find a new way out. The Dawn squad. Wu Ming didn't know the name, but when he heard Lu Yu wanted to find a new path, he thought of Meng Sherwang recruiting Tao Yaru and others. Wu Ming asked, did you meet Meng Sherwang and his team? Are you planning to join them? I don't agree. I absolutely refuse to let you resign. Don't even think about it. This is about reputation. In recruiting people, they managed to take 3 psychics at once. Besides Meng Sherwang, he couldn't think of anyone else. If they recruit more, they could take 6 psychics, maybe even the leader of the rescue team. He frowned. If some members have already joined the Dawn squad, what if they refuse to let them go? They can't be playing both sides, right? Captain, we really want to resign. No way. Absolutely not. You can't resign. Lu Yu felt nervous, looking at Meng Shirwang with a mix of help and plea. He was afraid Meng Shirwang would hear that the rescue team wouldn't let them go and decide not to accept them into the Dawn Squad. Such a good team, they really don't want to miss out. What should they do? What to do? Lu Yu's mind was full of worries. Ma Jiandong and Jiang Yuan listened nearby, sweating nervously. Meng Shirwang looked up and said, "Tell him to let you go. After returning to the base, I can tell them how to quickly improve your abilities." She didn't want to reveal that she had a special ability enhancement liquid before because she was worried about being suspected or targeted. Now that she knows the ability enhancement liquid is being sold at Chuangyuan base, she is no longer the only one with a non-side effect ability enhancement liquid. She doesn't need to worry as much. Moreover, since Chuangyuan base sells the ability enhancement liquid to the other bases, the psychics there are quite strong. Meng Shirwang feels she can't hide this anymore. Supplying the ability enhancement liquid to the base will strengthen the seed base, which is good for her. No matter what the future holds, the seed base and she are on the same side. Even if they won't become allies, they definitely won't become enemies. Because they share a common goal: to end the apocalypse sooner. Selling special ability enhancement liquids, Meng Shirwan can quickly obtain a large number of crystal cores, which are useful for expanding space and farms. This is a good thing. Lu Yu's mind was shaken. Before he could speak, Wu Ming on the other end of the phone became excited. "I heard everything. You three, work hard with them. Don't worry about quitting your jobs. I'll handle that for you tomorrow. When you're done outside, come back to the base early. We're waiting for you at the base." After saying this, Wu Ming hung up quickly, as if afraid someone might change their mind. He held his phone in the bedroom, very excited. Using 6 ability users to quickly improve their abilities is a great deal. As the only known level 5 ability user, Meng Shirwan's words carry the most weight. He knew there was a way to improve abilities quickly, not just because Meng Shirwan was talented. Now that she was willing to share her method, it was perfect. When the base's ability users' strength increases, they can better prepare for future disasters. Thinking of this, Wu Ming quickly called the higher-ups to share the news. Lu Yu looked at the hung-up phone, full of questions. His attitude changed so fast. Just now, he was firmly against them quitting, and now he was telling them to work well with others? He looked up, his eyes almost shining like stars at Meng Shirwan. "Sis, what exactly is the method to quickly improve abilities?" Since seeing Lei's impressive ability, Lu Yu had this question in his mind. How did they manage to raise their abilities from low to mid-levels so quickly? It seemed a bit too incredible. Everyone knew that abilities could only be improved gradually on their own, not through cultivation. How did they achieve such a rapid leap? Meng Shirwan didn't answer his question directly. Instead, she asked everyone, "How many crystal cores do you have now?" Tao Yarrowing quickly took off her small shoulder bag and shook it.
No idea.
There must be quite a few, maybe 100 or 2. The others also took out their crystal cores and threw them into Tao Yarrowing's bag. The number was quite impressive. All these crystal cores were collected together from upstairs. They had no intention of keeping any for themselves. Now, Meng Shirwang asked everyone to take out their items quickly. Meng Shirwang asked in his mind, "System, can I trust you?" The system chuckled. "All your belongings are given to you by me. If you don't trust me, who can you trust?" Meng Shirwang. That makes a lot of sense. Although the system is a bit of a trickster and always tries to get more crystal cores, it generally acts with some principles. It might secretly adjust numbers to let her use more crystal cores to exchange for space, or find an excuse to sell her some items at a higher price. These actions don't harm her interests and are done with her consent. She has never seen the system steal crystal cores. "Help me count how many crystal cores there are so I won't have to count them slowly." When it comes to crystal cores, the system has never refused. It scans the pocket and quickly reports, 827. "Give me 8 bottles of ability enhancement liquid." The number of crystal cores in her pocket drops by 800, leaving only about 20 in the corner. At the same time, 8 bottles of ability enhancement liquid appear in Meng Shirwang's arms. Everyone sees this and thinks Meng Shirwang stored the crystal cores in her space and took out the ability enhancement liquids. She distributes one to each person, saying, "Today's hard work pays off." The team gets a reward. Luyu holds a small bottle, examines it for a long time, but can't figure out what it is. Is it a drink? It doesn't look like one. Is it a reagent? Not quite. It's strange and unusual. What is this? Leisha can't wait to open it and drink, still a bit unsatisfied. Haven't you always wanted to know why our strength has increased? This is the reason. Ability enhancement liquid. Ability enhancement liquid. The three new members almost scream out loud. This really surprises them. They thought the team was strong because they knew some cultivation-like methods. But the answer is so simple, it's the ability enhancement liquid. The base has also been researching crystal cores and considered developing potions to boost abilities. Previously, Meng Qingyue suggested the idea of ability enhancement liquid, but the base hadn't made much progress. Who would have thought you not only made it but also drank it? Luyu doesn't know how to describe his feelings, he's just stunned. More than a month into the end of the world, the research team has no clues, and now some people have started drinking. Could this be the skill of a hidden expert? Tao Yaru snorted softly. Of course. My sister is an all-rounder. There's nothing she can't do. Hurry up and drink it. Stop hesitating. If you don't want to, give it to me. Luyu quickly opened the bottle and drank it all at once. It had no taste, but once the liquid dissolved in his stomach, he could clearly feel the energy fluctuations inside his body. He stood up and walked to the corner where zombie bodies were piled. He released his energy, and flames shot up into the air, much bigger than before. Wow, frog fun! Is the effect of this energy-boosting liquid really that amazing? I feel much stronger than before. He happily returned to his spot, feeling the powerful energy, and even the hot pot in front of him seemed less appealing. Tao Yaru explained, with 200 crystal cores, you can exchange for another energy-boosting liquid. Also, I'll send you an address so your family can move in. There will be people to take care of them. They used to be teammates and had each other's contact info. Tao Yaru added them to a group chat and sent the location of the villa.
Majandong frowned. A villa?
Why do they need to move to a villa? Currently, only the wealthiest can afford to live in such places. Xiaozi had been eating quietly and was almost full now. What else? Employee dorms. They can bring their families to live there. The three of them widened their eyes again. Using a villa as employee housing? Bringing families to live there? What top-level treatment? They were right to think joining the Dawn Squad was a smart choice. The family apartments were slightly better than the relocation buildings, but they often experienced power outages, and the food wasn't very good. They could face heatstroke or illness at any time. But the villa area had 24-hour electricity. Regardless of the quality of food, there was air conditioning every day, preventing heatstroke and other dangers. This greatly improved safety. Just as they were thinking this, Leisha said, there are security guards and doctors in the villa. Tao Yaru spends points to take care of their food, drink, and living needs. Life is very good there. We just follow Tao Yaru and work hard. We don't need to worry about their safety. Luyu exclaimed, they even provide food? Wow, our team leader is truly the best boss in the world. The team captain is not only kind to his team members, but also takes great care of their families. There's no one else quite like him. The three new members look at Meng Shirwang with shining eyes, full of energy and enthusiasm. Everyone eats and chats together. The bubbling hot pot smells spicy and fresh, covering the surrounding bloodiness. They kept the lively atmosphere until midnight. The table was piled high with ingredients, and they finished everything. This group of young men is very serious about cooking. Tieshue curled up on Meng Shirwang's lap and fell asleep. His round body was in a ball, with two white paws holding his head, sleeping peacefully. Meng Shirwang picked up Tieshue and stood up. I'm going back to the camper. Rest early, everyone. Tieshue was startled awake. In Meng Shirwang's arms, he stretched lazily, rubbing his fluffy head against Meng Shirwang's neck, purring softly to show affection. Meng Shirwang patted his head. Tieshue, with sleepy eyes, closed them and leaned on Meng Shirwang's shoulder to continue sleeping. Tao Yering responded, "Okay, sister. We'll tidy up here and then go back to the car to sleep." Meng Shirwang and Tieshue quickly slipped into the farm. The noisy group of people fell silent for a moment when they saw Meng Shirwang suddenly disappear. Jiang Yuan hesitated and asked, "Does sister still have the ability to teleport?" The 4 veteran team members looked confused too. Tao Yering scratched her head. "I've never seen sister teleport before." Qiu Zi patted his full stomach. "No matter what ability sister shows, it's not shocking anymore. She's done so many amazing things, I've become numb to it." Finally, everyone scratched their heads and started packing up. They kept useful items, washed them, and left them on the truck for next time. Meng Shirwang entered the farm. The night breeze was cool, carrying the scent of soil and grass, making her feel refreshed. The moon was curved, and the stars shone brightly. The night sky looked almost the same as in real life. The only difference was that the temperature inside the farm was very comfortable, unlike the unpredictable weather outside. Tieshue sniffed the air, smelling catnip. He jumped down from Meng Shirwang and happily ran to chew on the catnip. Meng Shirwang wondered whether to find a mat and sleep inside the farm tonight. The cool wind and bright stars made the night feel peaceful and full of rural charm. At that moment, she sensed that something was wrong, as if her control over the farm became more natural and smooth. Meng Shirwang's mind moved slightly, and she directly left the farm. She appeared not inside the caravan but in the main hall on the first floor, just as she was thinking. Surprised, she said, "Teleportation? Tonight, after drinking that special energy-boosting liquid, she should have reached level 6 as a supernatural being, with a new breakthrough in her space powers. Before, she could enter the farm from anywhere but could only return to the caravan. Now, she could also go from the farm to other places besides the caravan. If used properly, this is teleportation." The others, who were cleaning up the dishes, saw Meng Shirwang suddenly appear. They were a little shocked by her sudden appearance and the power of her teleportation, but also confused. Leisha asked, "Sister, why are you back again?" Meng Shirwang didn't answer. She carefully felt the changes in her body. Not only her teleportation but other changes as well. She looked thoughtful and decided to try to find out what the new changes were. As everyone's gaze fixed on Meng Shirwang with confusion, the scene in front of them suddenly changed. The originally spacious hall suddenly had a patch. Farmland. Leisha's voice became sharp, almost startling him to death. The others also looked on with wide eyes, their heads stretched out, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. What did they see? In this world where the temperature was so high that no grass could grow, and in this hall filled with zombie corpses, they saw a farmland? Neither the apocalypse nor this hall should have farmland. And on the farmland, there were lush green vegetables growing. This was truly strange. The group moved closer to the edge of the farmland, looking around and noticing more oddities. And Jiawen said in a deep voice, "Tomatoes, green beans, water spinach, chives, watermelons, strawberries, all neatly planted. Isn't this the vegetables and fruits sister brought out when she was at the villa before?" And Shue Shue, rolling on her back in the grass by the pond. Was this something sister created? Inside the building with cement floors all around, the appearance of farmland was very out of place and looked quite strange. When they saw Snowy playing alone in the farmland, they could be sure that this miracle was created by Meng Shirwang. Qiu Zi had just said that no matter what special abilities Meng Shirwang had, they wouldn't be surprised. But this time, the commotion she caused truly frightened them. Is this really something an ability user can do? How did she manage to transform the hall into a farmland? Confused, the others looked at Meng Shirwang again, seeking answers. But Meng Shirwang also couldn't understand. She could only ask the system in her mind, "What's going on?" The system explained, "You are now a level 6 ability user. Unlocking your domain skill. The farm is your domain. You can freely expand or retract it. When fighting inside your domain, your abilities are enhanced and opponents' abilities are weakened." Meng Shirwang was stunned. She had always thought that space abilities would be useful for storing supplies in the apocalypse. But she never imagined that space abilities could be so powerful they could not only teleport but also create a domain. She carefully observed that the edge of the farmland was tightly connected to the hall's floor, covering the original surface. If she had to explain, it would be spatial overlay. The farm space overlapped with the real space, causing the original objects to be covered and disappear. Meng Shirwan retracted her domain, and the farmland vanished. Everything in the hall returned to its original state. The team members were all stunned. This scene was beyond science fiction. It was simply eerie.